Chapter 720. This is going to cost me my life. Lu Huaishan let out a long sigh after his phlegm was sucked dry. The nurses around them watched as Li Yi sucked Lu Huaishan's phlegm and compared it to their own. The weather was cold, and the old people in Zhuangzi often coughed. Some of them were sick when they were younger. They coughed and had difficulty spitting, so they needed the help of the nurses. Glass bottles, one-way valves, thin leather tubes, and leather seals were all used to create a simple manual suction device. Every time it was used, it needed to be cleaned and steamed. The medicine that the other doctors outside the village were provided with bamboo tubes instead of glass bottles. This is an exquisite tool. Lu Huaishan looked at the suction device and praised it. Humans used various tools to defeat the beasts and become the masters of this land. And the fighting has never stopped. Li Yi handed the equipment in his hand to a nurse and took out an oxygen bag for Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan took 2 deep breaths with his nose. I feel alive. After a few more breaths, he took it off. I can't rely on it too much. It's good to enjoy it for a while. Yes, it's comfortable to breathe in oxygen. Some people will become dependent on it. It's the same as spraying medicine for asthma. Even if you're not having asthma, you still need to spray it. Li Yi knew about this. Many people were like this, including those who did not want to work. Xiao Yi. When I resign, Su Yi will take over. Lu Huaishan mentioned a name. Oh. Li Yi was calm. Su Yi was originally someone who worked with Song Jing. Normally, Bai Gu would not die because Bai Gu and Song Jing would be the prime ministers together. Su Yi would not be involved. Su Yi would only take over after Bai Gu died. Now that Bai Gu was alive, why would there be 3 prime ministers at the same time? Naturally, it was because he was too troublesome. There were too many things for 2 prime ministers to handle. Are you familiar with him? Lu Huaishan wanted to introduce Su Yi. Just like you, I did the small things well and didn't care about the big things. I counted on Song Jing. Song Jing's private life is better than Yao Chang's, but she also has a tough style. Li Yi knew that when Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong were together, they were mocked as the prime ministers. The relationship between Su Yi and Song Jing was similar to the one who was about to leave office. Then, Zhang Shua, the prime minister who was supposed to step down. Bai Gu's existence was very similar to Zhang Shua's. He would not easily give in to Song Jing. That's right. Lu Huaishan admitted that he only dealt with small matters. Otherwise, if the 2 prime ministers fought, he would be dealt with. Only in the position of prime minister could one contribute to the court and benefit the people. There was no chance to do that. Let's sleep for a while and recover. Li Yi slowed down the drip. Lu Huaishan closed his eyes and fell asleep not long after. Du Ridge. A large group of people were chiseling stones, digging holes, transporting soil. The overall commander of the group was Zhang Jiuling. He didn't know that there would be a big change in the imperial court. His thoughts were all on repairing the road. The people were very active in their work. After finishing the farm work, the people were willing to work for free when they were free. The imperial court's transfer order had only just arrived. They ordered Zhang Jiuling to be the person in charge of repairing the road and give the people 20 days of work. The people had worked for more than a month. 20 days were taken away, and the rest of the time was voluntary. They needed this road. In the past, no one took the lead, so they lacked tools. Now, they didn't lack tools. There were drills, chisels, hammers, axes, saws, shovels. When the imperial court sent the order, they gave 200 jin and the provincial government gave 100 jin. If it was in the past, it would be a lot. 200 jin or 100 jin. But now, the money to buy baskets and rent livestock was gone. Zhang Jiuling used the 20,000 jin that Li Yi gave him to buy tools, food, chickens, pigs, and goats. The staple food was obviously rice. The food was bought from the people's homes, and the price was higher than outside. The people got some benefits and could eat a sumptuous meal. After working for more than a month, not only did they not lose weight, they even became stronger. In history, the road he repaired was 20 li long and 20 zhang wide. It directly cut through the ridge. The reason why it wasn't 17 meters wide was because there was another pass, May Pass. The road at May Pass was only that wide. The other roads that entered May Pass had corresponding widths. Zhang Jiling didn't know that the road he repaired would become a place that military strategists would fight for in the future. Now, he wanted to build a city and enclose May Pass. He wanted to send people to guard it. The hunters could rest, and the people who were traveling could also rest. The meat bone soup is here. The people in charge of cooking at the construction site rushed over with large wooden buckets. The road was 50 li long, not the original 20 li. The people in the other village came to work. Zhang Jiling promised them that after he finished repairing the main road, he would repair another road from the main road to the other villages. Today, the road was completely opened. After that, he would expand it, repair the pass, and plant trees. To celebrate, Zhang Jiling bought 100 big fat pigs. The pork was used to cook. He brought a lot of meat bones and wild vegetables to stew together. The people who were working were divided into sections and ran to their sections to eat. Don't eat the bones too cleanly. We still have to stew them later. Leave some meat on top. When stewing, you can see the meat. The person in charge of serving the dishes said as he served the dishes. Got it. There's a lot of meat. It's enough. So long-winded. Are you eating the bones to eat meat? It's bone marrow. The bones can be cooked until the bone marrow inside is boiled away. The people who were working shouted. They used the wooden and pottery bowls they brought from home to fill the rice. Then, they poured the meat bone soup over the vegetables. Otherwise, they would cook the rice, vegetables, and meat together. After cooking, they would be in a mixed state. Salt would also be added when cooking. Zhang Jiling's treatment was a little better than others. He got a bowl of rice, a plate of pickled vegetables, a big bone, and a lot of wild vegetables. Mr. Zhang, we can eat meat when we work now. Zhang Jiling's manager saw that everyone was eating meat and bones. He was very satisfied and felt a sense of accomplishment. It can't be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi. Zhang Jiling knew why the manager said this. The Li family Zhuangzi was rich. Even if the people who worked were prisoners, as long as they did a good job, they could eat meat. When the Li family Zhuangzi was happy, they could give the people who worked mutton soup with mutton. Mr. Zhang, is there enough money to finish the road? The tools are all bought. The people can't afford long iron screws and big iron hammers. Many people still use wooden shovels to dig the ground. When the road is finished, the tools can be sold for a sum of money. The manager was thinking about the problem of money. He was thinking if he should contact the people who were willing to buy the tools and ask them to pay. The money was used to build the road. In the end, the tools would be given to the other party. When it came to money, Zhang Jiling was silent. He spent a little too much money. The main thing was that the food was good. He couldn't bear to see the people who worked for free collapse because of bad food. The other thing was to buy tools. Without good tools, it was easy to have accidents when working. These two things cost a lot. He didn't have much money on hand. Mr. Zhang, someone is here. He says he's from the Li family Zhuangzi. Zhang Jiling was just worrying about money when someone came to deliver a message. Chapter 721. Hearing that people from the Li family Zhuangzi were here, Zhang Jiling didn't have time to eat. He stood up and said, "Quick, take me to see them." He knew which Li family Zhuangzi was from the Li family Zhuangzi. If it was another Li family Zhuangzi, it would be someone from the Li family Zhuangzi. There could be many families in Zhuangzi, but there was only one place in Zhuangzi. He walked over, and a large group of people came over. In addition to the people, there were also many cars, which were still protected by the winged knights. "Mr. Zhang, I am Sun Xian, the second steward of Zhuangzi." I am here to deliver things to the road under the orders of my Dongzhu. I also have something to discuss with you. Sun Xian came over. There were more things and more people. He needed someone who could manage things to lead him. Thank you, Dr. Li. We are eating now. Today, to celebrate the opening of the road, we stewed meat and bones. When Zhang Jiuling heard that there were things to repair the road, the smile on his face never disappeared. The local people gathered around to watch the show. The people from the Li family Zhuangzi were here, and there were so many cars. We brought 20,000 bamboo canned chestnut chicken, 1,000 hand gourds, 300 wheelbarrows, and 50,000 coins. Sun Xian shouted to the people around him. The canned food was for eating. The hand gourds were convenient to carry things down from the mountain. The road had just been opened, and it was still very narrow. It needed to be widened, and people had to go up and chisel the stone wall. The wheelbarrows were assembled. It was easier than carrying poles, and the speed was faster. There was no need to talk about money. This time, there were 50,000 coins. How much meat could they buy? The people thought of this, but Zhang Jiuling thought of other problems. Everyone, eat first. Give more meat and bones to the people from the Li family Zhuangzi. Zhang Jiuling called everyone to eat. The person in charge of getting the food specially picked the bones with more meat and easier to eat. The others felt that it was right, and they were embarrassed. It was said that the people from the Li family Zhuangzi ate good meat every meal. They were tired of eating mutton. Now, these pork bones were nothing to people's eyes. In reality, they were wrong. The Zhuang family and the Winged Knights had rushed all the way here, so they didn't get to eat anything good. Sometimes, they couldn't eat a hot meal for 2 or 3 days. They could only eat a few dry biscuits or hardtack and drink river water, well water, or spring water to make up for it. With the warm bone broth and rice, everyone ate with relish. Zhang Jiuling and Sun Xian sat next to each other on 2 large rocks. There was no table or chair. Dr. Li, do you think this section of the road is not enough? Zhang Jiuling grabbed a bone and asked Sun Xian. Sun Xian had just eaten a mouthful of rice in bone broth. There was still a vegetable at the corner of his mouth. He nodded. After he finished chewing and swallowing it, he said, Xiaozhou, from here to Xiaozhou, there is actually a road. After this section of the road was finished, the busy farming season would begin. Next year, during the slack season, the road from Xiaozhou to Guangzhou would be repaired. With Zhang Gong handling this matter, it will definitely be better than anyone else. Next year, at the same time, the road from here to Luoyang will be repaired. We need to cross the Yangtze River. As long as it is connected to the Yangtze River, the value of this road will be great. Sun Xian repeated Li Yi's words. If the land road was repaired, resources from various places could be transported to Guangzhou through the Yangtze River. Similarly, the goods at Guangzhou's docks could be quickly transferred on land other than by sea. Otherwise, they could only load and unload goods at the seaside. They would have to be transported from inland to the seaside. Zhang Jiuling nodded slightly. He had thought about it before. Repairing the current road did not require so many tools and money. From here to Xiaozhou, there was a road that could be passed through. It seemed that it was not enough. It had to be made flatter and wider. Next year, the road to Guangzhou will definitely be repaired. Zhang Jiuling also wanted his hometown to be rich. Goods were transported back and forth. The people in his hometown did not need to participate in the trading of goods. They only needed to provide food and a place to sleep to earn more money. After eating, the commoners did not rest at all. They directly worked and fought against time. The canned food was first put aside. The tools were brought over and the cart was assembled. The belt on the cart was hung around the neck. A person could easily push 200 to 300 caddies of goods and jog. The hand gourd was placed on a shelf and prepared to be built from top to bottom. The other people of the Li family Zhuangzi accompanied by the Winged Knights looked for the locals to buy things. When they came, they had a car. When they went back, the car would be empty. They needed to load the goods. When they arrived at the Yangtze River, they could send the goods to the other side by boat. They could sell them on the other side and buy things from the other side and continue to go north. When they reached Luoyang, they would sell again and buy things from Luoyang back to Chang'an. Along the way, they would buy and sell things to earn back their travel expenses. Some good things would always be left in the car and sold at a high price in Chang'an. It would take 2 to 3 days to prepare, so no one was in a hurry. Sun Xian stood at the construction site and looked for a while. He said to Zhang Jiuling, "I heard that Mr. Zhang's family raises pigeons." Zhang Jiuling nodded, "There are flying slaves." Now, there were people in the Tang dynasty who raised pigeons. Some could be called back and forth, and some could be used to deliver letters from afar. Zhang Jiuling was one of the best. When he sent letters to the elders in his family, he used pigeons when he could. When he was on the road, if he had pigeons, he could tell his elders about his situation. However, the elders could not pass the news to him. Some records said that he and Han Yu had a good relationship. The two of them tried to use pigeons to send messages and even gave the pigeons a name. Then, 100 miles away, he asked the pigeons to bring a message home, and the pigeons flew back. This was pure nonsense. Han Yu and Zhang Jiuling were not people of the same era. When Zhang Jiuling died, Han Yu was not even born. How did the two of them come to play together? Besides, it was impossible for pigeons to fly back and forth. Carrier pigeons were raised in one place. Then, they were put into cages and brought to other places. If they needed to send news from other places, they would release the pigeons, and the pigeons would go home. If they wanted to release pigeons from two places, they had to raise them at the same time and then transport them to each other. The transport process was troublesome. They had to feed the pigeons and travel. Therefore, in terms of military use, no one was active. For example, in Tubo, Chang'an Road, pigeons were raised in both places. After a long journey, the pigeons were transported to the place. Every time a pigeon was released, there would be one less pigeon. Unless it was a very important piece of information, who would be willing to release the pigeons? When Zhang Jiuling went to Chang'an to take office, he did not bring any pigeons. He could not afford to raise them. My Dongzhu wants to ask Mr. Zhang to raise a group of pigeons while you are here. When they are raised, you can bring them to Chang'an. If there is anything important in Chang'an, you can release the pigeons here. Sun Xian asked Zhang Jiuling to raise as many pigeons as possible. Anyway, he would only bring them once. Zhang Jiuling thought for a while and said, "But the news here cannot be sent by the pigeons raised here. My Dongzhu knows. My Dongzhu will also raise pigeons in Zhuangzi next year and send them to Guangzhou." Sun Xian gave an answer. Dr. Li knows how to raise pigeons? Zhang Jiuling was surprised. He did not expect that Li Yi also knew how to raise pigeons. He meant that he could raise both pigeons at the same time to save time. Chapter 722. Place a wooden stick here so that the pigeons can catch them easily. The walls of this place must be removable. The pigeons need shelter from the wind in winter and ventilation in spring. The farmers were listening to someone explain at the location of the land bought by Li family Zhuangzi. The person explaining was not Li Yi. It was just raising pigeons. There were people in the Tang dynasty who knew how to raise pigeons. There were also people who used pigeons for competitions and pigeon fights. Cockfighting, dogfighting, incense fighting, everything had to be done. If people could raise pigeons for fighting, they could also raise carrier pigeons. Most importantly, Li Yi had never raised pigeons before. His research was not as good as others. Raising pigeons was annoying, especially in the city. Pigeons with whistles were noise. The neighbors' windows could not be opened, and there was pigeon poop on their balconies and windows. More importantly, some members of the association talked about pigeons disturbing the people. Other than being sued, they did not need to worry about being punished. Li Yi was disgusted by the fact that his countrymen were not willing to sue him. Some people were disgusted by raising pigeons. He did not know or even want to know about it. He only knew that the roasted pigeons sold were usually 10 to 15 renminbi each. Now, he needed pigeons. In order not to disturb the people, he chose an open area with no people around. He thought that pigeons could only hatch in spring. He did not expect that they could hatch in winter. Also, pigeons were willing to lay eggs if the temperature was slightly higher in winter. Feng Yu checked the information and found that heaters were used overseas, but not in China. All he needed to do was to adjust the walls. Xiao Yi, it is not easy to use pigeons for military communications. Lu Huaishan was hospitalized. He knew that Li Yi had started to raise pigeons, so he told Feng Yu his thoughts. It is not easy to raise pigeons, and it is even harder to transport them. But with pigeons, we can take the initiative. The cost of raising pigeons is not high. Pigeons grow fast, and one person can train a large group of pigeons. Even if one pigeon costs 10 renminbi, as long as it can send messages to key places, it will be profitable. Li Yi actually wanted to use pigeons to participate in big battles. He wanted to defeat Tubo in one battle. Who asked him to not be able to make a telegram now? If only there was a wireless telegram. From the Tang dynasty to Tubo, transfer points were set up along the way. Telegraph machines were also set up in the various departments of the Tang dynasty at the border. Then they could take the initiative to provoke Tubo. As long as the Tibetan army dared to make a move, they would definitely have a route to take. The troops of the Tang dynasty had binoculars and telegrams from the scouts. Lu Huaishan didn't know that Li Yi was thinking about something that would change the world. He said to Li Yi, "Pigeons can be eaten if you raise them. Why don't you raise chickens and ducks? Raising pigeons is more tiring than raising chickens and ducks. I have to clean up the pigeon house." Li Yi didn't want to eat pigeons. They were too small and had too little meat. He continued, "Pigeons are not sparrows. Sparrows eat grain when it's time to harvest it. Using the internet, one pile at a time, eat. Sparrows usually eat insects, so they don't usually catch sparrows. On the whole, the sparrow ate more insects, but the food it ate was less than the food it ate. But sparrows flock together. When they're about to harvest, who would be willing to eat their crops?" Lu Huaishan was speechless. "I'm too sick," he muttered. "You'll go back the day after tomorrow. It's a minor illness. You can't treat everyone in the Tang dynasty, but you can treat a small number of people." Li Yi sighed when he said this. At that time, he didn't say that he could treat everyone. The good thing was that the country he was in was actually the country with the best medical treatment in the world. Usually, he would say that the country was good and reimbursed more money. Another country was good and free for all. When the epidemic happened, it would be obvious who was good and who was bad. "Xiao Yi, you've spread so many medical books. There are many people who are willing to learn medicine and research. When the 30 imperial physicians from the Imperial Physician Department are better, they can also teach others. The equipment may not be as good as yours, but technology will always improve. Don't think about reaching the sky in a single step." Lu Huaishan began to comfort Li Yi. He knew that Li Yi had something that others didn't. Li Yi couldn't prepare a set for everyone. However, Li Yi had indeed cured many people with so many medical books. Medical books had already been sent to places where newspapers couldn't reach. As long as Li Yi took out a medical book, it wouldn't be long before all the prefectures in the Tang dynasty had it. Students talked about medical skills in class because many students were unwilling to learn. Learning medicine is very tiring. Li Yi thought for a while and said this. Then he added, "But it's very profitable to learn it well. It's learning it well, not cheating. Xiao Yi, scarecrows scare birds. It won't work after a long time. Use nets to catch them. Nets are also money." Lu Huaishan changed the topic to sparrows and other birds. "Make a windmill. Use rope to string together a pile of paper windmills. In the past, paper was expensive and straw paper was soft. Now we have good paper." Li Yi casually offered a solution, as if this was a trivial matter that could be easily solved. Windmills can also be made with bamboo and big leaf grass. Why use paper? It's just that people will accidentally cut themselves if they touch it, Lu Huaishan said with a smile. Li Yi stood there motionless. He was in a daze. After waiting for a while, Lu Huaishan began to worry. Xiao Yi, I just thought of something occasionally. It's not practical. Paper is better. Lu Huaishan thought that Li Yi had finally thought of a solution but was defeated by his own solution. He couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, why do I keep thinking about gasoline, diesel, and electric motors? I can also try a pedal propeller. Li Yi came back to his senses. He said something that Lu Huaishan didn't understand and then ran away. If he wanted to draw a blueprint, he didn't need to be so strict. He didn't need to use the 5-axis linkage and printing technology. Cast it. Use the casting method and then polish it smooth. It's better to put it on a boat than a ship. Li Yi ran back to the study and drew a curved surface. He chose the points and asked for the degree of distortion. Next to the surface was a drawn surface. The distance between the curved surface and the surface was the basis for the production process. The smaller the distance between the points, the more accurate the data. The denser the points, the greater the amount of work. When Lu Huaishan needed acupuncture at night, Li Yi finished drawing 5 fan blades. He didn't draw 3 because he was worried that the metal material wouldn't be able to support it. He threw a stack of blueprints into the workshop and ran to the inpatient department. In 2 days, we might see a very fast boat. It's faster than all the boats now, but it's more expensive. Li Yi inserted the needles into Lu Huaishan's body. He looked at the food delivered from the cafeteria and said something else. Lu Huaishan's condition at night was better than during the day. The food delivered to him was bland. Did you think of something new after listening to what I said? Lu Huaishan stared at Li Yi. Li Yi smiled. Inspiration came. I can't help it. Chapter 723. Arrange something for me. My Kong bed seems to be leaking. Is it because of the chimney? At the Chong and Workers' Union, a person asked the staff for help. Okay, we'll arrange it for you. The receptionist recorded the situation with a professional smile. If it were 2 years ago, we could have just found a few people to fix it. Why would we need to come to the Workers' Union? Everyone is busy making money this year. If we find someone else, we'll just be wasting their time. The person who came to the Workers' Union explained why he couldn't find anyone. After the autumn rain, all the farm work was done. Those who wanted to plant greenhouses were busy looking for money to arrange a plot of land. Those who didn't plant greenhouses planted the winter wheat and immediately found a job at the Li family Zhuangzi. Old men and old women used sorghum stalks to make things at home all day. There were also mountain pickers who went up the mountain in groups. When they needed to work and wanted to find someone to help, they suddenly realized that there was no one around. It wasn't just a person whose Kong bed didn't work that came to the Workers' Union. There were also people who wanted to change their door panels, make a set of furniture, and paint their houses. The entire capital government suddenly felt that there was a shortage of manpower. Next year, more things will be shipped to the capital government, especially live livestock, food, and fodder. A group of people sat in a private room in earthly paradise. Looking at the people outside who walked faster than usual, Yao Chong came to a conclusion. Someone actually hired shoeshine children to work. Bai Gu shook his head when he saw a man walking with 4 shoeshine children. Obviously, he didn't ask the children to go to his house to shine his shoes. Unless his house had a lot of shoes, or he was a shoemaker. There must be some work that the children could help with. The pay was high, so the children were willing to do it. Huaishan went to the Li family Zhuangzi to see a doctor. I don't know when he'll recover. Zhang Shua felt the atmosphere. He realized that Li Longji was taking more care of them. It was different from usual. Things were abnormal. Song Jing ate a hazelnut. The capital government's people's income is high, so their expenses are also increasing. The Ministry of Revenue collects more business taxes, so their lives are better. Prices are also high. When it came to the Ministry of Revenue, Baigu had the most right to speak. He had been sending people to collect data on the prices of various commodities in daily life and found that the prices of dried fruits and meat had risen. Just as Yao Chong said, there would be more people and things sent to the capital office next year, especially to Chang'an. The more money they made, the more things they bought. Then, when the prices rose, the merchants would find an opportunity to buy things from other places and ship them here to sell. The more things they sold, the more taxes the Ministry of Revenue collected. Baigu believed that if this continued, the business tax collected by the capital office alone would be twice as high as the rent of the entire Tang dynasty. Next year, Luoyang would also be taken over. At the same time, they would also be able to rent a mu of land. Both of these would be enough to support the Tang dynasty in its military operations. In the Li family, Zhuangzi, Li Chengqi and Li Yi said the same thing. The road conditions from Luoyang to Chang'an are good. Even if the Yellow River is shallow, the transportation of goods will not be affected much. Li Chengqi said as he looked at the other side of the Ba River. There were caravans passing by. Some of them went directly, while others stopped for a while to drink free soup at the bridge. It was cold. Drinking a mouthful of hot soup could help them stay in the city even if they could not unload the goods for a while. "Brother, do you want to buy land?" Li Yi seemed to be talking about two different things. "Buy land? Where?" Li Chengqi asked after thinking about it. "The docks, the area around Lantian County, above the Imperial Plantation, and in Weinan County." Li Yi named a few places. "Build Zhuangzi." Li Chengqi first thought of Zhuangzi. "Repair the warehouse. If you don't want to move the capital, then the capital office will be an important political, economic, and cultural center. At the same time, it will also be a production, manufacturing, and logistics transfer center." Li talked about the land. The property prices in Chang'an were already very high. But it was not enough and would be even higher. When the Silk Road was reopened, goods from other places would be transported to Chang'an, and Chang'an would then be transported to the western regions. In the past, the status of Chang'an was not very high. When people could not eat, they had to go to Luoyang. Now, people in Chang'an did not have to go to other places due to lack of food. The turnover of goods required warehouses. Of course, Li Yi would not buy land anymore, at least not in the capital office. Other rich businessmen would definitely see the opportunity and give Li Yi a reminder. Will the houses and land in the hands of the common people be more valuable? Is the land of the government also the same? Li Chengqi thought for a while and found the problem. The land of the government cannot be sold casually. The houses of the common people. Li paused and thought of something. How to restrict the inflow of capital? Of course, it was to restrict the sale of houses. How to restrict the sale of houses? Set a qualification, for example, how many years have you lived and worked in Chang'an? He thought of this idea but felt it was wrong. There were still a lot of empty land in the capital office. As long as it was planned well, it would be enough to accommodate the population. Moreover, the Tang dynasty was an era of agriculture. The common people would not give up their own land in Chang'an. Don't worry about the common people's houses. If others want to buy them, it will be very expensive. The houses in the capital office are connected to the land. It will not be easy to buy other people's Yongye fields. Li Chengqi smiled. He was not worried about whether people would come to the capital office to speculate in real estate. The common people had always lived there. If they sold their houses, where would they live? He was thinking about another matter. "Brother Yi, the government's land has been built into a warehouse. Can it be rented out to others? The Ministry of Revenue collects the money." Li thought of Baigu. There should be more warehouses. Pay attention to fire prevention. At the same time, the roads leading to the warehouses should be repaired. Then build a hotel not far from the warehouses. The merchants can stay there. The place built by the Ministry of Revenue for the merchants to communicate is not bad. They also collect the taxes. Li Chengqi talked about the trading hall built by the Ministry of Revenue. A lot of methods were used, including the brokers. The merchants liked it very much. A few of them thought they were clever and used the inside and outside price to avoid taxes. When they were caught, they were punished with a loss. After being punished several times, the merchants realized that the imperial court was already prepared. It was impossible to take advantage of such things. Yes. Li nodded. But they can't be subcontracted. They must be managed by the Ministry of Revenue and be supervised by the Tang dynasty's inspection team. Li talked about the management. Generally, the officials would take advantage of the development. Then, to save trouble, the imperial court would subcontract the warehouses. The contractor only needed to pay the contract fee with food, and the rest of the money would go to the contractor. In order to make more money, the contractor would find ways to make the merchants who needed to rent the warehouses pay more. The merchants would transfer the money to the retailers, and the retailers would transfer the money to the common people. To put it bluntly, the imperial court's incompetence made the common people suffer. The Tang dynasty's inspection team was not bad. There would be new people joining them in a few days. They did not get along well with each other. Whoever dared to intercede for others would be impeached by others. In this way, the stable operation of the warehouses could be guaranteed. Chapter 724. While Li Yi was thinking about how to increase the income of the imperial court and make it convenient for the people, Li Yin and the others who led the team to Khitan and Bohai were exchanging things with the people of Bohai. There were 891 people of the Tang dynasty who had been taken away by the Khitan in the team. They were not as thin as before. They ate well on the way and were in a good mood. They helped with the work and prepared to go back to the Tang dynasty to Chang'an. In Bohai, the leader of Bohai was Dezwarong, and his official position was the governor of Hanzu. It was called Bohai, but it was not allowed to be called a country. There were also local nobles. They were looking at kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, as well as other soaps, scented soaps, toilet water, glycerin, silk, preserved fruit, canned food, ceramics. Some people who belonged to their tribe were peeling pine nuts, the red pine nuts of the northeast region. There were two kinds of pine trees in the northeast region, Pinus tabuliformis and Pinus coriensis. The seeds of Pinus tabuliformis were very small and did not taste good. They would be poisoned if they ate too much. The Pinus coriensis was not. It was big and the seeds inside were big. Now, some of them were yellow, and most of them were green. The locals used all kinds of methods to take down the pine nuts. They did not have money, so they bartered. Ginseng, animal fur, and dried fruits were exchanged. Li Yin did not want dried fruits. He only chose good animal fur, but ginseng was fine. His goods were expensive. He allowed the other party to pay in installments when buying kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. The others could only be bought at once. He proposed to collect the pine nuts and hazelnuts. The locals looked at it and said, "Okay, wait for us. We will go pick them now." This would delay time. If they collected the things now, the return trip would be more troublesome. It would definitely snow then, and everyone would have to spend more time. The rescued people of the Tang dynasty helped to sort out the pine nuts. They did not peel them. The pine nuts were peeled by hand, and the hands were smeared with pine oil. It was black and not easy to wash. It was the same for peeling hazelnuts from piles of hazelnut skins. It was done by hand. The locals liked to eat hazelnuts. They were easy to open. They were bitten with teeth and smashed with stones. They did not like to eat pine nuts. It was difficult to open them, and the kernel was small. As for tools, they did not have pliers. Take a look later. This is soap. After peeling the pine nuts, there is oil on your hands. It is difficult to clean. What about soap? Wash it, and rub it with sand. Look, it's clean. Li Yin explained to the people who came one after another that soap and turpentine oil were not very useful and had to be rubbed with sand. The locals took a look and tried it on. There was no pine oil on their hands, so they washed it with soap. Soon, a lot of dirty water came off. Looking at his hands again, they were cleaner than before. He washed them again and rubbed them with all his might. The dirty water still came out, and his hands were even cleaner. Good stuff, recognized by the locals. He looked at the soap again. After washing it, it actually had a fragrance. He didn't say anything else and hurriedly went back to get something to trade for it. He went to pick pine nuts and hazelnuts. Let's see what else the people of the Tang dynasty need. The aristocrats of Bohai had a lot of valuable items. They exchanged them for kerosene lamps and thermos bottles and asked for payment in installments. They were afraid that if the Tang dynasty people did not come, what would happen to the kerosene? You can send people to bring other things back to the Tang dynasty with us to see what the people of the Tang dynasty like and what they have there. Li Yin continued to let the interpreters speak to the people of Bohai. If only the Li family Zhuangzi ran this line, the Li family Zhuangzi would become a monopoly and make a lot of money. However, the Dongzhu did not allow it. He asked for more trade. They could form groups to trade, or they could send people from both sides. The Tang dynasty set up a market in the northern part of Hebei province, which was now reoccupied by the Tang dynasty. All tribes could participate. The more frequent the trade, the better. This way, the Bohai would not have a chance to secretly develop alone. The Tang dynasty was always watching. The first snow fell. From Bohai to Tubo, the whole region was snowing. On the 26th day of the 9th month, Yao Yi happily brought his family back to Chang'an. His official position had been changed, and he was no longer the provincial governor and concurrent inspector of the Shangzhou Liankawa Pass. He was not sure what official position he was going to be. He brought several carts of local specialties from Hunan province. "Dad, your son is back. That Li Yi is really good. You can give him a part-time job in the Imperial Medical Department." Yao Yi entered the home of Xing Ningfang and found Yao Chong, who knew that he would come back today and specially waited for him at home. After the greeting, he praised Li Yi and prepared to give Li Yi an official position. In this way, when he was sick in the future, he could ask Li Yi from the Imperial Medical Department to treat him. "It's good that you're back. Li Yi is so kind. He didn't let me send him off." Yao Chong looked at his son and smiled. His daughter-in-law and grandson were also here. Yao Chong thought it through. If he went down, his eldest son would be idle for a year or two. He would write a book or something. Don't bother. Didn't Li Yi make a move to make an exchange? As for Zhao Wei, who was in prison and accepted bribes from the Hu people, it was useless even if his family came to beg. "Get ready. Let's go to Heavenly World for dinner." Yao Chong decided to spread the news of his son's return to show his attitude. Yao Yi took a bath and happily went to Heavenly World with his father. He had only heard of it but never had the chance to see it. Yao Chong's team was huge. They went all the way to Heavenly World. The father and son went in and were arranged to a single room. "Dad, this place is really elegant. Looking down from above, even if it's cold, it's still clear." Yao Yi looked out through the glass window and saw pedestrians walking around below. "The food is also good." Yao Chong compared Heavenly World and Li family Zhuangzi. Heavenly World was not the first. In Dengzhou, there are merchants who learned this. "Let me try the local food." Yao Yi picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he showed an intoxicated look. Yao Chong smiled. Pork ribs are Li Yi's favorite part. It can be used to make many dishes. It's sweet and sour. Don't waste it. Eat it with rice. Ah. You still want to eat the juice? Just taste it. How many dishes did we order? Yao Yi did not want to eat like that. When he ate in Dengzhou, he always ate a table full of food. After tasting a dish or two, he almost finished it. Yao Chong did not eat and said, 2 dishes. One is sweet and sour pork ribs, one is pig ears mixed with cucumber, and the other is garlic soup. Why are there so few? Yao Yi wondered. When I eat here, it's always been like this. People who eat with me will eat all the food because it's free. Li Yi has a rule. If you buy it with your own money, you can throw it away. Li family Zhuangzi and him as the shopkeeper eat all the free food. Zhuangzi's canteen food is the best. The villagers always eat as much as they want. Even if Li family Zhuangzi sells the free soup outside, no one is allowed to eat half a bowl. Yao Chong patiently explained to his son. He was afraid that his son would accidentally provoke Li Yi because of this in the future. He can still set rules for us. Yao Yi was puzzled and dissatisfied. If you don't eat his food, you don't have to follow his rules. Otherwise, no matter who it is, you have to follow his rules. When Yao Chong said this, he thought of Li Longji and the others. I originally wanted to give him an official with real power, but now. Yao Yi shook his head gently. Yao Chong. Chapter 725. The news of Yao Yi's return to Chang and was spread to the Li family Zhuangzi on the same day. Li Longji came to look for Li Yi. He had nothing to do, so he came over for dinner and then went back. He lived nearby. Li Yi also ate pork ribs and lamb chops. He dipped them into the sauce and ate them. I'll bring half of it back, 5 pounds of chili powder and other seasonings at home. Li Longji prepared to pack it up. He knew how to make delicious food and was distressed about the ingredients. Li family Zhuangzi's seasonings could be used many times and could be used to make other food. The seasonings used to make hand-grilled lamb were enough to buy half a lamb chops. Chili powder can be sold this year. We planted 3 batches of chili powder in a row with the help of the greenhouse. Li talked about making money. When he first got the chili powder, he was thinking about how to promote it. When the number of seeds was enough, he wanted to wait 2 years before promoting it. People would not die if they did not eat chili powder. Zhuangzi needed money and wanted to sell it as a luxury item. Chili powder was expensive, so why couldn't it be expensive? He did not sell the seeds, only the chili powder, and continued to invest the money he earned into technology research and development. Let the captives mine in winter. How much linoleum paper has been produced? Li Longji did not care about how Li Yi made money. He was concerned about the more than 11,000 captives of the southwest barbarians. Li picked up the warm yellow wine and said, mining. Linoleum paper still needs to be produced. Our Tang dynasty is defending now, so we should send the winged knights to replace the soldiers at the border. Also, we should cancel the government soldier system and change it to a mercenary system. If we can complete it this year, the Tang dynasty's soldiers will be even stronger. The imperial court is already dealing with it. The Ziyang government, which has low fighting power, will be reduced by 50%. We need to wait until March or April next year, when there is water in the Yellow River and enough salt is stored in the salt wells of Shu. Li Longji was ready to sell salt for money to raise soldiers. The imperial court is rich. Raise soldiers as if the imperial court is paying for it. Li Yi emphasized. Who would pay their own money to recruit soldiers? What was the use of taxes? Li Longji laughed. The Ministry of Revenue's money is used to build roads that lead to our territory. Qin Shi Huang was able to build the Great Wall, so why can't he build roads now? According to what you said, the newly recruited soldiers will be trained on Taibai Mountain. There is a lot of cement in the mountains of Lantian County, which is suitable for repairing roads that cannot be repaired. Li Longji had great ambitions. When Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall and the roads, the common people suffered greatly and many people died. Instead of harming the common people, he provided them with tools and materials, paid them, and was in charge of logistics. When the roads were repaired, the people would enjoy the benefits of the roads. The process of cultivation could lead to death. That was due to carelessness, falling to death, or being crushed to death by stones. There wouldn't be a situation where they would die from overwork or malnutrition. Li Yi thought for a moment. It's better to take captives. There are people in Bohai who have been hired to repair the roads in the northern part of Hebei province. Yes, repairing the roads will delay production. The common people of the Tang dynasty built the roads themselves. We have to find people who don't have land at home. Li Longji also thought that it was better to hire others to repair the roads. The Tang dynasty spent money, but it was a pity that the southwestern barbarians did not come to fight. The southwestern barbarians in Zhuangzi were still few in number, and they had to go mining. He believed that Brother Yi would have other arrangements for the rotation of manpower. Yao Chong and the others have to retire. Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong will join the military group. What's Zhang Shua's arrangement? Li Longji changed the topic. Zhang Shua was still young, and it would be a pity for him to join the military group. Li Yi thought for a moment and gave an answer. Be the Hunan provincial magistrate. Other positions are considered demotions. In history, Zhang Shua was demoted directly and waited for Su Yi to become the prime minister. He had a good relationship with Su Yi, and he slowly gained power through coordination. In the end, he became the prime minister again. Now that history had changed, Zhang Shua did not need to find an excuse to demote him. He was assigned to the Hunan provincial magistrate. His power was small, but his position was important. Everyone said that Zhang Shua was domineering, but Li Yi did not notice. Was he not domineering when he was sent to the Hunan provincial magistrate? It's about time. I'll go back. Li Longji finished the wine in his bowl and took his things back to Xingqing Palace. He did not eat at all. He wanted to eat with Empress Wang. Li Yi ate slowly by himself. The palace maids and eunuchs watched over the lamb scorpion pot and ate. The next day, Lu Huaishan resigned. Li Longji agreed and arranged for him to join the inspection team of the Tang dynasty. The next day, Zhang Shua was arranged to be the Hunan provincial magistrate. He was not prepared to bring his family to Hunan provincial magistrate for the new year. Zhang Shua was already prepared. When he heard that it was Luoyang, he was relieved. Let's go and pack up. The next day, Yuan Xianyao became the capital magistrate. Yao Chong took the initiative to resign. Li Longji allowed him to join the inspection team. Song Jing, Bai Gu, and Su Yi became the prime ministers. Everything was done. The power changed once. They had to wait for the next change. In normal history, after Yao Chong resigned, he returned the house in Xingning Fang that the imperial court gave him and went to live in Wangji Temple. He was appointed as the head of the 3 departments, so he was not short of money. However, he also had malaria. Just like his son, he looked quite pitiful. Not anymore. He was still living in the house. There was no such thing as the head of the 3 departments, so he joined the inspection team. He also did not return the Earthly Paradise membership card. He could still eat if he wanted to. The most dumbfounded was Yao Yi. He came back and thought that he would have a good position. Why did his father resign? Did he have nothing to do now that he was a retired official? No one gave him gifts, and no one invited him to dinner. Father, how could this be? Yao Yi was confused at home. It's time to go down, Your Majesty. Yao Chong did not continue. What's the use of that inspection team? It can catch other officials and reduce the punishment of the officials who made mistakes. Yao Yi began to understand the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty. If they had more power, they would have more power. They can only arrest people, but they can't get away with it. It's not good for them, but it's good for the Tang dynasty. Yao Chong was going to rest for a few days. He was too tired. He had to sleep well and recuperate before reporting. What about me? I should have something to do. Yao Yi was annoyed. Write books. See what kind of books you want to study, or help with Cihai. Read the dictionary first. Cihai has more content than the dictionary. Yao Chong arranged things for his son. It was good enough that his son could survive. He wanted to be an official immediately. Now he had to keep a low profile. Yes, keep a low profile. Otherwise, if he put his son in a certain position, would other colleagues ostracize him? What's more, what Yao Yi did before had already been spread. No one dared to touch him in the position of prime minister. If he left the position, his son was likely to be impeached. The heavy snow is good. The wheat is not short of water. On October 1st, Li saw half a foot of snow when he got up in the morning. Once it snowed, the winter wheat was covered. However, many people did not sleep well last night. They had been busy removing snow for the greenhouses. There were more people planting greenhouses this year. The rich people expanded their industry, and the poor people cooperated with Zhuangzi. According to the pattern of last year, they expected to make as much money this year as last year. The Ministry of Revenue also hoped that they could make more money. They sent people to check the situation early to see if the greenhouses were crushed by the snow. Chapter 726. Good snow. Let's go to Li family Zhuangzi. Hu Feng said to his 6 apprentices in front of him. Ever since he found out about the Khitan army and made money, he had been maintaining, renovating, and resupplying the hunters' huts on the mountain. His apprentices all bought houses and repaired them a few days ago. A few of them followed their wives back to their parents' houses. Now that they had money, they had their own houses in Chang'an. They brought their things and went to their mother-in-law's house. One was filial piety, the other was showing off. The remaining 5 apprentices didn't leave. Including Hu Xiaofeng, there were 6 in total. It was snowing. Hu Feng wanted to go hunting in the mountains to prepare for the new year. The 6 people set out with 13 dogs. In less than half an hour, they arrived at Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi received the news and personally welcomed them in. Master Hu, are you going hunting? Li Yi saw their clothes and asked with a smile. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat. We still have family to feed. Hu Feng also smiled. In fact, his family had enough money. His apprentices would show filial piety. They rented out one of the 2 houses. There was land outside the city. They only left 2 mu for planting vegetables. The rest were rented out. This year, his family planted greenhouses. They took 2 mu and his family took care of them. He went hunting as if it was for fun. When the farmers saw Hu Feng, they prepared things for him. Crossbows and binoculars, compressed biscuits, fine salt, large grains of salt, and black bread made of wheat flour mixed with kong. There were also steamed and dried large grains of rice. This kind of rice could be stored for several years. When eating, they could be thrown into the mouth slowly or soaked in water. There were bottles filled with medical alcohol, absorbent cotton, and bandages. In addition, there were military kettles, which were distilled and cellared for a year. Hu Feng and the others came to collect things. They brought a big bag and took another one from Zhuangzi. They knew that the large grains of salt, dried rice, and black bread were to be placed in the hunters' huts. The other things were for them. They often sent black bread and large grains of salt to the hunters' huts. The salt was meant to heal the wounds of the other hunters. The refined salt was clean and fine. If they were injured, they could sew themselves with a clean needle and thread. The process of disinfection was done with refined salt. As for the pain, an excellent hunter could endure it. Li Yi sent them across the bridge. The 7 of them each drank half a bowl of hot soup. With a wave of his hand, they found 3 trucks that were heading to Lantian County. After negotiating the price, they hitched a ride. It was noon when they arrived at Lantian County. Black bread? Now, many hunters come to buy them and send them to the mountains for storage. Zhang Sun Xian, who had nothing to do, stood at the foot of the mountain and greeted everyone who looked like hunters. Hu Feng and the others had already finished building a large area of Lantian County. Later, he went to the Qinling Mountains in the south and southwest to make arrangements, so he did not have a deep impression of Zhang Sun Xian. We brought them. Hu Feng's disciple, Guan Linfang, patted the two big bags in front and behind her. I'm selling black bread at a loss, so I hope you can get a good harvest. I also accept wild animals here, and the price is fair. Zhang Sun Xian continued, pure rye bread is indeed a loss, but if you don't make rye bread, you lose even more. They were considered leftovers and could only be used to feed livestock. After fermenting, they could be turned into bread, which was considered an additional source of income. He also planted greenhouses and workshops without stopping. Now that he knew the hunters wanted to enter the mountains, he tried his best to facilitate them. If the hunters came down the mountain and were willing to sell it directly, he would accept it at a suitable price. After processing it, he would earn some processing fees. Anyway, he did not do it himself, he hired people. He hired 100 people, and each person provided him with 1 coin a day, which was 100 coins. If it was 1,000 people, he would get 1 coin. Moreover, other people did not provide him with 1 coin a day. How about this? I'll give each of you 2 big pieces of rye bread. You take it and, binoculars. Zhang Sun Xian saw the dogs and found that these dogs were good, so the other party might have a good harvest. He wanted to buy some goods. Giving each person 2 pieces of bread did not cost much, and he wanted to leave a good impression on the other party. In the end, he saw a familiar box. When Hu Feng and the others nodded, Zhang Sun Xian waved his hand. Let's go. He gave up. Even if the other party came back, they would not sell him anything. He knew what the binoculars represented. Other than the people who helped Li Yi catch the panda, the other was the hunting team that fought side by side with Li Yi. Only they could borrow things from the Li family Zhuangzi before entering the mountains. The Li family Zhuangzi returned the big backpack. It was said that the hunting team that caught the Khitan people with Li Yi had a big dog that was twice the size of a normal dog. Obviously, this team was the big dog. The prey had nothing to do with him. Hu Feng and the others waved at him and walked up the mountain. Wait a minute. Zhang Sun Xian suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at him. He ran to the side and picked up 14 long pieces of rye bread with difficulty and came back. Take it. It's not tiring to reach the first hunter's hut. Zhang Sun Xian distributed the bread to them. Hu Feng and the others were stunned. How could they return it? Since they knew they had binoculars, they would not sell the prey to others. What was the use of giving them bread? I'm Zhang Sun Xian, the patrol inspector of Lantian County. I hope that every hunter who goes up from Lantian County can return safely. Zhang Sun Xian had shown his identity. If he gave it to them, would they be short of a few pieces of bread? If they went back and told Li Yi, wouldn't Li Yi laugh at them? Greetings, Patrol Inspector Zhang Sun. Hu Feng took the lead and bowed to Zhang Sun Xian. It was the courtesy of a commoner to an official. Well said, well said. Zhang Sun Xian waved his hand again. Hu Feng and the others were still surprised, but business was more important. They waved their hands and went up the mountain. When the sky was dark, they arrived at the first hut. The hut was very hidden. There was a lock, but the key was also placed beside it. 7 people went in. 13 dogs guarded the door. Hunting dogs were not pet dogs. When sleeping at night, unless there were special circumstances, they would not enter the hunter's hut. They huddled together for warmth, changed positions with each other, and then ate dog food. It was dog food. Li Yi gave it to them. He wanted to put clothes on them, but Hu Feng did not agree. So a bag was tied to each dog. The bag contained their own food. From entering the mountain to the first hunter's hut, Hu Feng and the others did not hunt. Unless they encountered large animals, they had to kill them. Otherwise, they would harm the people if they went down the mountain. The prey in the range of the first hut was left for the people and novice hunters. Hu Feng and the others did not rob them. They waited until they reached the second hunter's hut before deciding. Master, someone came. It was Uncle Guan. Hu Xiaofeng found traces and special marks made of grass or twigs that represented the identity of the person. Master, there's a lot of salt and firewood. Uncle Guan and the other 6 people. Another disciple said. We'll rest tonight. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Put down everything that should be put down. Except for Xiaofeng, everyone leave their own marks. Xiaofeng left mine. Hu Feng instructed. Everyone went to do their own things. They also brought firewood, but it was wet firewood. They chopped it with a knife along the way. The wet firewood was placed in the hut. It would slowly dry. They used the previous firewood to make a fire and cook. Chapter 727. Hu Feng found a booklet hanging at the door. It was a booklet for newspaper production. The newspaper was printed on one side and the other side was for people to write on. There was a red and blue pencil tied to the booklet and both sides were sharpened. September 27th, enter the mountains, arrive here at noon, no big game on the way, add 2 bundles of firewood, 5 pounds of salt, 6 people, 8 dogs, to the 6th area, Guanpei. Hu Feng forced himself to read it out and smiled. Old Guan did not learn well, use pinyin to replace 30% of the words. He then picked up the pen and wrote, October 1st, heavy snow, enter the mountains, arrive at night, no big game on the way, add 6 bundles of firewood. Add 5 pounds of coarse salt, 1 pound of refined salt, 50 pounds of cooked rice, 40 black bread, ready to send to the 9th area, 7 people, Hu Feng. He read it twice and was satisfied, so he did not use pinyin to replace it. He hung it up again with a smile on his face. Li Dongzhu is a benefactor to the world. He did not know how to write in the past, so he used markings to inform his peers. Hu Feng's markings were a kind of identity, the most powerful in the capital. His identity was useful and useless. Some words could not be understood, so everyone needed to communicate. Whether there was danger, who found what, if the person did not return, where would they find it? Even if the person died, the corpse should be brought back. When newspapers appeared and pinyin was introduced, everyone began to learn. They bought newspapers and pens and placed them in the huts. People who came later would know the situation at a glance. The markings were a tradition, so they were left behind. If Guanpei wrote, found a big tiger, 1, afraid of hurting people, tracking, looking for opportunity to kill. Hu Feng would have to chase after it immediately after eating. The 6 of them wanted to set a trap for the tiger, so it was dangerous. The 7 of them brought 13 dogs to meet up and think of a way to kill the tiger. Besides, words had other uses. Why was Hu Feng so famous? Because as long as Hu Feng's markings were left behind, the items inside would increase. Usually, it was dried game or smoked meat jerky. After a long time, everyone understood that Hu Feng was good at hunting and was a capable person. After asking around, they found out that Hu Feng had a house in Chang'an and sold bears. This showed that he was experienced and had strong fighting skills. When others asked who was good, the answer was, Hu Feng. It was not easy to build up this reputation. With the booklet, everyone knew who took what. In this way, more hunters would prepare more things and deliver them to one hut after another. For example, the newbies could only go to the nearest huts. They frequently came and went, bringing a lot of food and salt. Everyone knew that these newbies were not bad. He would teach the newbie more experience when he encountered them, and at the same time, he would help the newbie send the items in the hut further away. It didn't say who provided it. The words were written down, just like the account book. Master, I feel that the mountain is not that dangerous. Hu Xiaoguang also knew how to read and write, and he was even more familiar with it than Hu Feng. Hu Feng raised him as his own son and sent him to school to study. He even received an award from his teacher. The dead hunters all had the same idea as you. Hu Feng glared at his disciple. Do you think the mountain is safe just because of this book? When the water was boiling, each of them filled a bowl and put a compressed biscuit in. After a while, the compressed biscuits turned into porridge, and everyone started eating in small bites. Take turns to keep watch at night. Tomorrow morning, eat some compressed biscuits and go straight to the 9th location. Leave a set of medical alcohol, cotton, and disinfectant needles and thread. While eating, Hu Feng arranged things. Although his disciples were all famous now, he was still worried about them. His disciples listened and carried out his orders seriously like before. The night was uneventful. In the morning, there were still some compressed biscuits. The dog also ate the soaked dog food and followed its master in high spirits. The 9th location was relatively far away. There were large wild beasts, so they needed to set a trap and find a suitable opportunity. Snow was an opportunity. There would be traces of wild beasts on the snow. For example, the squirrel not only left traces, but also stood on a branch and looked at the group of people and dogs. The hound also saw the squirrel and ignored it. Bring some food back for Li Dongzhu, master. When Hu Xiaoguang saw the squirrel, the first thing he thought of was to find the squirrel's house and take his things. What did I teach you? Hu Feng was unhappy. Hu Xiaoguang pursed his lips. Unless there's really nothing to eat, don't steal squirrels' things. Where there are more squirrels, there are fewer raccoons and bobcats. Li Dongzhu won't want these things. We went up the mountain on a snowy day and brought back the squirrel's favorite food. Do you think Li Dongzhu can't tell? Hu Feng emphasized again. First, the squirrels could help determine the situation in the area. Second, Li treated the squirrels better. Someone caught them and sent them to him, but they were all released. Then, a portion of the squirrels stayed behind in the imperial plantation, Li family Zhuangzi, and Zhang family village. From time to time, someone would feed the squirrels. The squirrels became unafraid of people. The farmer would put the food in the palm of his hand. The squirrels would climb up the farmer's leg and stand on the farmer's palm to eat the food. The farmer held something in his other hand and handed it over. The squirrels grabbed it with their front paws and continued eating. After eating, they would look at the farmer as if asking, "Is there more?" "Got it, master." Li Dongzhu likes small animals. Hu Xiaoguang expressed his understanding. Everyone rushed all the way. When it was almost dark, they finally arrived at the 9th area. The 9th area was the number of the hunter's hut. There was no such number in the past. When it was newly built, Hu Feng suggested it, and the other hunters followed. Everyone would also organize the situation around each area for others to understand and add. They didn't know how great what they were doing was because they were also recording plants, herbs, poisonous snakes, edible fruits, and so on. In the past, they passed on the information by word of mouth. When they met familiar people, they would talk about it. Now, they were recording. As long as the booklet was organized, it would be information about the distribution of plants and animals around the capital. "Master, there are people. Why are they outside? They seem to be playing with a net." Guan Linfang looked through the binoculars and reported the situation. Hu Feng also picked up the binoculars and looked. He recognized them. "Let's go and see if they need help. Maybe the wild beasts were locked in the hut by them. The people of Tong village in Qinling Mountain are not hunters. Why are they here?" Hu Feng knew one of the villagers. He had been there when he was hunting. It was 4 years ago. Not to mention humans, he could even recognize a wolf if he encountered one. Everyone ran over. The 5 people didn't bring their dogs. The net was very irregular. "Old Tong, what's the situation?" Hu Feng picked up the crossbow and pointed it at the door. "Parrots, a large group of parrots. We went up the mountain to catch wild boars, but got lost. We came here to rest and then went out. Little Mudu forgot to lock the door. When we were on the road," he said, "we came back to lock the door. Then we saw a large group of parrots go in. If we catch them, we can sell them for money. Old Hu, help us." Tong village also knew Hu Feng and asked for help. The big net used to catch wild boars wants to catch parrots? Hu Feng was speechless. The parrots would drill out of the net and run away. Fold it, stagger the position, 2 layers, okay. Tong village didn't know how to catch them, so he could only adjust temporarily. Chapter 728. Okay. Hu Feng agreed. Then he suddenly thought of something. Old Tong, where are you going to sell the parrots? Do you know how much they are worth? Hu Feng asked Tong Xuanzheng. Let's go to Changhen. I heard someone was selling parrots in autumn for 500 renminbi. Tong Xuanzheng pointed in the direction of Changhen. You still have to go to Changhen. It's a long way and it's hard to walk in the snow. How about this? You sell the parrots to me and tell me how much you want. Hu Feng proposed to buy the parrots himself and he would take care of the parrots. You want to buy them? Didn't you just enter the mountain? Why did you go back in a hurry just for a few birds? Tong Xuanzheng looked at the people who had no prey and was very puzzled. It doesn't matter. 500 renminbi for one. I'll go in and catch some. I'll pay you as much as I catch. Hu Feng insisted. How can it be 500 renminbi? We didn't catch them. We came here and ate the food in the house. It's winter and we can't call people to make up for it. We want to sell the parrots and send the money to you. Besides, it's cold and the parrots might freeze to death. It's hard to say how many of them can survive if we take them down. Tong Xuanzheng shook his head and refused firmly. There was only one person in the Tong family who could hunt. That person was not a professional hunter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led them astray. The only advantage of a hunter was that he could find the hunter's house. They ate the food of 3 huts and used the firewood of the other huts. They hoped that the team in the village would send them supplies. They might eat more. They hoped to catch the parrots and sell them for money. They would keep some of the money and send the rest to Hu Feng. The hunters' houses in this area were all renovated and put away by Hu Feng. It was impossible to keep it a secret. If the villagers accidentally let it slip, the hunters around would know. How could the Tong family stay in the village? The hunters never expected that the ordinary people would make up for the food they ate. But the ordinary people had to tell them where they ate and how much they ate when they went down the mountain. Then the hunters would bring the food up to make up for the lost food. They didn't want to run out of food when they were in danger. Now Tong Xuanzheng saw that Hu Feng wanted to buy the parrots. How about this, $100 for one parrot? Tell me where you used the stuff. After I send the parrots down, I'll bring something up to replace them. Hu Feng wasn't stupid enough to insist on paying a high price. Deal. Tong Muramasa agreed. How many are there? Hu Feng asked. There should be at least 10 of them. They're huge, like little chicks. God knows why they're here in such cold weather. Tong Xuanzheng gestured with his hands. He found it hard to understand why a flock of parrots would appear in such a place in winter. Hu Feng didn't study why the parrot came over. He ordered, cut branches and weave cages. Weave 2 big cages. Everyone worked together to cut down branches and weave a cage. In the middle of the cage, there were several horizontal sticks for the parrot to stand on. Hu Feng took out a long rope and came to the door. He knocked on the door a few times, opened the door, rushed in, and closed the door. Squeaking noises could be heard from inside. In less than a quarter of an hour, the door was pushed open by Hu Feng from the inside. Everyone looked inside and saw many parrots with their legs tied up. They tilted their heads and looked outside. Occasionally, one of them would call out. 16 big parrots. Everyone else, cook. It's getting dark soon. Bring the cages in. Hu Feng ordered. Everyone cleaned up the room and boiled water. Hu Feng untied a big parrot and put it in the cage. Then he untied another one. One cage could fit 8 parrots, just right. The parrots were about 1 foot tall. They stood on the sticks in the cage and continued to look at the people outside. After the initial panic, they didn't seem to be afraid of people anymore. They squeaked noisily. Hu Feng went outside. When he came back, he had 4 relatively thick sticks in his hands. He took out a tactical military knife from his calf and began to work on the wood. The young hunter from Tong village looked at the military knife with envy. Not only Hu Feng had one, but his apprentices also had one. The scabbards were tied to their calves. This was the standard military knife of the winged knights. They hadn't been fully equipped yet. It was said that it could be used as a small handsaw or a knife. There were fishing tools, sewing tools, and a small compass in it. The key was that the edge of the knife was good. As for whether it was sharp or not, it depended on how it was sharpened. Obviously, Hu Feng's knife was from the Li family Zhuangzi. Hu Feng dug out a groove and put it in through the gap of the cage. He fixed it with a rope and continued to work on the other 3 sticks. When the water boiled, everyone started to eat. The 16 big parrots also started to eat. There were 2 grooves in each cage, one for water and the other for rice. The parrots were not picky. They drank water and ate rice. They were quiet. After the candles were lit, a group of people finished eating and made a curtain with hay. The cage needed to be carried down the mountain. It was cold outside and the parrots couldn't stand it. They covered it with the straw curtain. It would be fine when they reached the foot of the mountain. "Old Tong, I don't have any money on me. I'll give it to you when we get back. You come with us. When we reach the foot of the mountain, we'll take the long road." Hu Feng looked at the big parrots. They were not bad. They could eat and poop. Okay. Tong village agreed. They didn't need the wild boar for the time being. They thought that it would be easy to find the tracks because of the snow, but they still went astray. It would be safer to follow Hu Feng and the others if they went back the same way they came. 1,600 was not a small amount. Hu Feng didn't ask the people of Tong village to keep watch at night. He and his apprentices took turns to spend the night. In the morning, they cut the bacon into small pieces and threw them into the water to boil. Then they added a handful of dried green onions and coriander. They put the cooked rice in a bowl and poured hot soup over it. This was what they ate this morning. The parrots squawked until the water and rice were put into the grooves. Everyone carried the cages and sped up. They were hungry at noon, so they could drink some wine. In the evening, they arrived at Lantian County without conserving their strength. The parrots in the cages covered by the straw curtain only squawked occasionally. Most of the time, they were shaking and grabbing the wooden sticks. When they arrived at Lantian County, Hu Feng and the others went straight to Drunken Immortal House. "Xiao Tan, take 1,600 to Tong village. Find some grains or dried fruits and catch some big parrots for Li Dongzhu." Hu Feng found Xiao Tan and told him the situation. Xiao Tan gave him the money and looked at the big parrots in the 2 cages. He quickly asked someone to prepare dried fruits. He knew that birds love to eat dried fruits. Everyone ate first and gave the birds to the villagers. After a good night's sleep, the people of Tong village took the long road back to the village when the sun rose. Hu Feng and the others restocked their supplies. They wanted to make up for the food they ate before. When they came back, they threw a big backpack at the 9th place. Now they made a backpack with canvas and carried it. Xiao Tan had asked someone to make new cages last night. He put them in the car and sent them to Li's village. As for how Dongzhu gave Hu Feng the money, it was up to him. Chapter 729. Quack, 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 quack. Li Yi, who had just finished his lunch, looked at the group of parrots who were shouting at him in a daze. "Brother Yi, they are parrots." Li Qingqi stood beside him and looked at them. "Brother, I know them. They are called big red-breasted parrots. They are about 1 foot tall and they are all adults. They are not easy to teach. Why did they come here?" Li Yi looked at the big parrots who were shouting and asked the same question as Tong Ciyuan. The big red-breasted parrots were too cold to survive. Where did they come from? It was a little warm when it wasn't snowing. It snowed suddenly, so they should have been frozen to death. It happened that the people of Tong village didn't close the door of their hut. Li Qingqi analyzed. The people of Drunken Immortal House had already told him how the big parrots came here. Li Yi grabbed a handful of pine nuts and put them into the cages. He made 12 cages. Judging by the color of the big red-breasted parrot's beaks, he could tell the gender of the cages. There were exactly 18 male and 8 female cages. The 12 cages corresponded to the big cages. The parrots could choose their own cages. One pair after another. Then 7 pairs of parrots stayed in one cage. The other female parrot went into another cage. The male parrot wanted to go into another person's cage, but it was driven out by the big parrot inside. It circled around and finally decided to go into the female's cage. The female parrot also drove it out. So the 16 big parrots occupied 9 cages. The remaining 3 cages were empty. Alas! Li Yi sighed. He estimated that at least 2 parrots had died on the way. Then there was a male and a female. The male parrot was not sad. Maybe it was because the female died early. The other female parrot was sad, so it stayed in the cage by itself. The big parrots began to eat the pine nuts. Li Yi didn't open the pine nuts, so he needed to use pliers to hold them. The big parrots didn't care. They helped to eat with their beaks and claws. If they could find the right place with their beaks, they would bite it directly. If they couldn't find the right place, they would use their claws to hold the pine nuts and adjust the position. Li Yi thought for a while and adjusted the position of the 2 big red-breasted parrots' cages. The 2 cages were placed next to each other, so that the 2 large parrots would be closer to each other when eating. We can't keep them in a cage. We need a big cage and a small nest. We need to seal the surroundings and leave a hole for them to enter and exit. Li Yi had never raised a big red-breasted parrot, nor had he raised any other parrot. But he could check it out. Once he found the information, he would act accordingly. Making a box and a large cage was a small task. Throwing it into the woodworking workshop, it took less than an hour for a cage as big as 2 houses to be made. Inside, there were horizontal bars that rose and fell, as well as vertical grooves and protrusions that looked like rock climbing. The big red-breasted parrot liked to climb things with its claws and beak. When it flew, it was said that it had a low altitude and slow speed. Li Yi took a look and said, "We still have to make small cages. Each small cage will contain a nest, and the small cage will be linked to the big cage. The small cage should also have a hole so that the parrots can get into the big cage. They belong to the same group." Before dinner, the small cage was also made. He put the nest in it, and put the food trough and the water trough in the small cage. There was floor heating under the big cage, and the temperature in the cage was maintained at about 15 or 16 degrees. Okay, that's it. Feed them something delicious. Walnuts, rice, millet, wheat, greenhouse cherries, pine nuts, pears, chestnuts. Li Yi watched the big parrots in the cage get used to their new home and go to the canteen for dinner. Li Qingqi turned his head to look at the parrots as he walked, and asked, "Can they be released after eating something good? If they are not trained by humans, they need a bigger place. There are cages outside, and fishing nets are also okay. Then let them go out and fly. Because it's cold outside, they will come back after a while." Once they got used to it, he would release a female or male into the wild and let them fly as they pleased. It's cold and the other half is at home, so the one that flies out alone will come back. If it happens too many times, let them both out. Li Yi didn't care about the cost of a large cage. Now the big ones were not easy to teach, and there would be smaller ones in the future. Li Qingqi understood. When they are released in winter, they will be used to having a home in spring. The main thing is that the food at home is delicious, so we can open the cage and let them fly freely. In fact, it doesn't matter if they fly away. The big ones will fly away, and the small ones will stay. They will breed by next spring. It's cold outside, and the nest is warm, so they will lay eggs and then hatch. When the little birds come out, they can't leave even if they want to. Li Yi had a plan. The big ones had the ability to survive in the wild, so they could fly away if they wanted to. The small ones grew up in one place. If they wanted to migrate, they had to make sure that the food in other places was more suitable. Raising them in batches, there would always be some that could stay. Even if they flew away for a long time, maybe they would remember another place where they could eat pine nuts and come back. Li Qingqi said longingly, in the future, a large group of beautiful parrots will fly around in the sky. It's beautiful to look at. Pigeons are the easiest to raise. Put them outside and everyone can feed them with breadcrumbs. It will be harmonious. Li Yi had fed pigeons in many plazas, and he had also fed seagulls in places in Oceania where there were currently no people. He liked that feeling, but it was more tiring to clean up feces. For dinner, the two of them ate dumplings, drank a bunch of white wine, and 2 side dishes. The palace maids and eunuchs ate the hot pot with a layer of red oil. After eating, they couldn't bear to throw away the red oil and continued to use it. Li Yi had no choice. Saliva oil was not good, but with the current conditions, the villagers wouldn't accept throwing away so much oil and seasonings after a meal. After eating the soup of the hot pot, the villagers would use it to add noodles, and rice noodles, and then eat it all together with the soup. This year's winter is much better than last year. I don't know about other places, but the people in the capital office are buying more things. Li Qingqi had the E-Alliance and the Workers' Alliance, and it was directly reflected in the orders. In winter, the E-Alliance sold a lot of clothes, and the Workers' Alliance took the orders and went to work. They changed the furniture, fixed the chimney, and made jewelry. If they didn't have money, they wouldn't have such a large quantity. The people rushed to add things for themselves and their homes before the new year. The faster the circulation of goods, the richer the people are. Otherwise, many things can't be sold and will rot. Those who need it will buy at a high price, but they can't afford it. As Li Yi spoke, he recalled his situation at that time. In the past, everyone was poor. Later, the country worked hard to build roads and all kinds of roads. Then, suddenly, logistics companies came out, followed by online sales platforms. They could buy anything they wanted. They changed the sales model and forced the shops to transform. Some shops became inventory and sales points for online goods, and some were upgraded. Now, they still needed it, even if there was no internet. Merchants would know what goods to ship in and out. Li Qingqi didn't know about the internet, but he felt the benefits of road building. This winter, we will ship frozen seafood from Dengzhou. There will probably be merchants who want to learn from us. If they want to learn, they have to organize people to fish. The local fishermen have a better life. We are all naval forces, so we can only use the locals when processing. Li Yi didn't care if others learned from him. The road from Dengzhou to Luoyang had to be properly built. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please return to Qidian to subscribe. Thank you. The farmers bowed. Chapter 730. On the morning of October 5th, Chang'an was filled with smoke. People in Chang'an didn't cook. They were used to eating out and eating cold food. The smoke was more for warmth. Without a coal stove, many people couldn't afford a charcoal brazier. There was no kong or bed in the house, only a mat on the floor. The better ones had a couch or a long stool, which people could lie down and sleep on. It was similar to a bed. Therefore, it was normal to wake up in the morning and find someone frozen to death in the winter. Now, coal was cheap and people knew how to make kong. They could light a fire before going to bed at night to heat up the kong. People could lie down and sleep with clothes and cloth. Even if the temperature of the kong dropped gradually at night, they wouldn't freeze to death. In the morning, they lit the fire again and the house was warm. The smoke was so big that people didn't find it difficult to breathe. It didn't matter if the ash fell on the house or the ground. Li Yi had a bowl of meat soup and 2 steamed buns in the morning, then he went to see the big red-breasted parrots. The big parrots lived next to the square. There was no floor heating in other places, so the pigeons were not afraid of the cold. Quack, quack, quack. The parrots were singing. There was nothing in the trough, so they were hungry. Li took the mixed ingredients, opened the door and went in to add food to the trough in the small cages. A group of big red-breasted parrots ran over and looked at Li. When Li just finished adding food to a trough, the other parrots ran away and wanted to eat in other people's homes. The other party was anxious. One of the two parrots blocked the mouth of the cage, and the other ate quickly. After a few bites, they changed. Li added food to the cages one by one. When he added food to the cages of the two single parrots, he added food to the male one first. The female parrots saw this and rushed over from her home as fast as she could. She squeezed the male one and started to eat. Li didn't put food in the female's cage, but began to add water. The parrots ate 2 mouthfuls of food and drank a mouthful of water, looking very satisfied. Give more floor heating and raise the temperature to more than 26 degrees. Li asked the onlookers to tell him where to light the fire. Someone ran away. Li made further arrangements. Use a large wooden basin to fill with warm water. Bring it to me. The water should be 3 inches deep. They should bathe. It was the first time they had seen parrots, and there were so many of them and so many of them. Dongzhu, can parrots repeat? The farmer asked. Them? It's hard to make them talk. They've all grown up, but in theory, they can learn. It's said that they can learn the voices of little girls faster. Li looked for information, but he didn't have the slightest bit of farming experience, so he could only do this. Dongzhu, our Zhuangzi has a lot of little girls. If we let the little girls teach, how are we going to teach them? The villager wanted to hear a parrot imitating his words. They had heard of people raising parrots. According to the church, selling 1 parrot for 10 taels was considered a low price. If he could say a few more words, Bai Yao would be fine too. Everything in Zhuangzi was expensive, but the parrot could not be cheap. It had to be able to talk. Put them in a quiet room. Use your hands to feed them the food that the parrot likes to eat. Repeat a sentence while feeding. Li read according to the information. Let's give it a try. What if it could? The big parrot could. When there were little parrots, the big parrot would teach the little parrot to talk. As he spoke, water was brought in. It was warm water. It was placed in individual cages, and the villager watched. The temperature in the big cage continued to rise, and the parrots felt it. After eating, they looked down at the big basin and began to circle it. They climbed up and down. Finally, a parrot seemed to feel uncomfortable. It jumped to the edge of the basin, threw itself in, and washed inside. Its partner watched it go down and followed. The other parrots went to the homes of the 2 parrots and watched together. After watching for a while, a parrot ran away. It ran back to its home and jumped into the basin. This time, everyone knew that it was time to bathe and went home. When the farmers saw this, they burst into laughter. They found that parrots were as interesting as pandas. They even learned how to bathe. In earthly paradise, Yao Chong was invited to gather with the others. Zhang Shua was not here. Zhang Shua had gone to Hunan to be the governor of Hunan. Yuan Xianyao was not here. He did not have much time to interact with others. He was the governor. Song Jing, Bai Gu, Wei Zhigu, and Lu Huaishan came. The third prime minister, Su Yi, was pulled over by Song Jing and Bai Gu. Yao Chong was not the prime minister anymore. He was directly in the regiment. The first inspection regiment of the Tang dynasty did not have the ability to help others. There were too many restrictions, and it was easy to cheat others. How many of the officials were truly clean? The person who invited them was Song Jing. He was also tough and inflexible. He wanted to gather once, and then everyone would not always interact in private. It was not good for the court. It was arranged a few days ago, and everyone arrived today. Something unexpected happened. Li Yi became addicted to raising birds. Previously, he raised pigeons, and now he raised parrots. Lu Huaishan knew the reason for raising pigeons, but he did not say it. If word got out, Tubo would think of a way to deal with it. The others did not know. They thought that Li Yi had become unambitious. He was content with the status quo and did not want to do anything else. Li Yi should be focused on the development of the Tang dynasty, but now he wants to raise birds. He is losing his ambition. Song Jing began to criticize. He did not care about the relationship between Li Yi and Li Longji. Anyway, he wanted Li Yi to continue doing things according to the previous rules. Before he became the prime minister, he knew that the Ministry of Justice would be tired with too many litigators, but he still supported Li Yi to send people to fight cases for free. Because he felt that it was right. If the Ministry of Justice was tired, so be it. Now that he was the prime minister, he thought that Li Yi should continue to come up with good ideas. The Tang dynasty needed Li Yi. The imperial court also needed him. How could he spend all his time with birds? Xiao Yi should have a plan for raising birds, Lu Huaishan said. If he has a plan, he should let everyone know. He should not be the only one doing it, Song Jing said. He's not even related to you. Why should he tell you? Lu Huaishan had joined the group. He was no longer as stubborn as before. When he was the prime minister, he was suppressed by Yao Chong. Who was he afraid of now? I am the prime minister. Li Yi is an official. He should prioritize national affairs. Song Jing was so tough. You should not be the prime minister. Lu Huaishan refuted Song Jing. If your majesty does not want me to be the prime minister, I will step down. Song Jing did not hesitate. Then you can take down Li Yi's civil and military officials. You are the prime minister. Lu Huaishan said with a smile. Song Jing was speechless. He took a deep breath and looked at Lu Huaishan. He suddenly understood something and said, "No rush. There will be a way." He thought of Lu Huaishan's stubbornness. There was nothing wrong with it. Lu Huaishan was sick a few days ago and went to the Li family Zhuangzi to see him. He was hospitalized for 3 days. If he could be hospitalized at the Li family Zhuangzi, he must be seriously ill. Now that there was nothing else to do, he had to support Li Yi. Let this old man say a few words. Yao Chong sighed at the side and spoke. Chapter 731. The Prime Minister is in charge of the overall situation and prioritizes matters of state. This old man wanted Li Yi to bring out something better, but in the end. After saying that, Yao Chong shook his head and began to eat. Looking at Song Jing now, he thought of his past self. He had once tried to do hundreds of things, but failed in the end. To put it bluntly, if he thought that he could use someone, that person would definitely be used by him. If Zhang said yes, he would be. If it was Song Jing, he would still be the one. Perhaps His Majesty hoped that the Prime Minister would be more forceful so that it would be easier to handle matters. However, Li Yi wasn't made of clay. He could deal with him from afar, but if he really went up to him, Li Yi also had a temper. Raising birds is always wrong. Song Jing understood the meaning behind Yao Chong's words. It's winter, and there are fewer things that the people can do. Other than cutting ice and planting greenhouses, there are only the jobs that the Li family Zhuangzi arranged for them. Wei Zhigu changed the topic and talked about the work of the people. The work that the Li family Zhuangzi had arranged for them to spin cotton, weave cloth, and plant sorghum stalks had never stopped. Based on the amount of cotton and sorghum stalks, they would probably have to work until next year. This meant that the Li family Zhuangzi was still helping them. Song Jing should stop and focus on other things. That's how it should be. Song Jing was somewhat helpless. He could see that the people he had called today, other than Su Yi, were all on Li Yi's side. He felt that since he had met Li Yi and had a good conversation with him, he had a responsibility to help Li Yi improve. What was the use of raising pigeons and parrots? If he needed to write medical books, he should write medical books. If he needed to bring out good things, he should bring out good things. Lu Huaishan didn't argue. In any case, he understood and supported Li Yi's decision to raise carrier pigeons. As for parrots, didn't the parrots say that they had been caught by the hunter who had helped capture the chitons? If he gave it to Li Yi, how could Li Yi reject it? I wonder if it's snowing in Tubo. This year, our Tang dynasty did not agree to Tubo's request for peace. Tubo will probably take some action. Su Yi changed the topic. As prime minister, he was just like Lu Huaishan, doing the details. More than 20,000 people of the Tang dynasty were exchanged, and several hundred Tubo captives were not sent back because they could not gather enough people of the Tang dynasty. Now that Bai Gu was the prime minister, he wasn't always thinking about money. He affirmed the battle in Songzhou. They had killed many enemies and captured many prisoners. The commoners who had been captured by Tubo returned. Of course, there were also those who did not return. Tubo was also divided into tribes. Some tribes did not have anyone captured by the Tang dynasty as captives, so they did not exchange their captives for the people of the Tang dynasty. There were also some tribes with large forces that had captured many captives. They exchanged things with the tribes that had people of the Tang dynasty. The captives that were not exchanged meant that the forces they belonged to could not get the people of the Tang dynasty. Since the two prime ministers were talking about Tubo, Song Jing had to give them face and also talk about it. Tubo will probably fight again in the spring. At least they will snatch some food. This was what Song Jing was thinking about. Tubo lacked people who could farm, and a group of people who fought in wars did not know how to farm. Tubo people who could farm would have enough food to eat. If Tubo did not attack the Tang dynasty before they gathered their forces, they would not have the chance to do so again. We have to talk to Li Yi about this. Lu Huaishan felt that it was reasonable. He thought of Li Yi and told Li Yi. Song Jing was speechless. He felt that something was wrong. He wanted to ask Li Yi to do something, but a group of people opposed it. If he said something, he would have to tell Li Yi. Who was the prime minister? Did he have to report to Li Yi? Li Yi, who was the center of the topic, did not spend much time with the big red-breasted parrot. He had something to do. The workshop had made the propeller he designed. The propeller was 2 feet in diameter. If it was powered by gasoline or diesel, it would be big. However, Zhuangzi did not have such equipment, so it could only be powered by manual labor. It was connected to the transmission equipment, placed at the back of the boat and stepped on, the propeller would rotate. The bearings were not good, but they could make do with it. A wooden boat could also rotate, just like an iron one. The disadvantage was that the steering depended on the rudder, not the propeller. The transmission system of the propeller was fixed, so the rudder should be the front rudder. Or the propeller could be placed at the bottom of the boat, with the rudder at the back. Or the rudder could be placed in the middle. Anyway, the propeller could not rotate. There is water in the Ba River. Make a wooden boat before it freezes. Put the propeller on it and see if it works well. We can adjust it fully. Li Yi acknowledged the craftsman's skills. The rest was practice. The craftsmen found and made the traditional equipment, and the carpenters also built the boat. The wooden boat could accommodate 8 people, with a load of 15 stones. 4 people were responsible for stepping on it together. Now they only needed to assemble it. If it was faster than a boat, the carrying capacity of the water network would be greatly improved next year. Coming out of the workshop, Li Yi sighed. We need rubber to make the sealing system. Then we can make diesel engines. Single-cylinder ones will do. Very small ones. Gasoline ones will do. Li Yi thought of a kind of car. 2 wheels could be pushed by hand. 1 wheel could be added, and 1 could be pedaled, like a bicycle. But for a while, someone put a very small diesel and gasoline cylinder on the car. So it became a 3-wheeled car with a small diesel and gasoline engine that smoked when it turned. Don't look down on this kind of car. It was quite fast. If there was rubber, it could be made. The chain of a bicycle required a bit of effort. Although the structure of the chain was simple, it required a lot of metal. Should I ask them to cast some chains first and see if it is useful? I don't need tires for the bicycle. I can ride it directly. I believe it will be fine if it is bumpy. Li Yi did not want to copy books today. He mumbled and ran back to his study room to design a bicycle. A real bicycle. Try to simplify the parts. Do not need the brakes. Make the axle. There are 2 wheels and front and rear gears. The front gear should be bigger, and the rear gear should be smaller. The diameter and teeth also need to be designed. If not, it will not be able to lock the front and back. Do not use bearings for the handlebars. Use sleeves. It will be more flexible when riding. Li Yi continued to draw until night fell. When he was done with the design, he took a stack of drawings and walked out. Ah! Old Bai, is the government affairs hall not busy? When Li Yi walked out of the courtyard, he saw the girl standing at the door, being blown by the cold wind. Not as busy as you. You didn't even notice when I went in. Draw, calculate. I didn't want to disturb you, so I came out. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi, and then looked at the stack of papers. Li Yi thought for a moment. He did not have any impression. He smiled. I've designed a bicycle with iron chains. It may not be able to operate as expected. But the technology can only be improved if it is made first. Good. Craftsmen of the Tang dynasty should have the same beliefs. I support you. Will it be a luxury item after it is made? The kind that can be sold at a high price? Bai Gu changed the topic. Money. He was the prime minister, but he was still the minister of revenue. Yes. Only those who have bought kerosene lamps and thermos bottles will be eligible to buy it. Li Yi was not sure, but the old man was waiting outside. He had to make him happy. Chapter 732. Xiao Yi, Guangping said, Li Yi sent the blueprints to the workshop. While eating prawn casserole with Bai Gu told him what Song Jing had said. Song Jing had invited everyone to a gathering to tell them not to meet privately in the future, but he didn't say it out loud until they finished eating. Song Jing realized that it was better to gather once in a while so that everyone could come up with ideas. Especially after seeing Lu Huaishan's toughness, he felt that his old self had returned. Without Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan was very powerful and had no problem taking on the role of a leader. That makes sense. Military affairs serve politics, and strategy is more important than tactics. Tubo has capable people. The more you think that he can't fight, the more he wants to fight. Li Yi believed that Song Jing's words were possible. How should we deal with it? Bai Gu was here to ask for a plan. He was very pleased to find that Li Yi was not like what Song Jing had said, who had lost his will to play. At least if the new thing was successful, the Ministry of Revenue would be able to collect more taxes. How could he not be happy? Send things. Zhuangzi has a large reserve of hot air balloons, diesel, and gasoline. Send them over. What's the point of always leaving them in Zhuangzi? Li Yi didn't think it was difficult. If there was a war, they would send support weapons. Bai Gu ate the mushrooms in the prawn casserole, chewed, and swallowed. Send the military coats together. How many compressed biscuits does Zhuangzi have? The Ministry of Revenue will buy them. Sky monkeys, explosive packs, and I've also developed a hand grenade. It needs to be ignited and thrown with manpower. It can be thrown about 150 feet away. Li Yi still had to send gunpowder products to the front line. Zhuangzi was still producing them, so it was time to use them. Compressed biscuits. Bai Gu mentioned again. Compressed biscuits were the soldiers' favorite food. 3 coins for 1. I can take out 200,000 yuan. Li Yi gave the price and quantity. The cost of 1 compressed biscuit in Zhuangzi was 2 yuan. In the early stages of Kaiyuan, due to political instability, the price of 1 bucket of rice rose to 300 coins, and then gradually decreased. By the autumn of this year, it would be 20 qian per dough of rice. Although it was not as much as 10 yen per dough of rice during Jingguan's time, it was not much worse. I'll take all of it. Bai Gu understood. Li Yi didn't want to make money. It was only 600,000 renminbi, 600 renminbi. Bai Gu chose to forget that he had once suggested to stop the promotion of officials. That meant that he had to spend money to buy an official position. How much does an official cost? 30. 600 taels was enough to buy 20 officials. It was not a small amount of money. Okay, I'll get a team to transport it out tomorrow. We'll spend the new year at the border. A military coat can solve many problems. Li Yi wished he could directly send all the good things in Zhuangzi to the border. The soldiers there were fighting with their lives on the line. Dongzhu, there are two people outside. They are Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong from the Shu Di Salt gang. Song De came over at this time. Ask them what's the matter first, so I can consider who to look for. Li Yi didn't go to see them directly. He accompanied Bai Gu to eat. I've already said that they came here when the Yellow River was still navigable. They haven't come to see us since they sold half of their salt. However, because they brought other goods, the Ministry of Revenue was easy to deal with. They only collected 1/30th tax, but in the end. Song De stopped here and glanced at Bai Gu. In the end what? Bai Gu asked. In the end, the situation is different now. The Ministry of Revenue is powerful. They want to collect 1/10th tax because they have other fur and medicinal herbs that are of high value. Song De chose the words and said it. Old Bai, you're the Prime Minister. The Ministry of Revenue is awesome. Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed heartlessly. Invite them in. Bai Gu didn't have the slightest intention of laughing. He knew about the Shu Di Salt gang. Li Yi wrote a letter and the exchange voucher, and the other party immediately organized people to collect goods. When the express arrived, the goods followed closely behind. It was so fast. The Shu Di Salt gang had contributed to the fight against the Southwest barbarians. In the end, they were bullied in Chang'an. If they did this, would it be useful to write a letter and send it at the critical moment? Song De ran to invite them. The palace maids and eunuchs stopped eating and stood up to welcome them. Bai Gu and Li Yi also stood up. The two who came represented the Shu Di Salt gang. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong came. When they saw Li Yi, the two showed an embarrassed look. Li Dongzhu, sorry to disturb you. The tax is too heavy. Yang Huanjin didn't say a word and cupped his fist. Brother Yang, Brother Huang, don't be so polite. Let me introduce you. Old Bai, this is Yang Huanjin, and this is Huang Xianrong. Li Yi returned the greeting and introduced the two of them. He said to the two of them, it's troublesome for you to find me. Go to Old Bai. Old Bai is now the Minister of Revenue and the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong, Brother Yang, Brother Huang, greet me. Otherwise, Old Bai will be angry. Xiao Yi, don't tease me. Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi. He looked at the two of them and said, prepare the tax receipt. Shu Di Salt gang, tax exempt. The previous tax will be refunded. Thank you, Minister. Yang Huanjin reacted and bowed to the ground. Huang Xianrong followed suit. He was very excited. The two of them knew that Li Yi was powerful, but they didn't want to trouble Li Yi. They really had no choice but to come to him. In the end, Li Yi was having a meal with the head of the Ministry of Revenue who made things difficult for them. From the way he addressed him, it was Old Bai. The two of them found other connections. Not to mention the Minister of Revenue, they didn't even see the Assistant Minister. The other party just wanted money. When they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, they were having a meal with the Prime Minister. In a word, the previous tax will be refunded. Song De, bring 2 more big shrimp casseroles. Let Brother Yang and Huang eat together. They're not outsiders. Li Yi said to Song De and invited the two to sit down. The palace maid Tao Hong went to get wine. The two of them were very reserved. The Prime Minister. I'll deal with them later. Bai Gu was still angry. They could ask for money, but they couldn't cheat people. They even cheated the Shu Di Salt gang. It was despicable. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong looked at each other. They wanted to plead but found that they didn't have the right. Brother Yang, Brother Huang, come over now. You can't go back for the new year. You can stay in Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is very lively. I'll arrange a courtyard. The others can go to the front building and light their own stoves. When they were waiting for the casseroles, Li Yi invited them. In fact, he was helping them make the decision. The Shu Di Salt gang really did work. The transportation and other things were paid by them. Yes, stay in Zhuangzi. With Xiao Yi, no one will dare to bully you. Bai Gu added. The two of them found that they couldn't refuse. They really needed a safe place to rest. This was only once a year. Sometimes it was twice in 3 years. Small quantities of salt could be transported by road. If there were more, the cost would increase too much. 2 casseroles were brought up with chili oil on top. Try it. I'm sure you'll be surprised. Li gestured to the two of them to take a bite. Yang Huanjin first picked up a bean and put it in his mouth. His eyes widened. He ate the bean and picked up a small spoon to scoop half of the soup. He blew it into his mouth and showed a comfortable expression. Sure enough, spicy food is innate in Shu Di. The other spicy food you've eaten before isn't as good as this, right? Li Yi was happy. Huang Xianrong did the same. He found that the spiciness of this casserole was special and satisfying. Bai Gu looked at his casserole. There was no chili oil in it. He shook his head. It's not good to eat too much spicy food. Chapter 733. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong stared at the soup and did not eat the dishes at all. Li Dongzhu, give us more soup. Yang Huanjin did not stand on ceremony. He finished the soup and asked for more soup. Okay. Huang Xianrong said as he swallowed a mouthful of soup. Can the two of you still eat anything else? Li Yi expressed his admiration. The palace maid Chui Lu had already stood up and returned with a tray. A ladle was placed on top of the tray. It was filled with chili oil. Li Dongzhu, this is better than Sichuan pepper, dogwood, ginger, and mustard. Huang Xianrong, who had eaten chili for the first time, gave it a high evaluation. There are a few varieties of Sichuan pepper in it. The mustard zhuangzi that you sent was also made into pickled vegetables. Li Yi mentioned that he wanted to keep it a secret. He did not want to tell the people of Shu that he made the pickled vegetables. Now that he had decided to announce it, the people of Shu could do it if they wanted. He did not want to earn money from this secret recipe. Yang Huanjin thought of another situation. Li Dongzhu, what is it called? Is it for sale? Chili, for sale. 1 tael for 1 bushel, 15 bushels for 1 caddy. I will give you 20 caddies for a discount of 1 bushel. Li Yi had already thought of the price. 1 tael for 40 grams, he would sell it for 1,000 yuan. Bai Gu frowned. Cheap. Your tea eggs were sold for 500 yuan each. Food was also expensive at that time, 300 yuan per bushel. Later on, the food prices were low, so I stopped selling. I even announced the recipe for soy sauce. Li Yi emphasized the change in prices, not because he was unscrupulous. At least 2 bushels for 1 tael. Xiao Yi, listen to me. Bai Gu raised the price. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were speechless. They looked at each other and realized that the officials of the Ministry of Revenue were all learning from the Minister of Finance. Old Bai, are you waiting to collect 80% tax from me? Li Yi turned to look at Bai Gu. Luxury goods are 80% tax. Bai Gu looked serious. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong looked at each other again. God, 80% tax? The Ministry of Revenue was charging him 1/10 of the taxes, which didn't seem like much. What was the relationship between Li Dongzhu and the Prime Minister? One of them called the other Old Bai, while the other called the other Xiao Yi. They ate together. For the sake of Li Yi, the Prime Minister was easy to talk to. Why did the old man want to collect 80% of the young man's tax in the blink of an eye? Fine, 80%. I want a tax refund. I want to check the cost of the property. The money and things donated must be deducted. When Li Yi made a request, he couldn't directly say that he wanted to collect 80% tax from the chili powder. Chili noodles are one of Zhuangzi's products. My Zhuangzi's production costs are high, but other places are losing money. What cost? Bai Gu seemed a little nervous. Old Bai, look. The research and development costs of the blowtorch, the assembling costs of the hot air balloon, the research and development costs of the new smelting furnace, the manufacturing costs, the labor costs of the farmers, the cost of buying land, the cost of the free soup. Li Yi blabbered on and on about all kinds of costs. When people heard it, Zhuangzi was losing money. The profits from selling other things were not enough to cover the whole. The more things Zhuangzi sold, the more losses they suffered. They were about to collapse. How can it be calculated like this? Bai Gu asked. This was the first time he encountered the problem of cost accounting. Why not? My Zhuangzi has military research and development and production. The imperial court didn't give me a single cent. Look, I'll calculate for you. Don't calculate. This old man doesn't want to listen. If I listen, I'll lose your money. Bai Gu stopped him. Yang Huanjin and Xiao Yi didn't even bother to drink the soup. They were stunned. At the same time, they wondered if they could use the same method to avoid taxes. There was no need to this time. They had already agreed to a refund. But what about in the future? It's sold for 1 liter. This year, we planted a lot of chili in the greenhouse. It's difficult to expect the capital to digest it. It's a luxury accessory, but it's too expensive. Merchants in other places are worried that they can't sell it, so they don't buy it. I want to save some money. Don't 80%, 50%. If it's not enough, I won't sell it. I'll think of other ways to make money. Li Yi determined the price after analyzing the market saturation and the high-end consumption level of other places. Okay, 50% it is. Bai Gu thought about it and agreed. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were at a loss. So they could bargain when collecting taxes. Li Dongzhu, do you still have the soup? Huang Xianrong thought of something and asked while pointing at the chili oil in the casserole. Yes, but you two drink more. I'll ask someone to send some chili oil to my brothers. There's no need for soup. Li Yi was about to say that the two of them were full from the soup when he suddenly realized that there were more than 2 people on the other side. They're in an lane, next to the East Market. If they can eat chili at night, it's probably a dream. Yang Huanjin told him the address. An lane was under the East Market. There was a temple inside and no other government offices. A small amount of goods would be placed in an lane. If there were more goods, they would rent warehouses at the docks outside the city. The Salt Gang had a lot of goods and a lot of people. Okay, send it over. Tomorrow, let the brothers live in the building in front. When they reach Chang'an, they'll be home. There's no need to spend money on accommodation. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, Qing Song ran out. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong found that the palace maids and eunuchs were too clever. Brother Yang, Brother Huang, make a list and advertise it in the newspaper, Li Yi said. The transportation fee in Shu County was paid by the Salt Gang. Not to mention the cost, just by looking at the speed, one could tell how much effort the Salt Gang had put in. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The two of them thanked him together. They knew about the advertisements, but they were too embarrassed to ask Zhuangzi to do it. It felt like asking Zhuangzi to do it for free. Are there more salt wells over there? Bai Gu remembered that the emperor and Li Yi had cooperated to drill wells. replying to the Prime Minister. Yang Huanjin replied, yes, there are many new brine wells and gas wells. We'll also look for gas wells to help boil salt. Huang Xianrong lowered his voice, I heard that behind those good places are, as he spoke, he pointed upwards. Li Yi nodded, yes, it's the Emperor's. I still have half of the shares. Have you learned how to drill wells? Ah! The two of them exclaimed in unison. The Emperor's business, Li Dongzhu had half of the shares. This was not a question of how much shares he had, the question was how to get a share. After recovering from his shock, Yang Huanjin sighed, AI. Although we've drilled, it takes a lot of time and money to drill a well. I'm afraid that we won't be able to produce any more brine. Li Yi nodded. Yes, a well can make a family, but a well can also ruin a wealthy businessman. It's just that he had no choice. If you don't have enough capital, it's best not to gamble. You still have to drill. You have a lot of money. If you drill a few wells at the same time, the chances of success will be higher. Li Yi knew that the other party had money, so he persuaded them. Li Dongzhu, we're drilling. We've already drilled a brine well, Yang Huanjin said happily. They just had to drill 6 wells at the same time. If one well produced brine, they would earn back the money for the other 5 wells. If they continued to drill for the wells that had not produced any brine, they would not have to worry about it anymore if a gas well appeared. The Emperor's wells have to be paid to the local government. You use the technology, so you have to take the money, Bai Gu suddenly interrupted. Chapter 734. After the meal, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were arranged to stay in a small courtyard. Bai Gu had his own courtyard, so he didn't go back today. He went home. It was farther from home to Xingqing Palace than from Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace tomorrow morning. He lived in Huaizhen Lane, which was about 16 miles away from Xingqing Palace. It was about 8 miles from Li family Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace, including the bridge and the oblique road. Bai Gu wanted to move to Li family Zhuangzi if he didn't know His Majesty didn't allow it. Besides, he didn't want to trouble his family to make breakfast for him. He needed to get up early and eat outside. Or he would eat in the car if he met someone who was carrying a load or pushing a cart. How could the food sold outside compare with the food in Li family Zhuangzi's canteen? Bai Gu came with the memorials and read them in the study. He sorted out what he needed to show to Li Longji and wrote down his own opinions. He didn't finish his work until it was almost midnight. He cleaned up and went to the bathroom. There was a pipe in the courtyard that connected to the bathtub on Zhuangzi. Then there was a shower. There was no bathtub. He was afraid that he couldn't save someone in the bathtub. He adjusted the hot and cold water, washed himself, wiped himself with a bath towel, went back to the bedroom, changed into pajamas, and lay on the bed. What a fairy-like life. Bai Gu murmured and fell asleep. On October 6th, it snowed lightly again, but the wind was not strong. The Salt Gang members moved their luggage out of any lane and into the residential building. There was a flue and a honeycomb coal stove in the residential building. There was no place to cook, toilet, or bathroom. After the stove was lit and the flue was connected, the temperature in the room could be maintained at 16 or 17 degrees Celsius. For people from Shu County, this temperature was good. It was warmer than in Izhou. Winter in Izhou was not very cold. The temperature in the room was higher than outside. It was usually 6 or 7 degrees Celsius to 10 degrees Celsius. It was relatively humid. There was no charcoal brazier. Everyone lived in this temperature all year round. Chang'an was actually the same as other places in the Tang dynasty. The common people could survive, while the rich people had copper hand stoves and charcoal braziers. When the members of the Salt clan lived in any lane, they had heated Kong beds and the temperature was high. But they had to spend money to buy coal. She moved to the building in front of the Li family Zhuangzi. It was free of charge, including food. Most importantly, give me a bowl, I'll have some. Don't fight with me, hiss ha. Spicy, awesome. It feels good to sweat all over. After moving over, they ate in the settlement. There were many shops in the settlement, as well as a large canteen. They ate steamed buns and drank cucumber and egg soup. There was little salt in the steamed buns, so they dipped them in soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil. Now they were fighting for the bowls of chili oil, putting it in the dishes, and also in the soup. It was clearly a light cucumber and egg soup with a layer of chili oil. They had already finished their meal when the food was delivered to them last night. He only tasted it, but today, he didn't hold back. As he shouted that it was spicy, he ate with all his might, sweating profusely. She poured the cucumber soup into the empty bowl and drank it clean. This was what they liked the most. In fact, they were not the only ones who liked it. The people in the north liked it, and some people in the south liked it. As for the people in Dongting Lake, needless to say, they liked it. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong ate with their brothers. The taxes we paid will be refunded. Brothers, don't worry. Yang Huanjin was the leader of the Salt clan. He said loudly to the other leaders of the Salt clan. Boss Yang, what do you mean? Refunded? Did Li Dongzhu help us? A salt merchant asked curiously. You can't imagine who Li Dongzhu is eating with. It's Minister Bai, the minister in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Yang Huanjin looked around and gave the answer. Oh. Everyone was surprised. Huang Xianrong said, Brothers, we helped the soldiers of the Tang dynasty deliver things. Bai Zaifu said that it was a great merit, so we can't take the taxes from the Salt clan of Shu. Oh. Everyone was excited. The imperial court was still thinking about them. It was worth it to put in so much effort. I've already given the list of goods to Li Dongzhu. There will be an advertisement in the newspaper tomorrow. Brothers, when you live in Chang'an, you will have chili oil every day. Yang Huanjin said 2 more pieces of good news. Oh. Everyone was happy. Chili oil. What a good day. After 3 OS, someone came from outside. Is the salt merchant of Shu here? The person who walked in front of the group asked with a smile. Yes, you are, from the Chengyi Alliance. And the Chengyi Alliance and the Rongyi Alliance? A salt merchant asked. Just as he was about to ask about the other party's identity, he recognized the other party from his clothes. He was from the Yi Alliance. The 3 Yi alliances in Chang'an were all here. Yes, I'm here to take your measurements so that we can make thin cotton-padded clothes. At the same time, I'll compare the sizes and give you military coats. The people from the Chengyi Alliance nodded with a smile and said the purpose of their visit. We didn't order any clothes. The salt merchant was puzzled. Our Yi Alliance only knows about your identities. You are helping to transport military supplies in Shu, so we can live a stable life in Chang'an. We will discuss with the imperial court and buy cotton, cotton cloth, and military coats. We will give you a set. The people from the Chengyi Alliance explained that it was because they had helped the army before. The people from the Salt clan were embarrassed. They had helped them once because of Li Dongzhu. Why did everyone come to give them benefits? Don't eat first. Come and let us take your measurements. We will take this favor from the Salt clan. When the war starts again, we will send the supplies to the soldiers at the front line. Yang Huanjin yelled. Okay. The others agreed. Brother Yi, you are playing the 1,000 gold market. In the future, if the merchants from other places encounter the same situation, they will naturally help. Li Chengqi and the Yi Alliance came. He followed them. Shouldn't we get benefits for contributing to the Tang dynasty? Li Yi did not deny. But in this way, the people from the Salt clan might bring weapons to escort the provisions and fight with the enemy. Li Chengqi was worried about this. The Salt clan of Shu was righteous. They would fight if they got benefits. Li Yi nodded, that's about right. If they need me to fight, I will fight too. Will the soldiers at the front line not fight? If the Salt clan fights, they will get more benefits. Big brother, do you think that the Salt clan only knows how to cook salt and not kill people? Li Qingqi smiled. Yes, everyone was fighting with their lives. Moreover, the Salt clan was very good at fighting. Bai Gu did well. He took the initiative to waive the tax. Li Qingqi praised Bai Gu. Bai Gu was a money grubber. It was not easy for him to take the initiative to ask for a tax refund. How can old Bai not understand this? Shu has always been providing provisions. If the Salt clan is disappointed today, who will be willing to help tomorrow? Li Yi said with a smile. He actually knew that old Bai was trying to support him. When he sent a letter, the Salt clan tried their best to help. The Salt clan went to Chang'an and asked for help. How much face he had depended on the result. The result was good. He directly exempted the tax and returned the goods. Therefore, he had to repay this favor. He had to repay it with old Bai. This old man, thinking of this, Li Yi laughed. Li Qingqi seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What good things do you have to pay the tax?" "There are several. I don't know which one he will be satisfied with." Li Yi shook his head. Chapter 735. Hello. 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 A pair of red-breasted parrots were moved to a separate room. The cage was moved in. It was a big cage with a nest inside. A 5-year-old girl on Zhuangzi was holding a box in one hand and mixed feed in the other. She put the mixed feed into the food trough next to the cage. She said hello every time she put a little bit of food in the trough. The two red-breasted parrots hid behind the pole and looked at her, but they were not hungry. The little girl put a few grains of millet in the trough and stood there and continued to say hello. The male parrot was probably too hungry, or maybe he had something to do first, so he went over and ate a grain of millet from the trough. Then he ate another one, no more. The little girl put a total of 5 grains of millet in the trough. The male parrot touched its beak in the trough again, tilted its head and looked with one eye. It was sure that there were no more grains. It raised its head and turned its head slightly to look at the box in the little girl's hand. The female parrot jumped over and looked at the trough first. Then she went in and looked at the little girl and the box with the male parrot. The little girl pinched 2 grains of millet and put them in the trough. When she put the millet, the 2 big parrots moved their heads back. When she finished, the parrots were not in a hurry to eat, but continued to look at her. Hello, hello. The little girl stood still and still repeated her words. The male parrot waited for a while and put his beak into the trough again. As soon as he ate one, the other one was snatched by the female parrot. The 2 parrots looked around and found that there were no more grains. They touched each other's heads and leaned against each other. Hello. The little girl put something in the trough. After a quarter of an hour, the red-breasted parrots did not hide anymore. They ate whatever the little girl put in the trough. The little girl put a pine nut. The male parrot ate it and the female parrot snatched it. The male parrot moved aside and did not stop eating. The male parrot bit the shell and broke the pine nut into 2 pieces. The female parrot quickly ate the fallen one. The little girl was very patient. She fed the parrots slowly and kept saying hello. After another quarter of an hour, the little girl pinched the pine nut with her fingers and the red-breasted parrot would eat it. The other parrots enjoyed the same treatment. The 8 little girls were responsible for feeding and talking to them. Li Yi went into the rooms one by one. All the parrots would eat from the little girl's hands. Li Qingqi looked at it as well. It's much simpler than eagle training. The eagle trainers will also follow suit. Only those who don't have the means to raise an eagle. Those who do have the means to raise it slowly. After a long time, the eagle will naturally become close to you. The most difficult thing is to raise the sparrows caught in the wild. You have to raise them until they can fly in the wild and come back to you with a whistle. Li Yi didn't think that there was anything amazing about the way to cook an eagle. It was a quick method. The eagle needed to be raised slowly and needed to eat meat. It was cooked quickly, and the eagle could help catch wild animals. The rich kids only wanted to experience the thrill of the eagle's submission. Sparrows were different. They had big tempers and their wild nature was hard to change. Only when a sparrow was raised to the point where it could fly back to its nest would it show its ability. Li had never raised one before, but he had fed the parrots raised by his friend. It took Li 2 days to directly receive food from people like now. He fed the parrots sunflower seeds. The little girl was amazing. She fed wild parrots to this extent in half an hour. Li couldn't do it. You can raise sparrows. Didn't you say that they have big tempers and would rather starve to death than eat? Li Chingchi felt that he had heard something amazing. Li nodded. Yes, that's why those who can fly back to their nest are all experts. It's not difficult to let sparrows fall into your hands and eat, but it's difficult to be obedient. Brother Yi, can you make the sparrows not afraid of people? Li Chingchi suddenly thought of an idea. Brother, if I make the sparrows not afraid of people, people will scold me. Li shook his head and refused such a bad idea. How? Tell me. Li Chingchi's foppish character was revealed. Thinking about it, he could do things that others couldn't. Wasn't he amazing? Hey, feed them with food. It's winter now, and it's not easy for the sparrows to find food. You can process a group of wooden boxes into bird nests. Put the boxes around the square and then clean the square. Sprinkle food on the square every day. Tell others not to chase and catch the sparrows. After a long time, the sparrows will not be afraid of people. Li Yi's idea was that simple. Forget it. Li Chingchi also refused. What would others think if they knew that he was sprinkling food to feed the sparrows? Then he thought of a problem. If you let them go in the future, won't you be sprinkling food? Pigeons are different. Pigeons will return to their cages. When people call them, they will return to their nests. Unless the sparrows can reach that level. Li waved his hand. Pigeons and sparrows can't be compared together. What's the difference? Li Chingchi didn't understand for a moment. If the pigeons are obedient, others will know that the pigeons are yours. If you feed the pigeons, it's because you're rich. If others think that the sparrows are not yours, if you feed them food, others will say that you're a wastrel. When you can command a group of sparrows to fly around, others will think of you as an immortal. What Li Yi said was a truth. People's point of view could change when it came to the same thing. Then I won't raise sparrows. Li Chingchi thought for a moment and decided not to be an immortal. Spicy. It's too spicy. Do you have any more? In heavenly earth, some people became immortals because of the spiciness. On the second floor, there was a buffet with water and boats. Each customer was given a small plate of pepper oil and chili oil dipping sauce. The waitress told them in advance that it was spicy. The result was indeed spicy. More importantly, it was numbing. The customers who ate the mixture of pepper oil and chili oil for the first time felt that they were floating. The problem was that the more they ate, the more they wanted to eat. They couldn't stop at all. I'm sorry. Only one serving is free. The waitress looked apologetic. Yes, I'll pay for it. Those who could eat on the second floor had to pay at least 100 renminbi for membership, 100 renminbi per plate. The waitress quoted 100 renminbi. Is it more expensive than the previous soy sauce? The customer compared and found it outrageous. Yes. The waitress admitted. In heavenly earth, they also spent money to buy chili powder and then made it into chili oil. A handful of chili powder could be made into dozens of plates of chili oil and provided to the customers. The part with chili powder could be sold again. Give me one plate. The customer smacked his lips and accepted the offer. The third floor was the same as the second floor. A small plate of chili powder was given for free. It was 200 renminbi per plate, twice as expensive. Customers were allowed to take it away. The news that there was a particularly spicy chili oil in heavenly earth spread out before the evening arrived. Other restaurants sent people to inquire about it one after another. Under the publicity of some intentional people, everyone knew that the chili powder was sold in Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, they also knew the price. A handful of chili powder was 15 grams per kilo. In the drunken immortal house of Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian picked up a cucumber, dipped it in chili sauce and ate it while talking to the 4 assistants about the past. "Everybody, do you see it? I found it the year before last. I thought it was a little poisonous, so I put some in the free soup." While speaking, Zhang Sun Xian looked calm as if she were talking about other people's affairs. The 4 assistants showed an expression of understanding and sighed at the same time. Chapter 736. Inspector Zhang Sun, according to this, ordinary people will have diarrhea after eating chili? Luo Aoqing thought of an important thing when he was sad for Zhang Sun Xian. The people drank the chili on an empty stomach. Of course, some had diarrhea, and some were fine. "You ate it with me for so long, and you didn't have any problems." Zhang Sun Xian now understood. The only thing that made him feel better was that he could eat chili sauce for free. He had been eating it for more than a year. Today, the Li family Zhuangzi finally started to sell it, which made him feel emotional. Then he thought of the price. 1 picket, 1 tael. If I make a fortune. Luo Aoqing followed. I don't know how to grow it. If it's not good, I can't make money. If it's good, I can't make money. If it's good, I can't make money. I don't have the luck to keep it a secret and make a lot of money. Zhang Sun Xian shook his head. He thought it through. He was not the Li family Zhuangzi. How could he keep the chili sauce for 1 picket? Not to mention the chili sauce, any of the Li family Zhuangzi's profitable things would be robbed in his hands. Li Yi was lucky. Bai Gu found that his luck was also good. He invited a group of people to eat at his house, not in earthly paradise. A few days had passed since the Li family Zhuangzi started to sell chili sauce. Today was October 10th. Bai Gu bought 2 lamb legs and tore the meat to dip in the sauce. Together with the sauce, there were cucumber strips, eggplant strips, radish, lettuce, chrysanthemum flower, cabbage, shallot, dandelion, garlic and other vegetables in the greenhouse. This was the typical northeastern pickled vegetables of Li Yi's time. Otherwise, many places didn't eat raw eggplant. The sauce was beef sauce. The Li family Zhuangzi occasionally bought beef. Yesterday, he bought it and made a lot of beef chili sauce. It was fermented bean sauce. Where are the spinach and cowpeas? Lu Huaishan looked at the pickled vegetables and didn't find the 2 things he was talking about. It's going to take a lot of effort to blanch them. I've taken out a portion of my family's sauce. Bai Gu emphasized his own sauce. After the Li family Zhuangzi finished making the sauce, Li Yi gave it to the people he was familiar with and gave it to Li Longji for Li Longji to give it to. Of course, those with lower grades could forget about it. They were not qualified. On the other hand, the vegetables in the greenhouse were given to low-grade officials, such as 4th grade and 5th grade officials. As for the 6th grade, what the hell was that? Rank SXS and rank 7s could look for Songda. Songda would give them face and give them a basket of vegetables. The Li family Zhuangzi was the 2nd steward of the Li family, and he was responsible for finding Sun letters below the 7th rank. It was useless to look for those that had leaked out. Good wine. Yao Chong smelled the wine. It smelled familiar. It was the best-selling wine in Chang'an. This was not a wine that cost 10,000 RMB per bucket. Many poets had drunk the kind that cost 10,000 RMB per bucket. This wine was grape wine, and the bucket was not a bucket that weighed dozens of caddies. Otherwise, how could each person drink 10 caddies of grape wine in a gathering? Why does it smell wrong? Wei Zhigu took a sip. It's mixed with Li family Zhuangzi's white wine. It's all white wine. Everyone can't drink much. It's intoxicating. It's all this kind of wine. We can only drink water. Bai Gu said that it was because of the food. Everyone expressed their understanding. After drinking Li family Zhuangzi's white wine, they felt that other wines were bland. However, Li family Zhuangzi's wine was too strong. Did something good happen to Longzhe? He specifically asked us to drink. Song Jing tried to make himself less serious. It must be because Li family Zhuangzi's chili noodles are selling well. Longzhe is waiting for the tax at the end of the month. Yao Chong thought of the chili noodles. No, I didn't invite him. It was King Song who asked me to. My family has the benefit of Li family Zhuangzi selling pencils. We have money. As for the other things, Xiao Yi originally wanted to give them to the ministers of the various ministries. However, she didn't manage to do so. Huaishan has a bonus issue, so he doesn't lack anything. Others can't. Bai Gu revealed the matter behind the scenes. Li Yi selling chili noodles was nothing to be happy about. The money was there and couldn't run away. Sending weapons and supplies to the front lines to scare Tubo wasn't worth paying attention to either. Now, 3 out of the 6 ministers were still alive, and only one of them had extra income. King Song will make arrangements for the other 3. Ting Shua, Yuanji, Guangping, Zhigu. You all should have an additional income. Bai Gu explained the situation. Ting Shua, Yuanji, Guangping, and Zhigu were Su Yi, Yao Chong, Song Jing, and Wei Zhigu. Why should we have an additional income? Song Jing wasn't happy. He had been schemed against by Li Yi once and won a membership card for Earthly Paradise. At that time, he was still excited and thought that he was lucky. Only when he arrived at the royal court did he realize that everything had been planned. There is extra money to prevent everyone or your family from taking money that you shouldn't take. Bai Gu looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong pursed his lips and didn't say a word. He didn't accept any bribes, but his son did. How do we get an additional income? Su Yi wanted money. Invest. Take out your money and invest it. King Song wants to build a warehouse, a lot of warehouses. Once the warehouse is built, other people will store their goods and collect rent. We will share the profits. The idea came from Li Yi, so you all don't have to worry about not earning money. If Li Yi wants you to earn money, you have to earn it. Bai Gu explained the benefits that King Song was offering. He didn't know how to make a lot of money, and he didn't need to know either. I agree. Yao Chong was the first to express his stance. This money was relatively clean. I don't want it. Lu Huaishan waved his hand. His salary was still given to his clan members. His share of the profits was still given to his clan members. Earthly Paradise didn't give him money, only things. You should at least get some. Your clan members aren't going to Pyongkong Square with money. Wei Zhigu persuaded. Persuading Lu Huaishan meant that he agreed. I'll invest. Su Yi, who wanted to earn money, didn't want to miss this opportunity. Other than earning money, he also wanted to blend in. Everyone looked at Song Jing and waited for Song Jing to speak. Sigh. Song Jing nodded his head. He couldn't refuse. Of the 6 ministers, the other 3 would obviously agree. Including the Prime Minister, he was the only one who was aloof. In the future, if anyone in his family took a little benefit from others, he could resign on his own. If you don't want the money, then you'll use other methods to earn money? After the matter was settled, everyone started to eat and drink. The topic couldn't be separated from the imperial court. Occasionally, they would mention Li Yi. Li Yi, who was occasionally mentioned, was eating with Li Longji's family. The topic was about the officials investing. All the officials in Chang'an should have shares. It doesn't have to be in the warehouse. It can be in other aspects. When they are officials, the shares are still there. When they are no longer officials, the shares will be bought back and they will be given a sum of money. If the officials take the money and still make mistakes, they can still buy back the shares. The imperial court can punish them severely. Li talked about another way to subsidize the officials. It was different from the imperial court's high salary. Li Longji listened and thought that it made sense. The officials had been given money, but they still embezzled and accepted bribes. This showed that the officials were too bad. When dealing with them, they had to be ruthless. But, Brother Yi, are there so many profitable businesses? Li Longji was worried about this. There were many officials in Chang'an. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Chapter 737. Third brother, you don't have to make money from a business. You just have to pay the officials how much you want to pay. Li Yi said as he took a sip of the wine. Li Longji didn't drink. He was thinking hard about what Yi Tianyi meant. What did he mean by not making money from a business? How much to pay the officials? He had to figure it out himself. Otherwise, he would be too stupid. Li Yi ignored him and ate slowly. There was beef, so he made marinated beef, which went well with the wine. After thinking for a while, Li Longji still couldn't figure it out. Brother Yi, tell me. Li Longji took a sip of wine. Third brother, you are an official. I want you to invest. You tell me how much you want to invest, which business you want to do, and when you want to make money. Li Yi gave a very generous choice. I can tell you how much I want to invest and the business. There is still time. Can you let me make money? Li Longji found that the situation was not right. Yes. Li Yi nodded with a smile. Okay, I will invest 100 coins. I want to raise sheep and make money in 5 days. Li Longji didn't believe it. 100 coins to raise sheep in 5 days. Come, Brother Yi, you are amazing. Help me make money. Third brother, what rank are you? Do you have any real power? How much do you want to earn? It is impossible for a 7th rank official to earn 10 coins. Li Yi asked for the conditions again. The Minister of War wants to earn 100 coins. Li Longji gave 2 conditions. Li Yi shook his head, the Minister of War can't do that. 100 coins is too much. The Minister of War can't afford to invest 100 coins in 5 days. I am the current emperor, okay, you 3 are the current emperor. You didn't hear it. Li Yi continued. This is delicious. The mushrooms absorbed the flavor of the broth. It is chewy. The broth is delicious. You don't know how to eat it. The most delicious is the chili sauce. It is made with beef. Did Dongzhu say something just now? No, you must be hallucinating. Otherwise, why didn't we hear it? Yes. The eunuchs and maids suddenly spoke loudly. Empress Wang wanted to laugh when she heard that. The little fellow said, I didn't hear it. Third brother, that's enough. The status you mentioned is good. 100 coins, raise sheep, and earn 100 coins in 5 days. Li Yi was satisfied. Alright, let me see how you can earn it. Li Longji glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. Alright, let's see how your younger brother earns it for you. Li Yi drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. The surroundings quieted down. Everyone wanted to know what methods could be used to achieve these goals. The emperor will pay 100 coins, I will pay 100 coins to raise sheep and go to the East Market to buy lambs. When they arrived at the East Market, they found a 3-month-old lamb. It was dispirited. No one else wanted to buy it. I could tell at a glance that there was a problem. I bargained and bought it for 180 yuan. Then, I killed the lamb and took out the sheep's oats, which were sheep stones. Just like the bezoar, they could be used to replace the bezoar. The people around wanted to buy it, but I failed. Coincidentally, there was a big businessman whose family was sick and needed the bezoar but couldn't buy it. So he bought the sheep oats at a high price of 500 coins. I took the money and went to buy more lambs. I found 2 lambs that were dispirited. Brother Yi, don't say any more. I know. Can you find another businessman and the businessman will admit it? And pay taxes when you buy and sell? Li Longji was enlightened. What kind of business was this? It was clearly using money to make a reasonable income, and then dividends would be distributed. Not to mention 100 coins, as long as one was willing, even 1,000 coins would not be a problem. Li Yi poured the wine. He was familiar with this kind of thing. Businessmen who were less capable would bribe officials by buying shares of the company. Under normal circumstances, no one would investigate. If they wanted to investigate, they could still find out. This small businessman was not really small. And the big businessmen with ability would ask officials to buy funds. Those small funds would then use other people's money to compensate the officials. This could not be found out. It was a normal investment income for the officials. Middle-class methods were to ask officials to buy antiques or even jade. Gold had a price, but jade was priceless. When the officials bought the antiques, there would be people who said that the antiques were good and wanted to buy them. Another method was to go to the casinos outside. As long as the money won from gambling was taxed legally, it would be the officials' normal income. But later, the casinos banned the officials from going there, and this method was closed. Brother Yi, the officials make money like this? It's better not to make money. Li Longji drank a mouthful of wine and said, just buy and sell normally. But the officials with different ranks and real power would be slightly biased in the process of buying and selling. Li Yi shook his head. He was just giving an example. He did not really follow the way he bought the sheep. Chang'an in the Tang dynasty was full of opportunities. It was too easy to find a way to make money. This is also good. If the officials make enough money for their family's expenses, there would be no reason for them to interfere. Li Longji talked about the situation of the officials. Some of them did not have much money and were still working as officials in Chang'an. They could only live outside the city and occasionally make some money. He really wanted to punish them, but he could not bear to. If the officials were trusted to do business normally, they would have a stable income. There was no need to consider the other party's difficulties. Uncle, some of the officials rent houses outside the city. In fact, their lives are not good. Some of them even live in the temple. Empress Wang also knew the situation. She meant to arrange for the officials to buy shares quickly. Li Yi frowned and thought for a while. He said, actually, there is a way. The officials' houses are the easiest to solve. How? Li Longji was the most concerned about this. The residential area. Li pointed to the place where the outsiders lived. Build the same building? And then arrange for the officials to live there? Li Longji suddenly figured it out. Yes, the imperial court learned to build houses outside the city. The area was small and there were many rooms. For the officials who lived in the temple and rented houses, if they were willing to live there, they could arrange for them. Even if it was a fifth-grade official, it would not be a problem if he needed to appear in the imperial court. Chang'an's city gate would not be closed at night. They could just wake up early. Li Yi nodded. The officials' temporary houses. He once had one at that time. The low-ranking officials were also given a house to live in. Later on, there were still high-ranking officials. As for the rest, he would have to think of other ways. Building houses in winter. Li Longji wanted to achieve his goal as soon as possible, but he was worried that it would not be easy to build houses in winter. How would he lay the foundation? We can build simple houses first. There are linoleum papers. It is impossible to make money and dividends immediately after buying shares. Li Yi thought of the situation after Yao Chang's resignation in history and sighed in his heart. There were still many officials in Chang'an who needed help, especially those at the bottom. He could not let the officials work hard without considering the actual situation of the officials. Brother Yi, drink up. Let the imperial court handle this matter. It is enough for us to come up with an idea. Li Longji held his wine cup. He had already made a decision. He would give the order to build houses tomorrow. The one-story houses belonged to the officials. This way, the officials would look decent when they lived in them. They would also need to put the Kong bed on the coals. Chapter 738. 5 kilometers south of Chang'an, a group of people were digging the ground with tools. 5 kilometers south of the city, there were many houses on the road leading to the city gate. Just like in the early days of Li Yi's time, there were many bungalows in the capital when there were not so many roads. The people living in these places did not have fields. For them, they were not even comparable to the people in the surrounding villages. There were no buildings in Chang'an. There were no tiles on the square, and the sewage was flowing everywhere. The prosperity of Chang'an seemed to have nothing to do with the people living here. In fact, they would go to the city to work during the day. 5 kilometers was a little far. It seemed that it was not very convenient to get to Chang'an. However, a cement road was also being built, from the place 10 miles away to the roads that connected to the southern city wall. It included the location of the 5 kilometers. The people working were the captives of the southwest barbarians. The left guard of the 16 guards was in charge of guarding them today. Such a big movement soon spread all over Chang'an. The people did not know the situation, so they asked about it. Today was October 11th. Some of the officials of the imperial court asked for leave yesterday, and some of them asked for leave today. Lu Tan was a registrar of the agriculture temple. Normally, there were 2 registrars in the agriculture temple. Because a large number of people were needed to participate in the cultivation of hybrid crops, the number of registrars was increased to 4. Lu Tan's hometown was in a village in Zhengzhou. He was selected to be an official in Chang'an. He was a 7th grade official. For many people, this was a good official. They envied Lu Tan's parents. Lu Tan was filial. When he came to Chang'an 2 years ago, he brought his family with him, including his wife, a son, a daughter, and his parents. When he came to Chang'an, he found that life was not easy. With his salary, he could not rent a house in the city. He had to take his family to live in a shack outside the city. Fortunately, his parents and his wife could do some work. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi kept finding work for them. Their life gradually got better. His 8-year-old son went to school. He could get a reward during the exam every 10 days. His 5-year-old daughter was also learning pinyin. Before the winter came, she helped to gather coal. The family planned to save more money to repair their shabby house. As for living in the city, they did not dare to think about it for the time being. As the standard of living of the people improved, the housing prices also rose. Husband, there's quite a commotion over there. The Li family Zhuangzi's captives are working. I've asked around and they say that the roads here need to be repaired. Feng Shi was helping her husband wash his hair. She said that she was on break, and she really was on break. Men's hair is long, and if there are family members, they usually wash it for them. Lu Tan sat on a stool. In front of him was a small stool. There was a wooden basin on the stool, and he was making soap. Of course, he didn't buy the soap. His wife went to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask Songde for it. When she needed it, she would report her husband's official position, rank 7. Songde would be in charge. There were 6 people in the family, and they received 2 bars of soap per month. In the future, there was no need to be so detailed. She just had to say her name, take a bunch of things, including the soap, and leave her fingerprint. At first, some people didn't want to go because they felt embarrassed. Later on, he found out that even the minister was there. What's more, the winged knights were there, and the families of other officials were there too. So why didn't his own family go? There were some officials who thought that they wouldn't be able to get more than a few times. The Li family Zhuangzi became an official of the imperial court. They would be punished. In the end, the entire imperial court didn't seem to know about this. Even the imperial censorate didn't say anything. It was amazing. Lu Tan lowered his head. It was inconvenient for him to speak, so he just nodded. Madame Fong said, after you finish washing, I will apply some skincare cream on your face. When I went out to ask about the situation, I met the people from the Li family Zhuangzi. They gave you skincare cream? Lu Tan asked. His eyes were closed, and he felt very uncomfortable. How is it for me? You are an official. Of course, it's for you. All the officials of the imperial court who live here have it. They happened to see me, and when they gave it to me, they thanked you for your hard work for the country and the people. Madame Fong had a proud look on her face. Although her family could only live in a shack outside the city, her husband was still an official of Chang'an. He was a rank 7 official, and he would at least be a county magistrate. There's also a basket of vegetables. After you finish washing your hair, I will fry some cucumber and eggs. You can drink a bowl of wine. Madame Fong said happily. Her husband was her sky. Many officials in the southern part of the city received things from their families. According to the rank, the amount of things given was also different. The captives from the southwest dug up the layer of soil that was not frozen solid and thick. They filled it with crushed stones and sand. In theory, after filling it with sand, they had to water it. At the same time, they used an iron drill to push and shake it back and forth to let the water wash the sand down, leaving no gaps. Because it was winter, this step was skipped. They spread soil on top and used stone to press it down. When spring came, they dug up the soil, laid a new foundation, and built a new building. Nearly 12,000 captives went to work. On the first day, they finished digging up the soil and transported the stones and sand. On the second day, the soil was filled and ready to be covered. On the third day, the main board and wooden boards were put together with asbestos to be used as a wall. Asbestos, which was also known as fire cloth, was already available. There were too many of these things in Lantian County, and it was not good for health. Li Yi did not want to use it at first, but it was required to be used in a short period of time. It had to be kept warm and fireproof, so he had to take it out. On the fourth day, they started to build the Kong bed and heat it. This kind of Kong bed was not strong enough, but it could be used for one winter. The next day, they put it on top. It was also made of asbestos, but it was thinner, and the top was covered with linoleum paper. On the 16th day of the 10th month, the Kong mats were laid out, and they could move in. At this time, if the Kong mats were lifted up, they would find that the Kong mats were smeared with mud, and there were fine cracks. It needed to be burned again, and then smeared with mud again. However, there was a chimney and a flue. Under normal weather, the Kong bed would not emit smoke. When the weather was bad, the Kong bed would burn and the smoke would be poured out. They needed to go outside and light a fire under the chimney. There was a hole there, and the firewood was thrown in. The smoke rose up, and the air moved. The smoke from the Kong bed was drawn over. As long as it was drawn, the wind path would be opened. In the past, Li Yi's northeast chimney was like this. There was a hole, and it was usually blocked with bricks. Horse carriages and ox carts came running over. When Lu Tan reached home at night, his wife, Fong Shi, immediately went up to him. Looking around and seeing that there was no one, she opened her arms and hugged Lu Tan's neck. Lu Tan was shocked. What was she doing? After he pretended to be serious and asked his wife to let go, he found a situation. Where were the things at home? Where were the parents and children? At this moment, the shack was empty. The honeycomb coal stove was gone. Where is everyone? Where are our belongings? Lu Tan stared at his wife with wide eyes. Husband, we moved. The house 10 li away was built for us. Our house has 3 rooms. I went to take a look at the place. Behind the main house is the kitchen, and there are side rooms on the left and right. There are 2 stoves in the kitchen, and the left and right side rooms are directly connected. The fire path in the east side room is also connected to the main house, and the fire path in the west side room is connected to the small study in front of the main house. Go underground and take a turn to get out. Fong Shi said excitedly. Lu Tan's eyes widened even more. Chapter 739. Lu Tan was holding his wife's arm as they walked on the newly paved gravel road. The sky was getting dark. There were poles on both sides of the road. The people of the 16th Guard lit up diesel lamps and hung them on the poles. There was one every 100 steps. The lamps were not bright, but when they were hung there, they gave people an inexplicable sense of security. In order to prevent them from being stolen, the people of the 16th Guard guarded them. The reason why they used diesel lamps and not kerosene lamps was because kerosene was to be sold. When petroleum was distilled, diesel was the most abundant, followed by gasoline. Gasoline could be used to make weapons, so it had to be kept. Diesel could be used not only in the south of the city, but also in the east and west of the city. This was called a lighting project. Petroleum was obtained for free, kerosene was to be sold, and diesel was to be used for lighting at night. The sky was obviously gloomy and Lu Tan could not see the stars, but he suddenly felt that his surroundings were bright and his breathing was smooth. "Husband, our house is here. There is no yard or fence. All of us are officials of the imperial court. There are also foreign officials." When Fong Shi talked about foreign officials, she was proud again. Her husband was a 7th-rank official. Although they lived in the same environment, he was far from being a foreign official. The toilets are further away. There are people who clean them. Men and women are separated. Fong Shi continued to explain. There was a diesel lamp every 50 steps, so they could barely see the house and the road. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the door. The door suddenly opened, and the two children stood at the door. "Father is back. Mother is back." When Lu Tan saw his children, he smiled. The tiredness of the Sea-Nong Temple disappeared instantly. Everything was worth it. When he entered, he looked around the 3 rooms and the study. The place to eat was behind the main room, in the kitchen. An old man and an old woman sat at the dining table and waited. When Lu Tan entered, the old woman stood up and the old man continued to sit. "Little Tan is back. Sit down." The old woman smiled. "Mother, sit down. I'll wash my hands. Today, smells good." Lu Tan smelled the aroma of food. Fong Shi went to get some water for him to wash his hands. The old man spoke. "The palace's Huang men came to deliver food and a handful of money. They said they were here to congratulate you on your move." The old man said where the food came from. Lu Tan immediately cupped his hands in the direction of Xingqing Palace. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The old man continued, the little yellow sect left behind His Majesty's verbal instructions, saying, "Minister Lu, this is all I can give you right now. If you feel that it's not enough, you can tell me. This is to raise honest people with high salaries. I hope you understand." Lu Tan was stunned. Then, he cupped his hands in the direction of Xingqing Palace and said, "I know. If I am dishonest, I will die without regrets." He understood that His Majesty had given him benefits first. If there were still problems, His Majesty would not be soft-hearted. He was the registrar of the Western Agricultural Temple. The Western Agricultural Temple was in charge of grain planting technology. He had also secretly brought seeds home to eat. In the future, you can't take it anymore. You can't eat enough at home. I forgive you for taking the seeds. He had already given her what she wanted, and it didn't involve the issue of not having enough to eat, so why would she take it? After washing his hands, the lids on the table were lifted one by one, revealing the dishes underneath. The rice was plain rice, while the dishes were braised pork, stewed tofu with oil, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune sprouts, stir-fried pork with garlic, pickled eggplant strips, and stewed chicken with mushrooms. The two children couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. There are still 6 salted goose eggs left. There are enough dishes on the table, but they weren't served. His Majesty sent these dishes from the palace. The old lady's eyes were a little red. Lu Tan looked at the dishes and said, "Mother, the palace can't make these dishes. These are dishes from the Li family Zhuangzi. Don't try to fool me. They are from the palace." the old lady emphasized. Yes, mother is right. These are dishes from the palace's imperial kitchen. Lu Tan readily agreed. He could tell that the mushrooms used in the stewed chicken with mushrooms were sticky mushrooms. How could the palace use such mushrooms? It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi loved to eat this kind of mushroom. It didn't look good, but it tasted good. It was better than hazel mushrooms, pine mushrooms, and monkey's head. I sent you a bamboo tube of wine. It's the wine from the Li family Zhuangzi. He said that it can't be kept. The bamboo tube has just been filled, and the wine will seep out. The old man took a bamboo tube from the side. There was a small hole in the bamboo tube that was blocked by a wooden plug. Lu Tan was once again sure that the dishes were from the Li family Zhuangzi. Otherwise, how could it be the wine from the Li family Zhuangzi? The bamboo tube was half a liter of wine. The father and son drank until they were dizzy. The dishes on the table were all finished. Although the two children were small, they could eat a lot. They stuffed pieces of braised pork into their mouths. After the meal, Lu Tan sat in the study room and thought about something. The old lady and Feng Shi had finished tidying up. Husband, let's rest. Feng Shi came over and said with a red face. Tonight, in a house that was 10 miles away from Chang and city, many people were drunk. This included the fifth-rank officials. The fifth-rank officials received more things and money. The next day, before the sun rose, a four-wheeled carriage arrived at the destination. The coachman shouted, "Morning court is starting, get on the carriage." Lu Tan was woken up by the coachman. His head did not hurt, but his waist was sore. He turned and looked at his wife, who was also sitting up. "What is this?" "Husband, I don't know." Feng Shi had a lazy look on her face. In the past, when they lived in a shack, the whole family lived in one room. There were many things that were inconvenient. Yesterday, when they moved to a new house, the two children shared a room, and the parents shared a room. Feng Shi got up, put on her clothes and went out. After a while, she came back. "The imperial court has arranged a carriage for you. In the future, you will take the carriage to the imperial city and back." 15 minutes later, the carriage loaded the officials and headed towards Chang and city. This was the first time the officials who lived here took the carriage to court. They were curious and did not cooperate well. There is a bamboo basket in the carriage. There is a small quilt covering the basket. There is a lot of salt, so there is no need to dip it in soy sauce. There is also no vinegar. The coachman of Lu Tan's carriage said loudly. There were 5 other people with Lu Tan. Everyone looked at each other and found the basket in the most conspicuous position. They first lifted the quilt and then opened the lid, revealing the buns inside. "Eat." One of the officials took a bun and took a bite. The fragrance of the meat bun spread. "I don't know if the emperor will pursue what happened in the past." The second official who took a bun was worried. "No, from now on." The third official said no, but the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. Lu Tan took a bite of the bun and felt the same. The better the treatment given by the emperor, the more ruthless the punishment. He hoped that the emperor would not pursue what happened in the past and would not do it in the future. The carriages entered the city one after another. Some went directly to the imperial city, and some went to the offices of the square. When they arrived, there were still some people who did not finish the buns. They were too delicious to eat, so they took small bites. Li Longji finished the small super meeting in Xingqing Palace and asked the 3 prime ministers to stay. "Is this method good?" Li Longji asked the 3 of them about the treatment he gave the officials. "Good." Bai Gu was the first to respond. It was indeed good. They did not spend the Ministry of Revenue's money. The emperor paid for the carriages and other things. I ask that the other officials in Chang and who do not have carriages be provided with the same carriage. Song Jing did not say anything good. He felt that the officials who lived far away had benefits. The officials who rented houses in Chang and had their own houses should not be left behind. I second that. Su Yi did not have any personal opinion. he agreed with Song Jing. Chapter 740. On October 20th, in the morning and evening of Chang'an, many government cars began to pick up and drop off officials. Officials of the third rank and above had their own cars, and some officials of the fourth rank who held important positions did not take the government cars. Officials of the Marble Chamber, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice did not take the same car with others. They were worried that someone would intercede or inquire about information. Their status was high. As for the people of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty, no one knew when they came out and where they were going. Even some of the people of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty kept their identities secret. No one knew except for themselves. These people were working for the inspection group. Their identities were kept secret, and they would investigate secretly when they caught something. Those who were reasonable, had high EQ and IQ, understood that they should not do things that should not be done. However, there were always some people who were stupid. Under the high-pressure policy, they enjoyed the benefits and still thought about how to get benefits. It was not clear whether they were really stupid, or they were just wishful thinking, or they were reluctant to give up the benefits. The government runners of Wanyan County and County in Chang and also got benefits. They were officials who were not in the government. Some of them lived outside the city and now lived in new houses with heated Kong beds and free coal slurry. They were more sensible and cherished the good life now. The people who lived at the bottom of the hierarchy knew the consequences of taking benefits from His Majesty but not doing anything. They took the same bus, but they consciously didn't take the same bus as the other officials and sat with their own people. Old Su, I plan to be on duty tonight. A government runner named Milan had a good night with his good wife last night. When he got on the government car today, he told his colleague Su Hongho that he wanted to work overtime, but he was afraid of patrolling alone. Su Hongho understood. I'll stay with you too. 3 chickens have been lost in the Qingdao mill in 5 days. A chicken is not a small matter for the people. Whoever loses it will feel bad. What I'm more afraid of is that if we lose the chickens now, people will die in the future. The thieves are bold and don't care so much about robberies. Chang'an has lifted the curfew and the city gate is not closed. The people are counting on us. Milan spoke slowly and in a heavy tone. We are not enough. If there is danger and we don't want to die, the main reason is that we can't run fast enough. If there is someone with nimble legs, I'll stay for the night, said a man in his 20s who was sitting next to him with a steamed bun in his hand. Hee, old Su, you're too insidious. I'll stay too. Another young man agreed. What if he didn't agree? 2 people who were older than them took the initiative to work overtime to find the bad guys. What if he found it, got injured, or died before he could defeat the other party? Of the 8 people in the carriage, the coachman and the remaining 6 all heard it. Those who could run and fight actually didn't make a sound at the critical moment. Everyone is working overtime. I hope we can catch the culprit tonight. That way, we won't have to worry anymore. We probably won't be able to get the stolen chicken back. Work. Capture them and make them work. For example, work for the Li family Zhuangzi. When they earn money, compensate the families who were robbed. That's right. Li family Zhuangzi has something to do. He's taking over Li family Zhuangzi's job. Everyone decided to participate. They wanted to help the people. He could not take the benefits for free. He had to give His Majesty an explanation. At the same time, he also thought of how to compensate the people who were robbed. This was the beginning of reform through labor. After today's court session, Bai Gu skipped work. He ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was thinking about the taxes on luxury goods other than chili noodles. The chili noodles had agreed to a 50% tax. At that time, there were other people who could testify. For example, Song De. It seemed impossible. Song De promised to side with Zhuangzi. For example, the palace maids and eunuchs. It seemed impossible too. They also sided with Zhuangzi. For example, okay, the people of the Shu Salt Gang were of the same mind as Li Yi. But he couldn't go back on what he said face to face. When Baigu arrived, Li Yi was in a daze. He was staring blankly at the big cage. Xiao Yi, hello. A child's voice sounded. Hello, hello. Baigu recalled politely. Hello. Another little girl's voice sounded. Okay, go and play, Baigu replied. Hello. A third different girl's voice sounded. Hello. Ah. Baigu was about to continue to respond, but suddenly he realized something. Xiao Yi, parrots. Baigu stared at the parrots and asked Li Yi. They are big red-breasted parrots. One of the little girls on Zhuangzi's bed taught a parrot how to say hello. 2 days later, all the parrots learned how to say hello. Li Yi was surprised. How many days had it been? The big red-breasted parrots had grown up and learned how to speak. When one parrot spoke, the others followed, and what they learned was the voice of the little girl who fed them. The farmers fed the parrots with long bamboo poles. In front of the bamboo poles was a bamboo tube like a wine cup, very shallow. Every time the farmer put a pine nut in, whichever parrot called, it would be handed to that parrot. The parrot ate it and called hello while eating. Baigu listened for a while. It's so easy for a parrot to learn. Easy? Yes, how can it be so fast? Li Yi said, but in his heart, he was crazy about those little girls. At that time, he had many parrots. How many of them could teach them how to speak? The little girls on Zhuangzi's bed were simply unreasonable. The first girl who could make a parrot talk. With her ability, in another era, her monthly salary would be less than 100,000 yuan. A grown parrot that couldn't speak could be bought by rich people. As long as the little girl took care of it for half a month, the parrot could speak. How much value did she have? Li Yi thought of a girl who could hypnotize all kinds of small animals. She had been on a program. At first, she was on a domestic program. Her hypnosis was successful, but the domestic judges didn't approve. Then she went to a foreign program. Her hypnosis was successful. The foreign judges approved, and there was a lot of publicity. The domestic program group that didn't approve hurriedly invited her back. She repeated it again. She was approved. This time, it exposed how weak the knees and waists of some people in the domestic entertainment circle were. It also proved how unfair and boring that program was, and how bad the level of the judges was and how thick-skinned they were. Li Yi thought that the little girl on Zhuangzi was good. He didn't need the foreign people to approve before he did. Old Bai, I'm going to find a few more kinds of parrots and let the children teach them how to speak. What do you think? Li Yi had a new idea. Okay, yes, teach them more. Have some birds that can talk, and then learn a few more words. It's better to be festive. Baigu followed. When he looked at the parrots, he had a desire to own them. If you raise a parrot or a myna that can speak 10 kinds of words, how much can you accept? Li Yi asked Baigu with a smile. If it's me. Yes, Xiao Yi, raise them and then sell them. I'll help you publicize. When Baigu looked at the parrots again, his eyes were full of large exchange coupons. Chapter 741. Old Bai, are you done with the Ministry of Revenue and the Political Affairs Hall? Li just realized that today was not a rest day. There was still half an hour before noon. What is Baigu doing here? Ah! Baigu also woke up. Now is not the time to raise parrots and sell them for money. There are government officials living 10 miles away in the south of the city. Xiao Yi, do you want to invest? Baigu even knows the vocabulary of investment. Investment? Li Yi was puzzled. You invest money and turn the shacks into buildings. The people living in the shacks will move upstairs. You can build more houses in the same place. Baigu told Ren Baqian his idea. He thought for a long time and asked his men to help him think. Alright, this is the idea that his men thought of, and he will use it. Li laughed. Old Bai, are you talking about the transformation of the shacks? Give me the land in the shacks, and I will be responsible for the transformation. Let the people in the shacks have better houses to live in. Yes, this is what I am talking about. Xiao Yi, you know me well. Bai Gu felt that the transformation of the shacks was a good idea. Then, what kind of power or benefits do I have? What obligations or responsibilities do I have to fulfill? Li nodded and asked the businessman about the transformation of the shacks. You build the buildings and let the people live in them. You get more land. That's it. Bai Gu did not think that it was too complicated. Li took the pine nuts from the box beside him and gave some to Bai Gu. Bai Gu threw one into his mouth and ate it. Bai Gu hesitated. My teeth are not good enough. Don't worry. I can help you with the nuts. Who is going to get 2 pine nut pliers? Li joked, and Guyen ran out. Old Bai, I am telling you this. Luckily you asked me first, or else I will impeach you for selling state-owned assets at a low price. Li changed the topic back to the transformation of the shacks. Why? Bai Gu was not convinced. How expensive are the houses in Chang'an? How close was Chang'an from eating 5 li south of the city? If we build a large area of slums, the usable area will increase. What do you think? Yes. Since that's the case, the merchants paid less and received higher returns. The imperial court suffered a loss. What loss? Bai Gu did a comparison and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In the past, the commoners lived in shacks and were given a place to live. The commoners lived in buildings. The imperial court did not have to pay anything, and the commoners benefited. Li shook his head. There's no need to look back. As officials of the imperial court, we should look at the situation from the perspective of development. You don't have a real position, Xiao Yi. You're just an unofficial official. Bai Gu corrected Li Yi's mistake. Li Yi took a deep breath and said, Old Bai, I want this place. Isn't it just giving the people a better house? Not only did I give them a new house, but I also built the sewers and ditches there. While I'm at it, I'll also build a garden and rockery. There's water next to it. The road will be paved with cement. I'll raise fish in the ditches and ponds. I'll plant some apricot trees and cherry trees. I'll also guarantee that the people living in the slums will find jobs and arrange. Xiao Yi, do you think this parrot is sick? Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi's words, and pointed to a lively parrot and said. The transformation of the slums, in addition to what I just said, Xiao Yi, I don't need you to transform it. I need to go back and study it. Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi again and refused. The more Li Yi said, the more scared he was. Why? Why did he give so many benefits? Obviously, the more benefits he gave, the more benefits he would get from the transformation of the slums. What about building open ditches, underground ditches, ponds, fish farming, trees, cement roads, and arranging jobs? How much benefits would there be from the transformation of the slums? It was too scary. Although he couldn't figure it out yet, he could go back and find someone to study it. He, Li Yi laughed. What, Old Bai, are you scared? Li Yi deliberately made arrangements. It was like saying to someone, I'll give you 50 yuan to sell that pair of slippers you bought from a street stall. The other party would agree. If he told the other party, sell that pair of slippers to me, I'll give you 100 yuan. No, 1,000 yuan. No, a building. If that's not enough, I'll add a supercar. The person who had slippers would definitely not sell them. He would wonder if there was any secret in his slippers. The value was far beyond the price offered by the person who wanted to buy the slippers. Bai Gu was in such a situation and began to doubt. Xiao Yi, tell me. I won't go back and ask someone. Bai Gu had no choice but to ask directly. Old Bai, the real value of that place is its geographical location. Even the Li family Zhuangzi can't compare. That place is close to the city, and you can go to the east and west of the city. How far do the people from the west have to go to the Li family Zhuangzi? If I get that piece of land, I can let many officials invest in it. Li Yi began to explain to Bai Gu how he would operate. He would build a house about 5 miles away, and the people in the slums would move further away. He would build a handmade factory behind the new house. It was a labor-intensive industry. The empty space in front would be like what he said. He would build all kinds of things, and the infrastructure would be built. Next, he would set up a business district similar to the east and west of the city. To be precise, it would be bigger than the two cities combined. At the same time, he would set up a fleet of cars to travel around Chang'an. He would bring people there for free shopping, entertainment, and accommodation. There were 108 lanes, and he didn't need to travel that much. Cars would come one after another. Even if he didn't buy anything, he could still sit there. In Wanyan County, if he wanted to go to the east of the city, he would have to walk. He could go to the nearest city, but what about the further city? It was the same for the west of the city. If he walked to the east of the city, he would have to walk 4 miles. If he took a car, he would have to walk 14 miles outside of the city. Which one should he choose? Not to mention 4 miles, he wouldn't even have to walk 2 miles. He would have to take a car to go out of the city, and he could even take a car back. If he operated it well, the consumption of the area outside of the city could exceed the total consumption of the two cities. Old Bai, when do you think we should sign the contract? I will be in charge of renovating the slums, and the land will belong to me. After Li Yi finished speaking, he asked Bai Gu again with a smile. Crunch. Bai Gu opened another pine nut. He heard Li Yi say that he started to crack the pine nuts, one after another. He didn't know if his teeth hurt, but he was numb. Old Bai, are you okay? Li Yi said as he wanted to check Bai Gu's pulse. I'm fine. Xiao Yi, fortunately, I asked you to tell me. Otherwise, I would be a sinner of the Tang dynasty. I will teach them a lesson when I go back. Bai Gu woke up, and there was sweat on his forehead. It was probably because of the hot weather. Teach who a lesson? Li Yi asked. Someone who said that we can't rely on no one. It's the Ministry of Revenue. Bai Gu suddenly stopped talking. Oh. Li Yi nodded. It doesn't matter if we rely on them or not, but I will impeach anyone who makes a mistake. After impeaching the officials, I promise to teach the businessmen who get benefits a lesson. The same operation method I just mentioned, if another businessman wants to do it without paying a certain price, I will make him bankrupt. Chapter 742. Xiao Yi, it's good to have you. Bai Gu suddenly said something that gave Li Yi goosebumps. He had already decided to have lunch in Zhuangzi at noon and go back to deal with people in the afternoon. Someone actually suggested bypassing the Li family Zhuangzi and not counting on the Li family Zhuangzi for everything. How could this kind of thing be bypassed? Even if the Ministry of Revenue was bypassed, Her Majesty would still ask. If he asked and got the development idea, he would have to do it himself. If he did not ask and did something wrong, how much responsibility would he have to bear when Her Majesty asked? If another businessman had the same idea, he would promise not to say it out loud. He would even show a troubled expression and reluctantly agree in the end. Xiao Yi was also good. She disdained taking advantage of others. If the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to make money, there were countless ways. She would never take advantage of anything that was not good for the imperial court or the people. Today, he came here to make Xiao Yi agree. Could Xiao Yi not say so much? Xiao Yi, I gave you the place. Are you sure you want to do that? Bai Gu took a pair of pliers and clamped the pine nuts. Now he could feel it. His teeth hurt. Li Yi bit the pine nuts himself. Of course. It's a waste not to use good resources. What price are you prepared to pay? Bai Gu was embarrassed when he asked. First, money. How much money do you give to the imperial court? You don't have to give it once. You can give it slowly in the future. Second, employment. How many people's livelihood will be solved, how many jobs will be arranged, and how to set the wages. Third, security, including fire prevention, theft prevention, robbery, and so on. Fourth, investment in education and public works, such as infrastructure. Fifth, how to coordinate the East and the West. We can't attack the original business places. Sixth, how to ensure the relationship between the supply and the sale of products, stabilize the market, and maintain the price system. Li Yi spoke slowly and taught Bai Gu a lesson. There was a large piece of land outside Chang'an. It was absolutely impossible to use it without paying a price. It was not a simple transformation of the shantytown. If they wanted to transform the shantytown, there were many places in other states that were waiting to be transformed. What Li Yi said was equivalent to the free use of the land within 5 miles of the south of the capital after the demolition. There was no second ring road or third ring road. It was just the beginning of the capital district. How many crimes would be involved in exchanging a building for a bungalow without any additional conditions? For example, who was the governor of the capital and had tens of billions of savings in the Japanese Empire? Later, make a copy for this old man. Bai Gu said to the palace maids and eunuchs who were taking turns to write one sentence after another. The palace maids and eunuchs acted as if they were compiling daily records. As soon as Li Yi started talking about business, they would take out small notebooks and lead notes. Since they didn't know how to take shorthand notes, they cooperated well. Each of them spoke one sentence at a time, and they definitely wouldn't make a mistake. When Bai Gu came over to talk to Li Yi, she had to remember what he said so that she could show it to Her Majesty later. Old Bai, do you understand now? If you want to get that piece of land, you need a lot of capital, as well as a lot of responsibilities and obligations. You can divide it into pieces and bid on it piece by piece. You don't have to ask my Li family Zhuangzi to do it. If there are enough merchants, ask them to participate so that they can set an example for other states in the future. Li Yi did not plan to take it all for himself. He wanted to cultivate merchants. I'll give you a piece of land first. Right now. You have to make it quickly so that others can learn. Bai Gu's idea was not bad. You want me to do it in the middle of winter? The price I have to pay to build a building in the winter is too high. Li Yi shook his head vigorously. So you can build it? You can. Xiao Yi, I have high hopes for you. Bai Gu insisted. Of course, he knew how difficult it would be. If ordinary people built a house in the winter, they would be scolded for the rest of their lives for being stupid. Who would say that building a brick house in the winter was possible in the south, but impossible in the north? If it was the Li family Zhuangzi, it would be a different matter. Whether he wanted to or not, it would not be a problem. No, it's too expensive. It's not worth it. Old Bai, I gave you an idea, but you're cheating me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Yi still refused. If you build it in the winter, it will be tax-free for a year. Bai Gu gritted his teeth and gave him a special offer. Thank you, Old Bai. Shouldn't it be tax-free for 3 years and half for 2 years? Where's the superiority of our Tang dynasty? Li Yi looked at Bai Gu with a strange expression when he heard that it was tax-free for a year. Bai Gu raised 2 fingers, 2 years, no more. You're so poor that you're crazy. Li Yi said and laughed. Can you give me an answer? Other people can't build a house in the winter, but you can't. Bai Gu insisted. Even if it was tax-free for 2 years, his heart would still ache. Li Yi nodded. Okay, I'll choose a place, 1 square to the left and 1 square to the right of the illustrious Virtue Gate, 5 miles south. Li Yi had other plans, so he agreed. In the winter, they would lay the foundation, build buildings, repair roads, build canals, and build markets. Okay, I'll send someone to write a contract for you. Bai Gu was satisfied. Let's eat. What do you want to eat? Li Yi looked at the big parrots as he spoke. The big parrots were already full, and they were probably tired of greeting him. Some went back to their wooden nests, and some went into their cages. There were also some that stayed outside on the wooden poles of the big cages and closed their eyes to sleep. Baigu smacked his lips. I've been having trouble eating recently. I want to eat something cold and salty. Li looked at Baigu and pulled him back to his courtyard hospital to draw some blood. Then, they had fried noodles for lunch. It was a cold dish with garlic, cucumber, eggplant and spinach. Old Bai, you can eat this. You can add more vinegar. Go back and see the imperial physician. Li ate with him. He wanted to eat hot pot for lunch, but seeing Baigu's expression, he cancelled it. Why do I need to see the imperial physician? You can just take a look at me. Baigu stared at him. I'm here, and you're telling me to find another doctor? You have to go back in the afternoon. If you don't go back, I'll take a look at you. Li was helpless. Oh, right, I have to go back and pack up. Okay, I'll find the imperial physician first. I'll eat less tonight and come back tomorrow morning without any food or water. Baigu was familiar with the process. Some of the examinations required him to not eat or drink. There were also various things to collect, so he had to prepare himself. He added more vinegar to the fried noodles. Baigu did not mention eating cold food. The side dishes were cold, but there was more garlic in them, including spinach. After finishing the last mouthful of carrot soup, Baigu bid farewell. Sitting in his own car, Baigu burped a few times and smacked his lips. I suddenly don't want to eat cold food. What's wrong with Xiao Yi? He knew that once he mentioned what he wanted to eat, Li Yi would consider the situation and specially prepare a meal for him. It was indeed magical. He had always wanted to eat cold food, but when he ate the fried noodles, he felt that it was delicious. Now, he did not want to eat cold food. There must be something wrong. He was sick. When he returned to his office, Baigu did not have time to pack up. He ordered, "Help me get the imperial physician. Tell him that I want to eat cold food. I feel hot." Not long after, the imperial physician and Li Longji arrived. Chapter 743. How is it? The three imperial physicians each took Baigu's pulse before they gathered together to discuss. After they were done, Li Longji asked. Baigu didn't care. He would look for Li Yi tomorrow morning and have a good checkup. Your Majesty, it's nothing serious. Bai Zaifu has worked hard for the country and hasn't had a good rest. As a result, his spleen and stomach are weak, so he wants to eat something cold. The answers given by the imperial physicians were the same as the three imperial physicians. What medicine should he take? Li Longji asked. Take both the spleen-returning pill and the spleen-strengthening pill. Li Yi and Li Dongzhu gave him these two medical books. Taking both pills can strengthen the spleen and stomach. It can also help Bai Zaifu fall asleep more easily. When the imperial physicians talked about Li Yi and Li Dongzhu, they showed a look of admiration. These two medicines didn't exist before. They were only recorded in the books given by Li Yi. In the past, different medicines were prescribed for the same symptoms. Xiao Yi gave me fried noodles and vinegar. There were also a few side dishes with a lot of garlic. After eating them, I don't want to eat cold food anymore. When Baigu heard that he wanted to take two medicines, he quickly told them about Li Yi's method. The three imperial physicians looked at each other. One of them hesitated and said, "This, maybe, it's the method of nourishing the body." The other two nodded. They didn't dare to say that Li Yi was wrong. Baigu was in a good state now, not to mention that he was the one who wrote the medical books. Won't you be more thirsty after eating garlic and fried noodles? Li Longji was puzzled. I drank a big bowl of shredded radish soup. I don't want to eat cold food anymore. When Baigu mentioned the shredded radish soup, he felt a little thirsty. When he was eating, he felt that the soup was very delicious. The three imperial physicians showed a look of realization. Brilliant, really brilliant. Li Dongzhu's medical skills are amazing. I see. I admire him. Using food as medicine. Li Dongzhu is really a divine doctor. The three imperial physicians said one sentence after another and understood. In fact, Li Yi couldn't tell that Bai Gu had a deficiency of yin in his spleen and stomach. Li Yi only knew that he couldn't let Bai Gu eat cold food. Eat hot fried noodles, then use aged vinegar and garlic to stimulate the appetite. Finally, drink shredded radish soup to replenish the water. Eat radishes in winter and ginger in summer. If Li Yi did an examination, he would do a urine and feces test to see the bacterial flora and then prescribe targeted medicine. If Bai Gu said that his stomach was uncomfortable or painful, Li Yi would probably go for a gastroscopy. If the gastroscopy didn't show anything, then the colonoscopy was used. Of course, Li Yi had also learned some pulse reading skills. I can't fall asleep at night, and I wake up easily. Can I take those two medicines? Bai Gu thought of the medicine that the imperial physician had prescribed. The three imperial physicians nodded at the same time, indicating that there was no problem. I will go to the Li family Zhuangzi again tomorrow morning and ask Xiao Yi. Bai Gu said to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded and didn't object. The minister wasn't feeling well, and he wasn't allowed to see a doctor. The imperial physicians left. There was nothing else for them to do. On the way back, they pondered over Li Yi's method of eating food. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that they had learned something. Today, I went to discuss some matters with Li Yi. Li Yi said to me. Bai Gu began to report the situation to Li Longji. He explained the problems of the shantytown and the methods behind it. As he spoke, he handed the extra transcript to Li Longji. He didn't need to look at it. He had already memorized it. The impression was too deep. It was clearly to give the people a better house, but it actually involved a large amount of money. If it was given to other merchants, the imperial court would suffer a great loss. Fortunately, I asked Li Yi. Bai Gu was still afraid. Li Longji didn't have any surprised expression. Li Yi's method was normal. If another minister came up with the same strategy, Li Longji would look at them differently. What a talent! If that's the case, why don't the imperial court follow this method? Li Longji felt that this matter didn't need Li Yi's help. No, it sounds easy, but there are too many problems. Let Li Yi do an example first, then we can learn. Bai Gu chose to be cautious. Just listening wasn't enough. If he sent someone to do it, he would get into trouble and still have to ask Li Yi. It was better to directly use Li Yi as a test subject. When Li Yi did it, he would copy it in other places. Li Longji nodded helplessly. He couldn't expect everyone to be like his brother Yi. Fine, let the Li family Zhuangzi do it. Li Longji agreed. He asked me to give him 3 years of tax exemption and 2 years of 50% tax reduction. I only gave him 2 years of tax exemption and asked him to start construction in winter. I didn't lose out this time. Bai Gu looked as if he had taken advantage of him. Li Longji, good, as long as you think it's good. Li Longji said as he stood up. He didn't want to see Bai Gu's smug look. Otherwise, when Bai Gu realized that he had taken advantage of him, it would be awkward. Bai Gu sent Li Longji to the door. When he returned, he asked someone to write the contract between the imperial court and the Li family Zhuangzi. He sent someone to deliver it to the Li family Zhuangzi. When Li Yi received the contract, he was arranging people. The location he chose was the illustrious Virtue Gate. Zhu Ke Avenue was through the gate. This location was good and convenient. Zhu Ke Avenue was wide enough. He left a road of the same width outside to build houses on both sides. It was a high-class commercial area. He sent someone to ask about the situation. Who lived there, what requirements they had, and whether it was possible to change the place temporarily. In theory, they could forcefully demolish the place. The place where the people lived didn't have a title deed. However, it was not possible in the Tang dynasty. Not to mention Li, if a businessman bought the land and wanted to drive the people away, the county magistrate of Wanyan County and Chang'an County would not agree. If they drove the people away in winter, what would they do? Go to Sorrowful Field Square? Let the captives go to the back to build houses. The people can live there first. Build all the houses. Build the other houses together. Li thought for a while and realized that only the people in the two squares could live in the new houses. The people living in the shacks in other places were watching. They didn't know the situation and would think that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care about them. Living in a shack was not as comfortable as living in a house. After a few days, the weather became colder. The shacks were heated and easy to catch fire. Some money problems couldn't be solved from afar. Those who could see in front of them could help. Zhuangzi's people went out to investigate the population, the terrain, and whether they should flatten or fill the holes. The next morning, Baigu didn't go to court. He went to Zhuangzi first. After going through all kinds of examinations, he told him the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. Deficiency in the spleen and stomach. Can't sleep well at night. Old Bai, eat less for dinner and take a hot bath before going to bed. Didn't all the houses build baths? Li felt that he should just take the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. He would help Baigu with other aspects. You can't take a bath. It's cold on the way home. It's too tiring to boil the water in the big wooden bucket at home. Baigu also wanted to take a bath every day. For example, in the Li family Zhuangzi. The water in the baths has to be heated all the time. Sometimes, there are too few people and it's a waste. Li thought of the baths he had at that time. Many baths didn't allow people to heat their own water, except for those that used electricity. However, no one used electricity because it was expensive. Baths would buy water. The people who sold water were usually heat companies and heat power plants. Heat companies didn't burn coal in winter. The advanced heat companies used electric arcs to generate electricity. The energy conversion rate was high. Since each square had 2 to 3 baths, could they follow the rules? Chapter 744. Selling newspapers, the Bathing Pool Alliance launches a new service, delivering hot water to your home. Selling newspapers, selling hot water at a cheap price. You don't have to boil hot water at home in winter. The day after Baigu took the 2 kinds of medicine from the Li family Zhuangzi, the hot water advertisement for the bathing pool was published in the newspaper. Some of the people bought a copy to read, while others listened to others read the newspaper. Before the bathing pool came out, it was troublesome for many people to take a bath. In winter, it was cold in the house. Many people didn't open the fire and only ate outside. There was no bathing service outside, except for Pyongkong Square. If you went to Pyongkong Square to find someone, you could take a bath there. Women couldn't go to Pyongkong Square. So you could only wash your hair. It was normal not to wash your body once in winter. After the bathing pool came out, the people had a place to take a bath in winter. The key was that the price of the bathing pool was affordable. People with less money could take a bath once for 2 yuan. They could soak in a big pool. People with more money could enjoy all kinds of services, such as a bath, a massage, a pedicure, a haircut, and ear cleaning. When the bathing pool first opened, the people who boiled the water were exhausted and had to change the water constantly. After some time, everyone's clothes wouldn't be so dirty anymore. Now, a new service was launched. As long as you prepared a big bucket or even an empty tub, you could find the bathing pool and ask, and the bathing pool would send hot water to your home. The capital office is really changing day by day. The base of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty was actually in the southwest corner of the imperial city. It was a big organization. When the emperor wanted to hold a ceremony, such as praying for rain, etc., it was held here. It was close to the people, and the people could watch from outside the city. Now, it was given to the office of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty. It meant that the people in the world were watching them. All of them had been prime ministers, so they knew what Li Longji meant. Li Longji learned from Li Yi, the people are easy to bully, but the heavens can't bully them. Wealth is meritorious service, and the military is the country's capital. My title will be rewarded at the right time. Your salary will be paid and the people will be nourished. At the very least, the officials of the capital office would receive additional rewards. At the same time, those who didn't have houses to live in were also moved into new houses. At this moment, Lu Yochio stood on the city wall and watched as a wooden bucket cart carrying hot water set off from a nearby workshop and soon arrived at a house. Compared to the past, it was only then that he felt so emotional. Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan, Li Riji, and one other person. She was not the prime minister, but a former minister, Yin Xizhen. He resigned when Li Longji was the emperor. After the inspection team finished dealing with the matters in Huazhou, Li Longji remembered him and rehired him into the regiment. He was 77 years old this year and should have died, but he still looked very healthy. It was probably because he had joined the group and had something to do. He felt that he could still live. Some people had lived to the age of 90. For example, Wang Youzhen, who had passed away 2 months ago at the age of 99, was not very sad at her last moments. During the funeral, everyone was chatting and laughing. It was 99, what was there to be sad about? Everyone was watching and feeling the changes in Chang'an, little by little. The Li family Zhuangzi has started digging again. This time, the people know what is going on. The people within 5 miles of the southern part of the city will be able to live in the new houses if they wait a little longer. Lu Huaishan explained the actions of the Li family Zhuangzi. They signed the contract, checked the situation, and started construction immediately. At this rate, all the people in the slums would be living in the slums before November. They had more people than the officials and built more houses. Naturally, it would take more time. Why don't we go take a look? Take my car. Yao Chong's car was big. He had resigned as the prime minister, but his place of residence was not taken back. The 5 of them left the imperial city, got into the car, and headed south along Vermilion Bird Avenue. I remember there were about 100 houses in the west of the city. Lu Yochio pointed to the west. There were also houses in the north of the Forbidden Garden. The winged knights needed to train, so the people moved to the south of the city. There were no houses in the east of the city. Some people went to the west of the city to build sheds for convenience during the shaking of briquettes. The rest of the people had all run to the migrant worker area of the Li family's farmstead. Li built more than 100 houses and moved them to the west of the city. Yao Chong was not worried about the west of the city. There were not many people. Li Yi's Zhuangzi had to do it at least once. Li Yi would consider it even if others did not mention it. The car drove out of the illustrious Virtue Gate and continued south. They arrived at the construction site after a while. The captives worked hard at digging. There was a big pot every few meters. In the pot, there were stewed vegetables, big white meat slices, pickled vegetables, blood sausage, and big bones. When the wind blew, the aroma spread. The captives worked harder when they smelled the aroma. They were treated well. There were no longer chicken racks, and there were no more staple foods. The scallion pancakes were baked one by one. When one was done, it was placed in a bamboo basin, covered with a lid, and covered with a quilt. Not to mention the captives, even the commoners who came to watch the show and were waiting to move were drooling. Everyone, let's help. This is a house we're building for ourselves. Some commoners were anxious. They hoped that the houses would be built quickly so that they could move in the next day. When the others heard this, they were also anxious, but they did not have the tools. Everyone, go home and do your own work. Making money is the most important thing. Don't watch. The Li family Zhuangzi's supervisor saw that the commoners wanted to help and quickly stopped them. The captives had a tacit understanding. If outsiders joined, it would delay the progress. These people lived in shacks, but they still worked for the Li family Zhuangzi. They were paid for their work, so they just watched the show for a while. Let's go, let's go. Don't make trouble. An older person shouted. The others left looking back every 3 steps. A few days ago, they saw the new houses built 10 miles behind them. Then, the officials moved in. They were envious. They heard that the emperor gave the officials benefits because he wanted them to be honest. They could not be jealous. They did not expect that after a few days, it would be their turn to live in a new house. It was also said that the emperor could not bear to see the commoners living in shacks, so he asked the Li family Zhuangzi to work. The captives that Li Yi bought are really useful. He did not spend money in vain. Li Riji watched the captives work through the window. Except for his willingness to donate, he has never done a business that loses money. The captives do not have family members. They are full of strength. As long as they eat and drink, they can work quickly. Yao Chong smelled the fragrance of the stew and was a little hungry. He was also amazed by Li Yi's means. Whether it was business, management, or even captives, he was willing to work hard. There were nearly 30,000 surrendered households in Huazhou. Before winter, the mountains to be farmed were cleared. The trees and shrubs that were cleared were firewood for the surrendered households in winter. In addition to learning to understand and speak the Tang dynasty's language, the surrendered households also learned weaving and breeding techniques. The breeding techniques were taught in the past, but they did not really raise them. The weaving techniques were given to them and they were slowly weaving. Lu Huaishan smiled. Li Yi has done too many things for the Tang dynasty. What will happen in the future? Chapter 745. On October 25, it began to snow heavily. The houses in the south of Chang'an could be moved in today. The people living in shacks didn't care if it was snowing or not. They moved. Looking at the situation, they would die in their new houses even if they were to be stabbed. They can't even wait a day. Li Yi came to see the moving in person. Li Longji was in Li Yi's ambulance. He wanted to see the last place where the people were settled in. When the people in the south and west of the city moved into their new houses, there wouldn't be a single person in the entire capital who couldn't live in a house. The houses of the people in the 20 counties were all refurbished. The Ministry of Revenue paid for new houses in the villages with poor economic conditions. Li Longji knew that outside the capital, there were still people who didn't have a good life. But he wasn't afraid. He had been working hard. One day, he could let the people of the entire Tang dynasty live a comfortable life. With the help of the 16 guards, there won't be any delays. Li Longji had a smile on his face. He wasn't smiling because the 16 guards were helping the people, but because he had more control over the army. 2 years ago, if he wanted the 16 guards to sweep the snow, the soldiers of the 16 guards would resist, and the ministers would persuade them with all kinds of reasons. Many times, right or wrong wasn't important. What was important was the struggle and compromise. Now, he could do whatever he wanted. The 16 guards could do anything and were very active. There was no other way. There was a 30,000-strong winged knights next to him. If any guard didn't listen to him, they would probably be dismissed. Outside, each of the 16 guards sent out some people to do the work. It wasn't hard to be sent out. Everyone fought to be sent out. In the end, it had to be decided by drawing lots. The reason for this was because of Li Yi's idea. When the 16 guards worked, each of them had a file. On it was written who participated in what in a certain year, month, day, and situation. For example, right now, it was about who participated in sweeping the snow and helping the people move. This was called public welfare. In the future, when they were going to be evaluated for a title, they were going to be tested and prepared to be promoted, everything was the basis for consideration. Who was promoted needed to be announced and told everyone why the person was promoted. Whoever wanted to get in through the back door would be opposed when it was announced. He was not there when they were sweeping the snow. He was not there when they were moving. He was not there when they were patrolling the Li family Zhuangzi. What right did he have? The superiors also had to remember who performed well when they were working, and then everyone would look at them. There's someone slacking off beside me. I'll take note of his excellent performance. If this doesn't work, I'll report him. In order to be promoted, in order to receive more gifts from His Majesty during the new year, wrong again. It was for their mother's smile, for the harvest of the earth. The people of the 16 guards exploded with absolute passion. Old men and old women who had trouble walking were directly carried by the 16th guard. The furniture was in a mess, tied together, and the two of them walked quickly with poles in their hands. Put me down. You don't have to carry me, an old lady shouted. Auntie, it's okay. I have the strength. His face was full of smiles. I want to take the Li family Zhuangzi's car. Put down my bathtub and don't carry it around. What if it falls? Put it in the car. The old lady became anxious and shouted loudly. Okay, put it down. Auntie, actually, it's better to carry it. The person of the right golden guard had no choice but to squat down. He wanted to show off, but how could the Li family Zhuangzi not consider the transportation problem when moving? The Li family Zhuangzi sent a large group of cars. The things were put in the cars, and those who had trouble walking also took the cars. The young man followed them for 5 miles, and they arrived at their destination. It wasn't far. Li Yi's car drove slowly. It was a long distance from the east to the west of the city. Other than Guozi, who was in charge of driving the car, there were no other guards around. We still need to find a coal mine. Now everyone likes to burn coal. Li Longji felt that there was not enough coal and mines. Since the invention of the heated Kong bed and the indigenous method of coking appeared, the people and smelting needed coal. Fortunately, the people used coal to save face. However, without water washing, the quality of the coal was a bit worse, and the coal slurry was big when it was transported. I'll give you a few more locations. Open pit mines. Sometimes they're covered with a layer of soil. They're even used for farming. Li Yi was not worried about coal. There were many open pit mines in Shaanxi, and there were even more in Shaanxi. Li Yi was not prepared to take out coal mines that were less than 500 meters deep. Coal mines that were 500 meters deep and shallower were also deep. Even coal mines that were 100 meters deep were difficult to dig, and they needed to dig a mine. Digging a mine was dangerous, so it was better to dig a little bit from the ground and spiral down irregularly. Everyone was always at the top, so there was less danger. Li Longji was still so calm, but, Brother Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi can use whatever you want. Li Longji could not give Li Yi any other benefits, but Li Yi could give Li Yi priority to use the mine for free. The coal slurry in the coal mine was not valuable, so the people had to transport it themselves. The coal needed to be bought, but the Li family Zhuangzi could still use it for free. Third brother, use the fire-fighting vehicles and dig a well next to the coal mine. Then we can wash the coal manually. Li Yi wanted to improve the quality of the reef and use it to smelt good steel, so he could only wash the coal. Put the coal in a big pot and stir it. Then, with a scoop, you can distinguish the good coal, the coal slurry, and the rest of the coal slurry. The coal that the Li family Zhuangzi transported back had a lot of coal slurry, so it could not be seen if it was not washed. The Li family Zhuangzi had to wash it himself, but it was not worth it. Other people would waste time washing it, but the villagers would do it and delay things. Do you need manpower? Li Longji did not consider the difficulty of washing the coal. What kind of work would not be tiring? He was thinking about the problem of employment. Washing the coal obviously required manpower. A lot of manpower. It is hot in the summer and cold in the winter. The texture of the palms is full of coal and there are cracks. However, normal places do not need it, only Zhuangzi uses it, so the wages are higher and the benefits are better. It is too wasteful for the villagers to wash the coal. Let other people do it. Zhuangzi will pay for it. If there is a smelting place that needs good coal, I will also pay for it. Li Yi knew that for the common people, coal slurry did not matter. If it could not be burned, then it was not burned. Once it was burned, it could be taken out from the stove. Zhuangzi could not do it, because Zhuangzi was smelting steel. Good, recruit people from further away. They will go to the coal mines to wash the coal. Bring their families to wash the coal and send their children to Chang and government school. Li Longji knew where to recruit people. The living standards were low, especially those who did not have land. No matter how hard it was to wash the coal, their livelihood was guaranteed and their children were taken care of. Li nodded. Third brother's idea is good. The capital government can no longer find people to wash the coal. We will get them from outside. In the future, there will be fewer people shaking the coal and making the coal. Brother Yi, you always give us some work to do. Li Longji seemed to be complaining, but in reality, he was happy. If there were fewer people working, it meant that there was more work to do. If there was no one in the local area, people from outside would come over. As long as there was a food supply, the number of people living a good life would increase. Brother Yi, if there is a place where everyone earns more money, will the people around it also earn more money? Li Longji began to think about economic issues. Third brother, are you talking about the relationship between economic radiation and regional influence? Li Yi gave a noun. Chapter 746. Hello, I'm Dongzhu. Time to eat. Li Longji asked someone to find someone to wash coal in the governor's office. Li Yi continued to copy medical books. He found that people in the Imperial Medical Department of the Tang dynasty learned medical books very fast. Last time, when they diagnosed and prescribed medicine for Baigu, they used the medicine in the new medical book. One was the medicine in the Ming dynasty, and the other was the medicine in the Qing dynasty. Since they could learn and apply it so accurately, he continued to copy. When he was tired of copying, Li Yi came to see the big red-breasted parrots. He was shocked again. When other parrots said hello, these two parrots said 3 sentences. Okay, learn more. Li Qingqi, who came to deliver frozen seafood, stood next to Li Yi. The seafood from Dengzhou began to freeze because of the cold weather. The big ice cubes required well water. The navy took the ice cubes to the sea to catch fish. They put them in a cold storage made of ice cubes and sprinkled crushed ice. When the seafood was brought to the shore, the people on the shore prepared a mixture of ice and water. They threw the seafood in and left it outside to freeze. Lumps of seafood were separated by straw curtains and loaded into cars to be transported to Chang'an. The first batch had just arrived. Li Qingqi was not ready to sell, so everyone could have a taste first. Brother, I heard that Wu Zetian raised a parrot that could recite scriptures. Li Yi remembered something and wanted to know the truth. How is that possible? If parrots could recite scriptures, Buddhism would treat parrots as holy objects. Li Qingqi shook his head. I have a good idea to teach parrots. Li Qingqi denied that Wu Zetian's parrots could recite scriptures. He suddenly had an idea. What is it? Li Yi wanted the parrots to say a few more words. Loudspeaker, you're recording loudspeaker. It's hard to teach them sentence by sentence. That little girl is good. Record her voice. Li Qingqi pointed at the pair of parrots that could recite 3 words. Li Yi, he didn't think about it at all. Yes, he had a loudspeaker. I know you want to sell parrots, not these. Later, you can catch parrots and myna from other places. Li Qingqi guessed that the price of a talking bird would be heaven-defying. There were no birds in his mansion. In the whole city of Chang'an, there were less than 20 birds that could talk. He couldn't take it by force or trickery. She had a precious bird. Now that he had the opportunity, Brother Yi would raise a lot of them. The big parrots would lay eggs and hatch in the spring. I want to open a chain of stores and put a pair of parrots or myna in each store. As soon as the guests enter, they will greet them with welcome and hello. Li Yi finally revealed his plan. There were other countries that did this. Li Qingqi fell. Suck. 1. Mouth. Cold. Chee. It was cold outside and there was no heat to breathe in. That's right, that's right. If you open a restaurant and let the parrots out, people will go in and eat. If they hear that, the price of a dish will be doubled. Li Chengqi had to admit that the talking bird was very attractive. In Chang'an, there would be people who would eat in the restaurant just to listen to the parrot talk. Big brother, did you ask the people in Deng province to dig a cellar to store ice? Li talked about other things. It was still early to talk about parrots. There was no hurry now. I said that I will dig a lot of ice cellars. I always want to eat sea crabs. They are big and satisfying. In winter, we can catch crabs, but there is no yellow or cream. We can only eat the shells. When we are a few months old and a few years old, the swimming crabs in Bohai Sea are said to be the best. If they are sent over without ice, they will all be smelly. The dried crab meat is far worse. Li Chengqi swallowed his saliva as he spoke. He couldn't go to the seaside to eat crabs. He could only store ice. Big brother, I have thought of something. A reciprocating steam engine sealed with a copper gasket. I will only dare to touch the fuel engine after I build it. Li wanted to eat seafood, the very fresh kind, not frozen to death in ice. It was sent to the place with ice, but the crab was the kind that was alive. There was only one requirement for it: speed. From Shandong to Luoyang, then from Luoyang to Chang'an, the straight line distance was more than 1,000 kilometers. The actual distance was more than 1,400 kilometers. If the steam engine could run 3 stone kilometers in 1 hour, it could definitely reach the place in 50 hours. The crab would not die in 50 hours. Why did they have to go to Shandong? Shandong was next to the sea, and the Jingheng Grand Canal passed through that line. Shandong belonged to the Hunan province of the Tang dynasty, and Hunan province had always been the most important. What is it for? Li Chengqi didn't doubt whether it could be built. He was thinking about the purpose. I will try to make a small one. The propeller boat will be launched tomorrow. Big brother, remember to come and watch. There was a problem with the weight ratio that I made before, so I made a new one. If it works, the Jing Prefecture's water network will not use ships next year. It will be faster. Li frowned. He was very worried about the steam engine. Even if the steam engine was built, what about the railway? How much iron was needed to lay 1,400 kilometers of railway? How much iron was needed to make guns and cannons? There was still a shortage of kitchen knives in the homes of the commoners. Could they build a small one with a small carrying capacity? Could they use wood to cover the railway? Li Chengqi rarely saw Li Yi distressed, so he asked, Brother Yi, is there a problem? It will use too much iron. Wait a few months. I will try to build a children's train in Zhuangzi. It will be steam-powered. You will know when you see it. Li thought of the small train in the park. It was actually electric, but it could be made into steam. The weight of the steam engine head and the weight of the load could be used to see if a small track could work. The next day, Li Chengqi and Li Longji's family all came. When the little guy saw Li Yi, he showed a puzzled look. Obviously, he hadn't seen him for many days and had forgotten about him. Li Yi didn't talk nonsense. He put on life jackets for everyone and went to the river. The boat had been lowered from the pier in Zhuangzi. Empress Wang held her son and the 4 of them sat on the pedals. The rudder was in the middle, controlled by Li Yi. Everyone was familiar with the pedals. Without the wheels on both sides, they were not used to it. Get ready. Start. Li Yi was in charge of temporary command. With his order, the 4 of them pedaled together. The propeller at the rear rotated and the water splashed at the stern. Its initial speed was faster than any other boat. Even a ship was far inferior to a propeller boat. Because there were wheels on the left and right sides of a ship, it had to bear the resistance of the water. The propeller of a propeller boat was underwater. The front of the boat was designed with a sharp point. The shape of the bottom of the boat was also different. There were grooves to separate the water. The four of them pedaled quickly, and the speed of the boat gradually increased. The center rudder controlled by Li Yi began to become unstable. It was not that the boat could immediately change direction no matter how the rudder was moved. There was a process. Dragon boat, this is the speed of a dragon boat. Empress Wang felt it. During the dragon boat race, the dragon boat moved forward quickly. The speed of the boat now was about the same as the dragon boat. The dragon boat was narrow and needed many people, and it could not maintain the speed for a long time. Pedaling the boat would obviously allow it to last longer. Good boat, good oars, Li Longji said. Chapter 747. A propeller is a propeller. Li Yi did not take any detours when designing it. He also calculated the propeller bit by bit and provided the data at the same time. When the craftsmen were making the mold, they would dig bit by bit and finally understand the mold. If there was no problem with the transmission, the propeller's rotation would produce a thrust that other propellers could not compare with. My craftsmen in Zhuangzi are the best. What 5-axis linkage? What printing? Do I need to be so precise? Li Yi was excited. This speed could scare the enemy to death in a naval battle. Li Chengqi, and a child could not understand what Li Yi was talking about. Brother, I have thought it through. Let's not build a steam engine train first. We should build a steam engine ship first. Li Yi was inspired and stopped thinking about the tracks. Transportation requires speed, and going against the current requires power. Paddle steamers can provide power and have a large surface area. The power conversion ratio is lower than that of a propeller ship. If a 1,000-ton ship is equipped with a propeller and a steam engine, the journey from the Yellow River to Huke Waterfall can be shortened by dozens of times. The Yangtze River is even better. Trackers need to change their profession. Seafood could be avoided, but when it came to water transportation, any river that could pass through steam ships would become an important channel of transportation. Everyone still does not understand what a steam engine train and a steam engine ship is. The only thing they know is that Li Yi can always come up with technology that no one dares to imagine. A ship that does not care about the direction of the wind can sail against the current. Now, there is a faster ship that can go against the current. Brother Yi, build a bigger ship. The merchants will pay the taxes. Li Longji thought of a good idea. The merchants pay the taxes and use the receipt to use the ship. If they don't pay, they can pull the ship slowly. Pulling the ship is not free. They have to pay the trackers. If one ship arrives first and the other ship arrives a few days later, the difference in the price should be enough to cover the tax. San Lang, can we eat fresh lychees from Sichuan if we use this ship to transport lychees? We can use the Han River and use horses to relay the lychees. Empress Wang has not eaten fresh lychees until now. She thought of the lychees from Sichuan. In history, Yang Guifei ate lychees from Shu, not from Lingnan. The lychees of Lingnan would not make it in time even if they sped up to 800 miles. Lychees from Shu could be delivered by winged cavalry in 2 days. Sister-in-law, eating lychees is easy. I have a way to keep them fresh for 20 to 30 days. Li thought of something important. Previously, they had used candles to consume oxygen, but there was carbon dioxide and ethylene. However, there was still a way to preserve the lychee, which was to control its growth and make it hibernate. What good idea! Empress Wang widened her eyes, and the little fellow also widened her eyes in tacit understanding. If someone else dared to say that they could keep lychees fresh for 20 to 30 days, Empress Wang would kick them into the water. Flute film and refrigeration. First, wrap the lychee tightly with the flute film, then put it in a jar with ice cubes on the outside. Li listed out the methods he could think of. The cost was high, but it was less expensive than using fast horses. Flute membranes were peeled from reeds, so how expensive could ice cubes be? Empress Wang blinked, wrap the flute film with ice. Li nodded, yes, you can use this method for many fruits, such as bananas. Li Yi swallowed his saliva as he spoke. Of course, he wanted to eat more than just bananas. He did not have plastic film, so he could put on a few more layers of reed film. If he felt that the reed film would be breathable, he could brush a layer of glycerin after a few layers of reed film, and then stick the reed film. In order to eat, he could do anything. Otherwise, how could he deliver something like bananas? Put the green bananas in a backpack and ride a horse all the way. The four of them, no, not counting the little fellow, the three of them had never heard of this method of preserving food. Brother Yi, is it useful? Li Longji was tempted. He also liked to eat good food. First, use a cucumber to test it. Pick it, wrap it, and put it in a place with ice cubes around it. Don't stick it on it, and keep it about 4 degrees above zero. Li Yi was not very sure, but he had to try it. In the past, he used plastic film to wrap the cucumber and put it in the refrigerator, and it could last for half a month. If he could change it to plastic film, he would be able to eat many fruits. With the new boat, he could try to ship most of the fruits from the south to Chang'an. The premise was that no one was allowed to stop him, and the journey would be smooth. Li Chengqi showed an excited look. He found a profitable business. Generally, Brother Yi was not in a hurry to operate in places that were too far away. Brother Yi's view of money was that when he needed money, he would take something out and make a lot of money. When he did not need money, he would sell things slowly. He did not seem to have a lot of money, but he was never short of money. Brother Yi, let's put the preservation of food aside and find a boat. Why do you say that the propeller is faster in the water? Li Chengqi wanted to learn this. Li Yi was speechless. Brother, you want to learn this? The difference between work and pressure? Where should I start? Do you want to learn the principle of the propeller blade, curved surface? Do you want to learn the distance ratio? I don't know. It is not a field that I can learn. After thinking for a while, Li Yi decided to explain it in a simple way. Brother, look, when the wheel is rotating, half of it will be above the water. When it is above the water, it is like swimming. Can you paddle with your arms above the water? A person paddles under the water all the time, and a person spends half of their time above the water. The time they paddle is different. When the wheel is sinking into the water, it will stabilize the water when the wheel is rotating. As for the propeller, it will be retreating all the time. There is only a small part of the propeller that blocks the water. In other words, the same amount of strength is used to push the propeller, and half of the wheel is idling. Li Yi could only explain it this way. Otherwise, it would be too profound for others to understand. Li Chengqi listened and nodded with a smile. What he meant was, I will think about it when I go back. I really don't understand. Li Yi controlled the rudder and slowly made a big turn. The boat returned to the dock next to the Li family Zhuangzi. The thin layer of ice on the river surface was removed, and everyone got off the boat. The little guy was held by Empress Wang, and his 2 little legs imitated the way the adults kicked just now. Brother Yi, when the river above Hukou waterfall is cleared in spring, we can put such a boat on it to transport troops and baggage. It can be transported directly to Tubo. Li Longji no longer thought about the problem of transporting the fruit preservation boxes. He realized that the propeller boat was fast. Going with the current was easy, but going against the current was difficult. Originally, they were going to use a paddle wheel. Now, things have changed. Brother Yi was bored and actually took out a new thing. The test of the boat track at Hukou waterfall was successful, and the upstream and downstream could be connected. The propeller boat below did not need to follow the track. The 2 sections were separated, and other boats could be used. When the time comes, they could change the equipment. Chapter 748. Dongzhu, Hu Feng and the others are back. There's a dead bear and a group of live animals. While Li Yi and Li Longji were eating, Songde stood outside the single room and shouted. The little guy who was eating with a spoon tilted his head and looked out through the frosted glass door. Big brother, 3, sister-in-law, Shang, you guys eat first. I'll go take a look. The big scarlet-chested parrot was caught by Hu Feng and the others. Li Yi got up and greeted everyone. The 3 adults nodded, and so did the little guy. Yes, I'll go. Li Yi went out and went to the bungalow in front. There was a temporary place to receive guests. When he arrived, a group of dogs each guarded a pot filled with raw meat and bones. The dogs tore at them and ate. After eating 2 bites, they turned their heads and licked the water in the pot. When they saw Li Yi, they glanced at him and ignored him. A dead and frozen big black bear was placed on the ground outside. A group of forest musk deer were tied up and eating the alfalfa on the ground. Next to it were 2 large bamboo cages. In each cage, there were 5 red pandas eating watermelon. The watermelon was small and the red pandas had small mouths, so they ate slowly. Li Yi was stunned. He counted the forest musk deer. There were 15 of them. Alive? Red pandas? Forest musk deer? Li Yi muttered. The door was opened from the inside. Hu Feng took a look and saw Li Yi. He walked out and said with a smile, Li Dongzhu, are you eating? I just ate. These are not easy to bring back. Li Yi pointed at the 2 animals. 9-joint wolves are not easy to bring back. Put them in cages and carry them. Forest musk deer are easy to bring back. Tie a rope around their necks. The hunting dogs watch from the side and they will follow you back. While Hu Feng was talking, 7 more people came out of the room. Guan Xiao Tan was among them. Dongzhu, Brother Hu and the others brought live animals to the drunken immortal residence. I'll arrange a car to send them back. Guan Xiao Tan reported. Luckily, the Li family Zhuangzi has a place in Lantian County. Otherwise, we would have to travel for a day, Hu Feng said with a smile. Then he turned around and said, I know Li Dongzhu, you like to keep them alive. I'll give you 10 9-joint wolves. Lin musk deer, give me a price. Kill the living forest musk on the spot and take the sachet. You people who are doctors can handle it better. The meat can also be eaten. Kill him for the musk. Li Yi was still at a loss, and the words he said were also at a loss. Li Dongzhu doesn't know. I'll help you kill it. Hu Feng looked at his disciples, indicating that they could handle it. Kill? Yes, taking the musk now is killing it. I need a place to raise the forest musk deer and at the same time, buy live ones. Li Yi smiled as he looked at the Lin musk who was eating grass with its head lowered. If they were killed, they could only take the musk once. If they were alive, they could take it for many years. Take 1,000 kennels and give it to Master Hu. Li Yi made a decision and ordered Songde. Li Dongzhu, how could it be worth so much money? 50 kennels is enough. We also have a bear. The bear's gallbladder has been removed. The breast meat is not delicious, but the bear's skin and paws can be sold for money. Hu Feng was shocked when he heard the price. Li Dongzhu was always so generous. Last time, he gave 10,000 kennels. Master Hu, I want the bear too. Count it together. 1,000 kennels. Sigh. Li Yi said and sighed. Hu Feng's disciples showed a happy expression. 1,000 kennels. After going out for more than a month, each person could get a lot. Hu Feng shook his head, Li Dongzhu, you can't give so much. 200 kennels, at most 200 kennels. Hu Feng knew that the money Li Yi gave included parrots and 9-joint wolves, but it was still a lot. Parrots could not speak, so they were not worth much. 9-joint wolves had little meat. Only their skin could be used to make things, but it was still not worth much. There were many forest musk deer. Many people directly took the sachet back from the mountain. The only thing that was not easy to hunt was the bear. The complete skin of the bear was valuable. Like this one, the crossbow arrow shot into the eye. Master Hu, in your eyes, 9-joint wolves should eat and drink for their skin and fur. In my eyes, they are more fun than pandas. They can be close to people. As for the forest musk deer, it's okay to tell you. Others kill musk deer for their fragrance, but I can let the forest musk deer live to take out the musk. Oh, I can't do it now. They are going to breed. After breeding, I will take them once. After that, I will take them once a year. Lee looked at the red panda eating watermelon and smiled. Pandas are cute, but they can't get close to people. Even though it was a panda that had been raised since it was young, it still didn't know how to control its strength and would hurt people. Red pandas can be raised in Zhuangzi or in the panda park. When people feed them, they will stand there and eat. They are cleaned and disinfected. The tourists also wash their hands. The two sides interact. As for the forest musk deer, they use a spoon to take out the musk. It is like picking ears and picking nose. The other way is to take out the musk. To put it bluntly, it is to have acne on the face. Then use the small tool to prick first, or not prick, directly press around the acne with the back circle. The acne that is about to mature or shallow sprays out, and the deep ones must be pricked. There is no need to prick the musk. With the pressure of the circle, the musk will come out. Equal pressure is the same pressure given by the surroundings. Because the musk is not liquid, if it is liquid, it can be extracted with negative pressure. It is like the small tube used to draw blood now. There is a vacuum inside, and it will be sucked. It is absolutely impossible to say that the forest musk deer does not feel uncomfortable when taking out the musk. But it will be uncomfortable for a while, and soon it will be fine. Hu Feng looked at the forest musk deer. Can it be taken out alive? Otherwise? Zhuangzi is going to buy a large number of live musk deer and live bears. If Master Hu is willing, I can give you a tranquilizer gun. Li mentioned the things he used before. Hu Feng and the others knew. The Qidong people were shot and fell down in a few breaths. Hu Feng was shocked by the method of extracting the musk without killing it. When he heard about the tranquilizer gun, he guessed and asked, "Can a bear's gall be taken out alive?" Gall is not good, but bile is good. It can still grow after taking it out. It can be replenished by eating good food. Actually, the bile of the giant panda. Before he finished speaking, Li shook his head. No, the giant panda is special. It cannot be taken out alive. The key is that it is expensive. If it dies, how much will the bile be worth? Li Dongzhu's medical skills are heaven-defying, his medical ethics are unparalleled, and he is benevolent and righteous. Hu Feng said solemnly. In his view, if the forest musk deer and bear can be alive, it is already good enough. It is just taking something to feel pain. After the new year, if Master Hu is willing, I can give you winged knights to go into the mountains to find hibernating bears and bring them back to raise. The bear's gall is medicine for people. Li does not have the ability to make a substitute for the bear's gall. He can only use the bear's bile to make a powder and add it to other herbs. Hu Feng's eyes lit up. Good idea. It will take a long time to catch a bear like this. If the bear does not die, it will be very difficult for the hunter to kill it. He knows that killing a bear and catching a bear will not find much. Digging a trap to catch a bear or using many people to use a net, one layer of net after another. If you want to use a bow to kill a bear, your accuracy will not be good. Moreover, a bear's nose is sensitive and can smell the smell of people. If they catch all the bears and let Li raise them, the people who need the bear's gall will have more medicine to treat their illness. Hunters not killing bears is considered to have done a good thing and accumulated merit. Master Hu, do you agree? Li asked. He can't go out of Zhuangzi. A group of people is watching. After the new year, I will lead a team to find bears and bring them back alive. Hu Feng nodded vigorously. Chapter 749. Hu Feng and the others were arranged to take a bath. Li changed his clothes, washed his hands and face, and then returned to the single room in the canteen. He was afraid that if he came into contact with animals, there would be bacteria on him and he would infect the little fellow. He had to treat it as the little fellow was still uncomfortable. As soon as he entered the single room, Li found that everyone had stopped eating. Even the little fellow who was drooling was not allowed to eat. They were waiting for him. Li sat down, picked up a cucumber strip, and cut it into pieces with a spoon. He pushed the chopsticks into the spoon and put it in the little fellow's bowl. The little fellow opened her eyes wide, looked at her spoon, and smacked the cucumber cubes in the bowl, giggling. Hu Feng and the others who helped catch the chitin soldiers last time came back and killed a black bear with a crossbow arrow through its eyes. I caught 10 nine-joint wolves and 15 forest musk deer alive. I call the nine-joint wolves small pandas. They are very cute. I have a way to take the musk out of the forest musk deer alive. I take it once a year. The forest musk deer is fine. Li Yi explained the situation, mainly emphasizing on taking the musk out of the forest musk alive. The biggest consumption of musk in the Tang dynasty was not medical use, but the incense used to make incense. The poor could not afford to buy musk when they were sick, but the rich could buy it to make incense. The three of them suddenly thought of the pharmacy. Now they did not like to burn incense and preferred to spray perfume in the house. Li Qingqi took a sip of wine. Brother Yi, do you have a way to take the sachet out of the forest musk deer alive? It's not a sachet, it's a spice. When it's just taken out, it doesn't smell good. It needs to be processed later. It's like digging out earwax. Very soon, in a few breaths. In addition, I can also take the bile of the bear alive and make it into powder. I plan to buy live bears to raise. In the future, I think all the medicine related to bear gall should be provided by me. Li Yi meant to ask the imperial court to help spread the news, mainly about the purchase of bear gall medicine. Uncle, does it hurt to take bile from a live bear? Empress Wang suddenly asked. It hurts, and it's easy to get infected, so I plan to use herbs instead. I'll raise dozens of bears for tourists to see. Li Yi found that his current hardware condition was not enough to put a drainage tube in the bear. The main difficulty was in preventing infection. He could use this as a gimmick. The patient asked for treatment, not to extract the gallbladder. His substitute at that time was made from the bile of other poultry and pigs, cows, and sheep. If it really wasn't useful, why bother to refine it? Herbs could replace bear gall to treat some diseases. Li Yi decided that other than the bear gall, he would use other herbs. Then, every once in a while, the bile would be taken instead of the usual drainage tube. It was like burying a needle. It was very painful to accidentally touch it. Of course, if the hunters were willing to kill, Li Yi wouldn't care. There were too many bears. At that time, it was a grade 2 protected animal. That was not the case in the Tang dynasty. Coercion was not allowed. Li Longji and the others understood. It was mainly the forest musk deer. As for the bear, it was for takeout. One couldn't kill a bear just for its gallbladder. If a hunter wanted the bear's skin, he wouldn't care. He would also get the bear's gallbladder. Also, you can try to catch some poisonous snakes and make them into snake venom. I need to use horses or rabbits to make it. I've already used the corresponding equipment for the smallpox vaccine, so I don't need to buy it again. Actually, it can be reduced, but since you have the equipment, why not use it? Li Yi wanted to make snake venom. Usually, he made one type of snake for each type of snake. Sometimes, it was not easy to use. When he made the smallpox vaccine, he had the equipment, so he could make snake venom serum. The main thing was inactivation. Inactivation was also possible. He just needed to inject a very small amount of snake venom into horses and rabbits. If the snake venom carried germs and viruses, then the horses and rabbits would be infected. After testing and finding that there were germs and viruses, there was no need to inject them. If there were no viruses and germs, then they could be used again. It saved the step of inactivation. It was like the people who had smallpox in the past. They took the powder from the smallpox site and blew it into the nose of normal people. There was no inactivation in the process. If that person had other diseases, it was likely to be contagious. Brother E, can you treat smallpox? Li Qingqi didn't think about the snake venom serum at all. I can't treat it. I can only support the treatment. It depends on fate, but it can be prevented. However, there has been no smallpox in the Tang dynasty in recent years. Li Yi had already asked. No one in the Tang dynasty had smallpox at the moment, so he didn't promote the vaccine. He had the virus, so he could make a lot of vaccines at any time. If no one had smallpox, he couldn't immediately release the vaccine for others to use. First, it was inconvenient for transportation. Second, why would others use it? You said that you could prevent smallpox, but there was a certain risk. No one would do it. Only when smallpox appeared in a place, the people in the surrounding places would be willing to be vaccinated. So, if you give the medicine to people in advance, they won't get smallpox? Li Longji guessed. Yes, it will leave a small scar, usually on the arm. Li Yi nodded. What about snake venom? Li Longji asked again. Not snake venom. Snake venom is given to me first. I use snake venom to make medicine. When others are bitten by the same snake, they will be injected with this medicine. Li Yi introduced. The two things were different. One was a serum, and the other was a vaccine. Yes, yes. Hearing the adults talking, the little girl interrupted. Yes, yes. Li Yi immediately responded. The little girl showed a happy smile and continued to eat with the spoon. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were absent-minded while eating. The two of them thought of the same thing. Brother Yi could prevent smallpox. If he gave it to people in advance, it would be terrible. Then their own people would use it, and then, yes, the two of them thought of the virus war. Li Yi actually also thought about it, but he rejected it. That kind of method couldn't be used outside. Otherwise, it would be one kind of virus today. If someone survived, it would be another kind of virus tomorrow, people would lose themselves. If a person was used to using despicable means to target others, this person would eventually become a devil. If a country was like this, it would be the same. After they finished eating, the little girl was sleepy and was arranged to sleep in the bedroom in the courtyard by the palace maids and eunuchs. Empress Wang didn't care about it. It was safer in Zhuangzi than in her palace. Even after moving to Xingqing Palace, Empress Wang still didn't let down her guard. Brother Yi, can you show us how to take the musk alive? Li Qingqi tried to think of specific things. No, the male forest musk deer now needs to rely on the fragrance to attract the female forest musk deer. If its musk is taken away, it will become a failure. Li Yi knew that the musk was the best at this time. It was also the time when hunters were most willing to hunt forest musk deer. In summer, hunters would only wander around in the nearby areas. They would only go to places far away in winter. With snow, there would be traces of oneself and animals. It was easy to find animals, and one wouldn't get lost. I'll take you to see the red pandas. Red pandas are interesting. They like to play all day long. They are more lively than giant pandas. At the same time, they are willing to be with many of them. Li changed the topic. The red pandas should be arranged to go to places with snow. Chapter 750. The four of them arrived at the bungalow. Hu Feng and the others were not there. They were probably still taking a bath. After staying on the mountain for so long, they were physically and mentally exhausted. They took a hot bath and a steam bath to relax. The Li family Zhuangzi had a massage service, but not a scrubbing service. Scrubbing required them to rub against each other. Massaging depended on whether the nurses had time. If they had time, the women would go to the women's pool and the men would go to the men's pool. The process of massage was a process that the nurses learned. Massage was a special department that existed many years ago. Many years later, Westerners discovered that they could massage. This was invented by me. The Westerners actually admitted that they invented it. It was just that when they first pressed on muscles and joints, they finally understood that the acupuncture points in China were the correct ones. They attacked and suppressed China's medical skills while researching crazily. At first, they said that there were no acupuncture points. Later, they published a paper and found that the acupuncture points in China were the places with the lowest electrical resistance. Was it magical? Was it fun? How could it be like this? Li Yi knew these things. He was unwilling to talk about it in the past because it was meaningless. There were too many people in the country who worshipped foreign things. Now, he didn't need to say anything. Where was the West? What were those people doing? He wanted to live happily, just like the red pandas. The 10 red pandas were no longer in the cage. The villagers knew that Dongzhu liked to raise animals and gave them more space. Therefore, they temporarily put together a large cage in the square. It was 30 meters long and wide and 10 meters tall. They even put in a frame for the red pandas to climb. After the red pandas were full, they found a place to curl up and sleep. Their big tails covered their bodies like a blanket. They were even more interesting than squirrels. They're sleeping. They're really 9-joint wolves. The color of their tails is circled. Empress Wang looked at the sleeping red pandas and felt regretful. Let's go see the pandas. Li Longji also felt that the sleeping red pandas were boring. Build a large cage next to the panda garden. Arrange the slide and other things according to the panda garden. It will be fine when it snows. Li Yi told the palace maids and eunuchs that they would note it down and find Songda to make arrangements. On the 1st of November, the panda park was completed. After the 10 red pandas moved in, the news that the Li family Zhuangzi was purchasing forest musk deer and bears at a high price also spread throughout the capital government. The price of a live forest musk deer was the same as that of a sheep. The hunters looked at the time and realized that there was still a month before the new year. Of course, the news of the live bear had also spread, but for the time being, no hunter wanted to catch it. It was a bear. On the evening of November 2nd, it began to snow. Li found the printing workshop and made some arrangements. Early the next morning, the newly printed newspaper introduced the red panda. It was also a free tour and free food for the red panda. As soon as the advertisement was released, rich people in Chang'an came over with their children. Li Yi was also there. He came over early in the morning to see the little pandas. Red pandas were the most interesting when it was snowing. They also knew that it was not easy to get injured in the snow. When they wake up in the morning, they eat bamboo, just like pandas. Biscuits were prepared for the tourists. The red pandas also ate biscuits, and so did the giant pandas. The 10 little pandas finished their meal and couldn't stay idle anymore. Some of the red pandas were rolling in the snow by themselves. Just as they were rolling happily, another one came over. The other one came up and pounced on the one rolling in the snow. The one rolling stopped and stood up with its 2 hind legs. It raised its 2 front paws high and slapped down at the one behind it. The one behind it was playing around. Its foot slipped and it fell down. The red panda that had raised its front paws missed and rolled out by itself. The one that was lucky enough to avoid it before found an opportunity. It quickly stood up, raised its front paws high, and smashed down at the one that missed it. Then it slipped and slapped itself on the snow. The other one didn't seem to want to play anymore. It turned around and ran. This one chased after it. Just as it turned a corner, it was knocked down by a red panda that jumped out from the side. Ha ha ha, the tourists laughed after seeing it. It was too stupid. The most interesting thing was that when the red pandas wanted to fight, they would stand up and slap it. Then they would hug each other and wrestle. The fur of the red pandas was clean. No one washed it for them, so they licked it themselves. When it snowed, they rolled in the snow and the dirt on their fur was cleaned up by the snow. The door of the cage opened and the 10 people who received the free biscuits were put in. They ran to find the red pandas they liked and reached out to hand them the biscuits. The red panda just started to run. As it ran, it seemed that it couldn't outrun them. It stood up and raised its front paws high. When the people handed it the biscuits, the red panda raised its paws to look and smell it. It reached out a hand to take it and stood there to eat. It was a wild one. It had only been here for a few days, but it wasn't afraid of people at all. It's so familiar, just like a koala. Li Yi didn't feed it. He ate the Chinese crepe. Dongzhu, actually, it's okay to sell food. The tourists are willing to buy it. Songda smiled and looked at the red panda's happy face. He gave an idea. There are only 10 in total. They will be full after eating for a while. The tourists take so many biscuits. If each of them buys a biscuit, the tourists will feel that it's not fun if the red panda doesn't eat it. Li Yi refused. Feeding animals was the zoo's business. They could collect tickets, but they couldn't let the tourists buy things to feed them. If the tourists found out that the animals didn't eat, they would be unhappy and think that they were cheated. At that time, the zoo would reduce the animals' food. When it was time to eat, they wouldn't give them food. They would wait for the tourists to come and feed them. The animals were malnourished and easy to get sick. If the tourists didn't feed them enough, they would become thin and weak. Many zoos at that time had done such things. When the tourists announced it, they found all kinds of reasons to deny it. The one that did well was the one that raised the Amur tigers in the northeast. One by one, the Amur tigers were eaten into balls, just like Garfield. When the tourists announced it, everyone just laughed. Not many scolded the zoo. The zoo also explained that it was winter and they had to store some fat for the winter. Moreover, their fur was long and looked like balls. After a while, they would be fine. Some zoos explained that they didn't abuse them. They gave them food and they would get fat. Some zoos explained that they didn't give much. It was the animals' own business and they would lose weight. Li Yi didn't want to expect the tourists to spend money. He raised the 10 red pandas himself. That way, their fur would look smoother. The red pandas didn't know that others were worried about them. They took the biscuits and took small bites with a smile. They were more dexterous than the giant panda. The giant panda gave a biscuit and guaranteed that a lot of crumbs would drop. Then, it would slowly search for the biscuit and lick it into its mouth. The red pandas ate the biscuits without dropping any crumbs. They still held the biscuits with one paw. Dongzhu, you should raise more red pandas. Red pandas eat less and are not picky about food. They are easier to raise than giant pandas. Songda also found the advantages of red pandas. They saved money and were willing to eat grass. In addition, red pandas were clean and chose a fixed place to go to the toilet. Giant pandas were more casual. Look at the harvest of the hunters who went up the mountain before the new year. There are fewer red pandas in places where there is not enough food. I found that Hu Feng and the others are always lucky. They can always meet the animals I want. Li Yi said as he got up. He wanted to take a closer look at the red pandas and see if they ate the pancakes. Chapter 751. Li Yi came in front of a red panda. It had just finished a biscuit and wasn't full. It looked around, hoping that someone would come and feed it. When it saw Li Yi, it stared at Li Yi's hand. Li Yi was holding a crepe in his hand. Li Yi took a bite. The red panda tried its best to stand taller and raise its head. Li Yi pinched a bit of the fruit inside and placed it in his palm. He bent down and handed it over. The red panda reached out its claws and picked up a small piece of fried dough stick from Li Yi's palm. It couldn't wait to stuff it into its mouth. In an instant, the red panda paused. Its mouth moved again. It opened its mouth, closed its eyes, and slowly sat down. Its body swayed slightly. After a while, it took another bite of the fried dough stick in its hand and continued to repeat its previous expression and actions. There was a lot of chili sauce on the fried dough stick. It was beef chili sauce. The red panda was obviously spicy, but it wasn't afraid. Instead, it enjoyed it. Have you eaten spicy food before? Li Yi said to the red panda, who was addicted to eating chili. The red panda ignored him and continued to eat. Looking at its expression, it was hard to tell if it was uncomfortable or enjoying it. A red panda came over from the side. It looked at its companion, sniffed with its nose, and reached out to share. This one turned to the side, obviously unwilling to share such a small piece of fried dough stick. Come, you have some too. Do you think pandas eat chili? Li Yi bit off a piece of fried dough stick, spat it out, and handed it over. He couldn't use that hand to pinch the fried dough stick again. It touched the red panda's hand just now. The second red panda that came over didn't mind. It grabbed it and ate it. In an instant, its eyes widened. Soon, its expression became the same as its companion's. Its expression was so complicated. Li Yi took a bite of the crepe and said in a muffled voice, "Does it feel good? Haven't you eaten garlic in the wild? That thing is also quite spicy." As he spoke, he turned to leave. The first one had just finished eating and caught up. It stood up and grabbed Li Yi's pants, looking up. "Are you addicted to eating it? Be careful not to get heaty." This time, Li Yi bit off the remaining part of the youtiao and put it in his hand. The red panda grabbed onto it and staggered with its two hind legs to find a spot. It lay down on a stick and went to the platform above. It leaned its body against the stick and started eating. The tourists' eyes lit up as they watched. They were mesmerized by the red panda's cuteness. Red pandas are better than giant pandas. Who said so? Pandas can do somersaults in their sleep. They're so cute. Red pandas also have colors around their eyes and furry tails. Red pandas are not round enough. Giant pandas are round enough. Little panda, eat more. If you get fat, you'll become round. Stop arguing. I like red pandas. Pandas can't be touched. They're bears and will hurt people. Red pandas can be touched. They even know how to stand up when they're given something. The tourists discussed among themselves, each with their own opinions. Pandas are interesting, but you can't get close to them. Red pandas don't hurt people, they just need to be fed. Dongzhu, red pandas don't bite people? Songde looked envious. He also wanted to get close to them. Whether it bites or not depends on whether it feels threatened or not. After eating and drinking, you can touch it. It's more docile than giant pandas. Li Yi wasn't worried about the red panda biting people. If a tourist was really bitten, it could only mean that the tourist had done something extreme. It was a matter of the environment. In Zhuangzi, no one would take the initiative to hurt these animals. Li Yi believed that he could release the red pandas in a few days. If he put them outside, they wouldn't leave if they were given food. It was difficult to find food in winter now, so the red pandas didn't run very fast. Dongzhu, you're still the kind-hearted one, Songde praised. Then I'll eat meat too. Give me a sheep, I can eat it with a knife. The same goes for cows and horses. Li Yi didn't feel that he was so kind that he didn't eat meat or kill animals. He didn't eat sanjing meat. If he wanted to eat it, he would do it himself. He used to have a friend who was licensed and had a doctorate. With a license, he could go to some Buddhist places for free, including free vegetarian meals. His friends never bought meat or seafood for him. When they ate together, it was always someone else who bought it. When he bought it and cooked it, his friend would eat it. If he couldn't buy it himself, wouldn't he be promoting killing if he bought it himself? If this friend hadn't taken the initiative to buy fruit at the party, everyone wouldn't have wanted this friend. The most interesting thing was that this licensed friend liked to tell fortunes and was told by others. Dongzhu, 9-knot wolves are so fun. Why don't others keep them? Songde thought of a question. One can't be kept. It needs a partner. When it's in heat, it will become irritable without a partner. And hunters just like their fur, just like foxes and weasels. When you see red pandas in the wild, you won't find them so interesting. It's like seeing a giant panda. Who can think that a giant panda is charmingly naive? Li Yi said as he walked back. He wanted to wash his hands. The hand that he used to feed the red panda was still hanging by his side. In the past, when he came across money, he would find a place to wash his hands. He couldn't wipe it clean with a wet towel unless he used alcohol-based hand sanitizer. There's a basin of warm water next to you. Wash your hands before touching the red panda. Wash your hands after touching it, Li Yi reminded. Not long after Li Yi left, Yao Chong and the other 4 arrived in a group. Li Yi even knows how to raise 9-knot wolves. Let's see what's so good about them. Yao Chong walked in front. He was used to being domineering. Well, at least he's free now. I hope he can do it again after the new year. Lu Huaishan, who was familiar with Li Yi, was worried about the current prime ministers. Li Riji said, I heard that His Majesty has been very happy since he came 2 days ago. I don't know what Li Yi did this time. The most uncomfortable one is Song Jing. We don't have to worry about him. Lu Youqiu looked like he was gloating. Yin Xizhen was the youngest official. The 4 of them had all been prime ministers. He had never been one, only 2 ministers. After he was rehired, he was very serious about his work. He was supposed to die this year at 77 years old. But now, his face was glowing, and he was full of energy when he spoke. He saw a group of red pandas. After eating, the red pandas were lazy and looking for a place to sleep. Some saw that their companions had chosen a good spot and ran over to sleep with them. Its large tail swayed back and forth, and soon, it covered itself and its companions. Are they wolves? Yin Xizhen looked carefully and couldn't see any wolves at all. Pandas used to be called iron-eating beasts. Li Yi gave them new names, giant panda, and red panda. No wonder he always calls the small pandas little panda. It turns out that the name he prepared for the 9-knot wolves is red panda. Lu Huaishan smiled. It was really fun. Red pandas were not worse than giant pandas. They were just as cute. Yao Chong's face was no longer so serious. Looking at the sleeping red pandas, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. This old man guesses that Li Yi is waiting for something. If he doesn't say, no one can ask. His Majesty probably knows the situation. Song Jing is in trouble. Yao Chong didn't believe that Li Yi would put his thoughts on animals. If so, it meant that his plans were related to animals. Chapter 752. As Yao Chong spoke, he looked away from the red panda and sized up Zhuangzi. Tourists and ordinary people saw Li family Zhuangzi as prosperous, relaxed, and interesting. In Yao Chong's eyes, that was not the case. What he saw was fog and darkness. He once dreamed of Li family Zhuangzi at night. When he woke up in fright, Zhuangzi seemed to be a big mouth that wanted to swallow people. There were too many secrets in Zhuangzi. It felt unreal and like a dream. Yao Chong admitted that he could not reach the realm of Rushi View. Everyone, do you think Li family Zhuangzi is floating? Is the capital office like a bubble in the past 2 years? Yao Chong suddenly asked. Lu Huaishan shook his head. Yung, the people think simply. They will believe whoever gives them a good life. The temples, monasteries, and temples in Chang'an have less offerings. Ordinary people will take incense and go home to give it to Her Majesty and Li Yi. Instead of believing in Buddhism, immortals, and ghosts, it is better to believe in Li Yi. If Li Yi had not pushed Her Majesty to the front, the consequences would have been. The others listened and did not continue. The matter involved was too big. They had already discovered that the people were no longer willing to pray to Buddhism, immortals, and ghosts. The people of the capital office were more willing to read newspapers. There were stories, general knowledge, and advertisements in them. Now, the capital office issued more than 100,000 copies of newspapers every day. Li family Zhuangzi had to print 400,000 copies and give away 300,000 copies. Even so, there were still people who could not buy newspapers and ran to read them with others. There were many neighbors who visited each other. There was a calendar in the newspaper, and it also talked about the solar terms and what kind of land was suitable for planting. 3 coins could buy a few newspapers and write on the back. Otherwise, why would Yao Chong think Li family Zhuangzi was floating? It was unreal. Of course, they didn't know that Li Yi was using this to increase his lifespan, otherwise, they would feel that it was too realistic. It turns out that it's so interesting to catch a few more red pandas and raise them together. Lu Youqiu changed the topic. He didn't want to study the Li family Zhuangzi. His Majesty and the Empress would always come over. They had been in contact with Li Yi for a long time, so they definitely knew more than they did. Even His Majesty didn't care, so why should he bother? Let's go and take a look at the parrots. Li Yi calls the 16 parrots big red-breasted parrots. I heard that they can imitate words. Li Riji saw that the little pandas were resting and not active, so he went to see the parrots. The parrot is in Zhuangzi. We can't go in. Oh, it's this old man who can't go in with you. Yao Chong was depressed. When he first came to the Li family Zhuangzi, he used a fake name and identity. There was also another person who said that he had a fake name. Now he was in trouble. Of course, His Majesty, the Empress, King Song, the retired emperor, and noble consort Lu were all fake. However, fake people were different from fake people. UNG, let's go in. Trust me. If there's a problem, this old man will pay with his life. Lu Huaishan had a different idea. Yao Chong hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'll walk behind with my head down. The 5 of them were about to enter the Li family Zhuangzi. Then, when Lu Huaishan said that they were the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, they went in. No one questioned them, and no one came up to greet them warmly. The villagers were still doing what they were supposed to do. The winged knights came over to take a look, smiled, and turned away. They went in unimpeded and soon saw the 16 big red-breasted parrots. Hello. I'm Dongzhu. Welcome. The group of big parrots was not orderly at all. Judging from their voices, they all sounded like little girls. The parrots imitated the voice of whoever they learned. If the range was too wide and there were too many low notes, the parrots would not be able to speak. The range and timbre of little girls were the most suitable for parrots to imitate, so it was easy for them to teach the parrots. The 16 parrots can all imitate, but Li Yi doesn't need to show off. Song Jing thought that he would lose his mind because of the parrots. Yao Chong listened to the parrot and repeated the 3 phrases. He shook his head. Lu Huaishan said with a smile, if these parrots can say longer sentences, they won't be wrong, and they can fly far away and come back, then Li Yi will be tempted. He was talking about carrier pigeons. Unfortunately, carrier pigeons could not speak. The parrots could speak, but they could only imitate the sound. If they did not understand the meaning, they would not be able to say a long sentence. Come on, everyone. The big red-breasted parrots are in front. Li Lang hasn't come to us for a long time. The 5 of them looked at the parrots, and a woman's voice came from behind. Li Lang is a heartless person. We don't have any new songs, but he didn't give us any. We have to come here ourselves. Li Lang is busy. Everyone in the government can live in a house. You're praising Li Lang like this, could it be that you want to get on his bed? No, I want him to sleep with me. You are too shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Hey, who are those people in front of us? Don't joke. They offended Li Lang's distinguished guests. How can he write songs for us? Along with the voices, a group of women came over. The 5 people in the group knew the identity of the other party at a glance. They were the Hamasters of Nankou in Pyongkong Square. They knew many of the people in the group, so Yao Chong was nervous. The group of women walked over and looked at the 5 of them. They nodded politely and started looking at the parrots, as if they were ordinary passers-by. The 5 of them sighed in relief and gave a thumbs up to the masters. Too awesome, pretending not to know them. No, they really didn't know them. Dongzhu, Xinyan's masters, are here. We agreed yesterday to let them in directly. The patrol team is here too. Songde reported to Li Yi, who was copying the medical books. Bring them to the music courtyard. Don't worry about the patrol team. I will be there in half an hour. Li Yi continued copying without raising his head. Songde left and found Xinyan and the rest. He led them to the music hall. The courtyard was large, and the rooms were connected together. There were piano, marriage proposal, kongho, and other musical instruments. The kongho was similar to the harp. The only difference was that the kongho had 2 strings, while the harp had a single string. When playing, the kongho could play polyphony, but the harp couldn't. This was why the kongho in China was so powerful. To put it simply, it was a song from Li Yi's TV series. For example, Iron Blood Loyal Heart. Chasing the Grass, The Boundless Desert. Cold Wind Blowing, The Blue Sky. The tune was different, and when it was sung, there was a harmonic effect. Unfortunately, after that era, there were no more classical works. The kongho could play such an effect, and one person could do it. Of course, the piano was the same as playing polyphony. The piano had a wide range, and one could play it with both hands. Li Yi's classical polyphony piano was a song from China. The Shepherd Boys' piccolo was also a polyphony, and it was very pleasant to listen to. Xinyan and the rest had already learned it. They were professionals, and when they encountered an instrument that they needed to learn, they could just learn it. In other words, don't compare your hobby with other people's profession. Unless you are Old Zhong. Yes, Old Zhong was like a panda. He was clearly a bear, but he had to rely on acting cute for a living. Old Zhong was clearly a medical academician, but he had once won the 400-meter hurdles championship. For a long time, no one had broken the record. When meeting such people, there was no way to play happily. There is a song here. Sisters, quickly take a look. There are also lyrics. Let me see, the ink has entered the water, crossing a pool of blue and white flowers. 10 miles of peach blossoms, waiting to be married. If the mountains and rivers in my heart can be seen in your eyes, I will pray for a lotus flower with every step. Chapter 753. How would I know that the floating grass, the passing of time makes me grow old, the wind, the moon, flowers and birds, a smile of mortal fate? AI. Xin Yen sang the lyrics and finished the song. In the end, she sighed. It's so nice. Go and ask the scholars outside, who composed this song. A girl next to her said with a smile as she prepared to sing again. I'm afraid no one would dare. They would be killed and buried. What if Li Lang really copies someone else's poem? Don't worry, the person who is copied will not make a sound. The instruments are ready, let's sing again. The people of Nanchu talked and laughed as they repeated the song. Those without instruments began to dance at the side. Although they danced differently, the style they displayed was the same. After half an hour, Li finally finished copying the medical book and asked someone to send it to the palace. He then went to the music hall. Seeing everyone singing and dancing, he waited for a while before the song ended. Li Lang is here. Li Lang, how can you be so cruel? You only cared about other people and forgot about us sisters. A girl walked over and looked at Li Yi with a sad expression. Li Yi revealed a distressed expression. I also miss you, but there are too many things in the mortal world and it is hard to find the time. Why don't you enter the Buddhist gate with us, Mr. Li? Another woman stepped forward, looking very serious. The Buddhism has not been empty since ancient times. It is in the mortal world. Li Yi shook his head. Who cares about the Buddhism? Li Lang promised us that he would find a way to help us find something to do. Right, now many people have come out to perform. If we go out, our status will be low. If we don't go out, we won't be able to eat. The girls began to talk again. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He felt that the current situation was not bad. According to his previous plan, each performance team would accept a job. Those who were originally difficult to invite could now be invited. However, there would be people in the middle to help pull strings. Otherwise, the teams would have to find their own jobs. Which team would get more jobs would depend on how clean their organization was. Anyone who did not cooperate with the imperial court would be banned. As a result, the underground industry of Chang'an became peaceful and less dirty. People who abducted and sold children and forced women into prostitution could no longer be seen in Chang'an. If someone dared to do such a thing, someone would report it. No matter how powerful the people in the underground industry were, could they be more powerful than the winged knights? If he wanted to wipe them out, he could do it all at once. The 16th Guard had also been involved in some shady things in the underground, including being a yamen runner. Now, they were also participating, but they were not helping to cause trouble. Instead, they were helping to find jobs. For example, if someone committed a crime and the government wanted to arrest them, they would contact the people who walked in the dark and ask them to come forward. There was also the matter of keeping an eye on the foreign countries, so they were perfect for it. With a large number of performances, the people's entertainment life was enriched, and the income of those involved in the arts increased. This included the other scholars. They wrote poems for him, and some of them could even compose good tunes. However, most of them were works about love, just like Li Yi's work. The people of Nankou were usually unable to invite them. They still needed to bathe first before entering. After a long time, Xian Yen and the rest felt bored. They were used to it in the past, but ever since they met Li Yi, they would be annoyed if there was nothing new to do. They wrote a letter to Li Yi and told him that he would come over today to help them think of a solution. Look, the people you are in contact with now have two characteristics, or one characteristic. They are rich. Li Yi smiled and said. If they wanted to go to Nankou, they had to be rich and talented. The girls smiled. There was no choice, their status was there, and if they let others take advantage of them, they would not go. We need to be like the commoners and interact with more commoners. We need to compose some patriotic and loyal songs. The commoners do not need to know how to play. They just need to sing. Hence, the difficulty of singing must be low. The main thing is to promote positive energy. Positive energy is righteousness, righteousness. Xian Yen interrupted. Something like that. Li Yi nodded. For example? Xian Yen asked. The others laughed. Seeing that Xian Yen was making things difficult for Li Yi, he immediately asked. Come on, let's improvise. For example, those who have lost their loved ones, or those who are suffering, we can sing for them. Gently holding your face, wiping away your tears. My heart will always belong to you, telling me that I am no longer lonely. Li Yi directly copied it. There was no difficulty. Let the world be filled with love, positive energy. Everyone's mouths were slightly open as they watched Li Yi sing. Li Yi sang as he walked to the piano and sat down. The accompaniment started playing. After singing 2 times, Li Yi asked, Can I? We don't have to be in love all day long. There are fewer frontier songs now, and we need more people to write frontier poems. For example, Wang Han's wine, what is he doing now? He is in Chang'an. I saw him a few days ago. He is a pervert, but he has some talent and money. A girl laughed. That's right. Li Lang, you should learn from Wang Ziyu and visit us often. There is no need for you to bathe first. You can go after bathing at home. Do you think that if Li Lang knew Wang Ziyu, he wouldn't have to stay in Zhuangzi all day long? No, why should Wang Ziyu date Li Lang? Does he have the ability to govern the world? Can he create something that benefits the people? Can he compose a song anytime? That's right. No, Li Lang, sing another song. The girls chattered. Their final goal was to make things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi sat in front of the piano and didn't get up. He continued to play and sing. Gently awaken your sleeping soul, slowly open your eyes. Li Yi copied another song with positive energy. Tomorrow will be better. Everyone, I can't make things difficult for Li Lang. If it was someone else of his age, they would be running to Pyongkong Square all day long. Li Lang, you haven't been to Pyongkong Square, right? Do you know how to design a house? Come to our place and design something for us. Li Lang, the clothes that you designed don't fit me very well. Come to my place and I will wear them for you to see where the problem lies. Don't always make things difficult for Li Lang. Li Lang and the others are not good. Look at me, I am willing to chat with you. Just now you said it was positive, and then you said it was simple and easy to sing. Don't be bound by the rules of the songs now. Li Yi quickly changed the topic. He definitely wouldn't go to Nankou. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back. I know. Just like the song that you wrote, copied, it sounds very good. The people are willing to sing it. Even now, I can still hear Songhai's laughter. Xinyan also knew that it was enough to make a joke. Li Yi helped to come up with ideas. Let's talk about serious matters first. Add the poems from the frontier. Write some songs that praise Her Majesty. You all are actually representing the government. Li Yi wanted to create an official song and dance troupe from the Pear Garden. When needed, they could serve the government. How they wanted to play during normal times was their own business. What happens after the people know how to sing? Xinyan nodded. Chapter 754. The others quietened down and waited for Li Yi to talk about their new development plan. They wanted to participate in more activities, but they also needed to ensure that their status did not change. If they were to perform for ordinary people, how much money would they need? Other people with lower status would go out to do work, and the commoners would start to accept them. This involved the problem of reputation. If other people's reputation grew, what would they do? Next, we will hold a singing competition. You all will be the judges and let the commoners sing. Li Yi said. He knew that Xinyan and the rest were making things difficult for them. Other people had low status and low status. As long as there was work, they would accept it. If there were more performances, people would only know those people and not the big shots of Nankou. This would make them depressed. If the grassroots came up, what would they do with the orthodox ones? Judge? Others will sing. Xinyan rolled her eyes. Of course. Let your maids be the judges first. Zhuangzi will advertise in the newspapers. If the commoners are willing to show off their singing voice, they can sign up for free. After that, there will be a preliminary selection to choose those who are good at singing. After that, let these people be divided into groups to compete. The better ones will be chosen. Continue the selection until the end. The best few people will be chosen. In order to let the commoners participate actively, as long as they pass the preliminary selection, they will be given money as a reward. Li Yi brought out a set of methods from his past. It was the entertainment method of the Western countries. There was no innovation in the entertainment circle in his past. They were all copying other people. When they saw a foreign program that was popular, they would copy it. Be it the Western countries, the Koreans, or the Japanese. Whatever they could copy, they would copy. Some even had to buy the copyrights of others. Otherwise, they would sue them. The key was that copying was very useful. For example, now, it was much simpler. They did not need to lower their status to perform. They could still show their faces and interact with the commoners. Xinyan and the rest did not know about the matters in the other space-time. When they heard Li Yi's method, their eyes lit up. It is equivalent to choosing a courtesan. Choosing a courtesan is interesting. The courtesan selection is held in Pyongkong Square. Commoners cannot participate. Now, the commoners can participate. It is good, but who will pay for the rewards? Of course it will be us. Now, our reputation will be even greater. Only then will people be willing to go to our place. What will happen to the chosen people in the end? If you want to join us, then join us. If you don't, then go home. According to Li Yi's words, the women began to think about what to do next. Xian Yen looked at Li Yi. Li Lang, is this how you operate it? How much is it? Li Yi shook his head slowly. How can you spend your own money? We're doing this to earn money. How do we earn it? Many people asked. Advertise and get sponsors for you. Ask the businessmen who sell things, especially those who have big shops in Chang'an, to pay for it. Let them pay for everything, including the decorations, meals, rewards, salaries, and our profits. Let them pay for everything. It's like this. Li Yi began to explain to everyone how to do it in detail. This was the first time that everyone had heard of such a method of operation. Oh my God, it was indeed Li Lang who could make money anytime, anywhere. They don't know the situation. Why don't Li Lang introduce us to them when you advertise in the newspapers? A woman was worried that others would not pay for it. I will pay for the first batch of advertisements. Let others see the effects of this type of program. I want to see it too. Li Yi refused to ask others to pay for it for the first time. What if it doesn't work? If he doesn't make money, he will be ruining his reputation. Li family Zhuangzi still needs to advertise. If Li Lang is willing to pay for it, I guarantee many people will join us. Everyone laughed. Li Yi waved his hand. No, we don't need to use the name of Li family Zhuangzi. We don't need to let others know about Li family Zhuangzi. I will build a few rooms outside Mingda Men. We will produce and sell things there. We will use the name of that shop to advertise. If the effect of the advertisement is good, the sales of the products there will be reflected. If the effect is not good, we will think of other ways. Li Yi had his own plans. He doesn't need to use the name of Li family Zhuangzi. Okay, Li Lang. Let's sing and dance. Two women came over from the side, one on the left and one on the right, not letting Li Yi leave. According to Li Yi's usual style, he will leave after the discussion. It was rare to see him, so he must sing and dance for him. Don't dance the decadent music. Li Yi said since he couldn't leave. Something is going to happen again. Yao Chong, who was watching the parrot outside, thought that there must be something wrong with the group of people from Nanchu. They haven't come out yet. Nanchu's everyone going out was a big event. So many people were watching. If everyone went to Li family Zhuangzi, the whole city of Chang'an would be concerned. What were they going to do? What big event was going to happen? It is probably a performance. The real big event is not something Nanchu can participate in. Oh, the performance outside the imperial city is not counted. Lu Huaishan was not very worried. It was impossible for them to go to the imperial city to perform for the people in the palace. They are probably going to take out a new song or something and spread it outside from Nanchu, Li Riji thought for a while. Maybe they are preparing for the new year. There will be a program for the new year. No, definitely not. Yao Chong said firmly. The new year is simple. Xinyan and the others will go to Li family Zhuangzi for the new year. A few days in advance is enough. It should not involve the imperial court. Lu Youqiu thought that the imperial court was far away from Nanchu. They watched for a while and felt better. They went home and didn't go back to the office. When it was almost dark, the people from Nanchu left. They didn't have dinner, but they took a lot of things with them. They had to go back and think about some details. As soon as they returned home, many sisters from Nanchu came to find them. They took out half-veils songs, and at the same time, they took out 2 positive songs sung by Li Yi. The people from Nanchu admitted that half-kettle muslin was good, but that's it? Nothing else? Are 3 songs worth your trip there? Can't you let Li Yi write it down and send someone to deliver it? Song Jing and the others who were working in the political affairs hall soon got the news. Xinyan and the others went to Li family Zhuangzi to get the 3 songs. Nothing else happened. Everything was stable. It's good that nothing happened. I thought there was going to be a big battle. AI. Song Jing was relieved. When he knew that the people from Nanchu went to Li family Zhuangzi, his heart was in his mouth. He felt that something was wrong. In the end, they wrote songs. Very good. Sui lowered his voice. Is it Li Yi looking for them to relieve his loneliness? Impossible. Xiao Yi has beautiful women in Zhuangzi. Even if he is looking for someone, he can't find so many people. Bai Gu didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Li Yi was looking for women. He also didn't believe that the people from Nanchu went there just for 3 songs. But he couldn't guess the details. He could only wait and hope to have a peaceful new year. There was still more than a month. Chapter 755. The people who moved into their new homes were familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, including their neighbors and the location of their homes. Some people even wondered if they could raise chickens. After all, it was cheaper to lay eggs than to buy them. Since the price of grain was low, they could also feed the chickens with bran. Today, they saw a lot of people coming out of nowhere and building a shed in the area next to them. After asking around, they found out that they came from Huazhou and were hired by a company called Chongqui Vermicelli. As for who opened Chongqui Vermicelli, they didn't know. They temporarily rented a place away from Zhuangzi and were buying bamboo in large quantities. The people looked around and found nothing interesting, so they continued to care about their own lives. The people who were hired from Huazhou didn't know who was behind them. Anyway, they were paid well and went home before the new year. Everyone knew about Chongqui Vermicelli, but few people ate it in Chongqing. The people didn't have the time to know about Chongqui Vermicelli, but it was impossible for Li Qingqi to not know. Li Qingqi asked but didn't get an answer. He couldn't find the boss either. He went to Li family Zhuangzi and found Li Yi, brother Yi, Chongqui Vermicelli, it's mine. I want to try if I can do something without the name of Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi directly admitted that it was his. He wanted to sell Chongqui Vermicelli. Why do you want to do this? Li Qingqi was puzzled. Why did he have to make Chongqui Vermicelli? The yield of new rice will increase. Now, there is old rice in Chongqing. Old rice doesn't taste good. But to make Chongqui Vermicelli, old rice is the best. I can turn it into something delicious without wasting food. When the quantity of indica rice increases and the warehouse can't hold it anymore, I can make it into Chongqui Vermicelli and send it to the soldiers at the border. It's more convenient to eat. Of course, I also need to send jerky and meat floss. Otherwise, Chongqui Vermicelli won't have enough nutrition. Li talked about the situation of dealing with old rice. Old rice wasn't delicious, and new rice was more fragrant. Now that the standard of living of the people in the capital office had improved, they all wanted to eat new rice and grind wheat into Chongqui Vermicelli. The land road from Luoyang to Chang'an had been repaired, and there were always cars going back and forth. Even the snow couldn't stop them. They just had to pull snow removal tools and clean the roads. Are you selling rice noodles wholesale? Li Qingqi nodded. Yes, he didn't eat rice noodles. We don't sell individual rice vermicelli in bulk. You can buy them in bamboo tubes. If the price is high, you can also buy them in bulk. Or, after buying a bamboo tube, he would buy some in bulk and put them in the bamboo tube when he was eating. There were small beans soaked in vinegar, dried and fried. At the same time, there were also salt and pepper noodles, as well as dried green onions. When he ate, he poured hot water on it, just like instant noodles. If you don't use the bamboo tube, wrap it in straw paper. Li Yi said as he gestured. He didn't have a plastic bag, so the vinegar couldn't be stored properly. It was just like making vinegar cloth. Tofu was fried into bean bubbles and soaked in vinegar. When it dried, there would be a vinegar smell. The rest of the food was wrapped in a small paper bag and poured into it when eating. Li Chengqi swallowed his saliva. You can put a salted egg or dried meat in a bamboo tube. The price will be higher. Good idea. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. He wanted to use this thing to advertise during the selection of singers in Nankou. He wanted to see the effect of the advertisement. Of course, the venue would provide rice noodles for the participants, judges, and staff to eat for free. The audience would enjoy the discounted price and help with the promotion after eating. Unfortunately, there was no television or internet. The singer's voice wouldn't spread far. He couldn't use the equipment in Zhuangzi. It wouldn't be popularized and popular. Shouting with his voice to let more people hear him was like singing in a local opera. Li Chengqi was thinking about eating rice noodles when he suddenly had an idea. Brother Yi, I know how to pretend to be jealous. How? Li Yi was curious. Wax paper. Put a layer of wax on the paper. If it's poisonous, you can use beeswax. Li Chengqi had an "I'm very capable" look on his face. Li Yi, brother, it's already very expensive to package it with raw paper. If you replace it with beeswax, the cost of a packet of rice noodles will be too high. Ordinary people can't afford it. Li Yi didn't want to sell rice noodles as a luxury item. He wanted rice noodles to be the same as instant noodles. If people wanted to eat it, they just had to spend a little more money than making noodles themselves. You can make two types, one for ordinary people and the other for rich people. Li Chengqi suggested. He actually wanted to eat the type of rice noodles for rich people. Li Yi was in a daze for a while. If you say so, I can make it even better. Li Yi remembered the instant noodles and rice noodles in the past. There were oil packets, seasoning packets, and vegetable packets inside. A packet of rice noodles was wrapped in wax paper. A packet of rice noodles cost 2 renminbi, a set of seasoning cost 3 renminbi, and a bamboo container cost 1 renminbi. A packet of rice noodles cost 6 renminbi, no, 10 renminbi. Rich people wouldn't like it if it was too cheap. Brother, I think. Li Yi said his idea. Li Chengqi continued to swallow. Okay, 10 renminbi is not expensive. A bucket of rice now costs 20 to 30 renminbi. Li Yi, a bucket of rice was cheaper. It was no longer a few hundred RMB. The problem was that a bucket of rice weighed more than 10 catties. Old rice was even cheaper. Dongzhu, there's someone outside. He said his name is Hao Lingquan and he wants to see you. Song De ran over like a ghost. What is he doing here? Li Chengqi was puzzled. He had seen Hao Lingquan before. Hao Lingquan was the envoy of the Begu tribe. He was a small official and a general in the Dao army. The Dao army was in the Shuo province. He was sent to a small tribe in Tubo. When Mazip's head was chopped off, Hao Lingquan came back with the people of the Begu tribe. Mazip's head was hung on the Vermilion Bird Avenue for people to see, mainly for the foreigners of the Honglu Temple. Why did this person want to see Li Yi? Did he know Li Yi? Brother, I'll go and see him. Li Yi heard the name and got up. He had to see this person and guess why he came. Brother Yi, be careful. Li Chengqi nodded. Li Yi crossed the bridge under the protection of the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards. He saw a person. The person was walking in circles at the place where free soup was served. He looked very anxious. As soon as Li Yi's team appeared, the person walked quickly towards Li Yi. When he was more than 10 steps away, he was stopped by the guards. The guards wanted to search him. Hao Lingquan opened his arms and waited. No need. Let's find a place to sit down. Li Yi shook his head and went to the noodle stall. He sat down and glanced at the side. Everyone, I have something important to do. Thank you. The people eating noodles immediately took their bowls and went to other places to make things convenient for Li Yi. General Hao, please take a seat. Li Yi stood up and invited again. I'm just a general. Hao Lingquan rubbed his hands and looked very uneasy. The one who took the initiative to contact the later Turkic Baku tribe to instigate a rebellion and even help to kill Mazip is the general. Li Yi invited again. Dr. Li, you. Hao Lingquan heard Li Yi's words and his eyes suddenly turned red. He stood there speechless. Please. Li Yi invited for the third time. Chapter 756. Hao Lingquan sat down. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Li Yi smiled. General Hao, did you hear that I impeached the Hua provincial governor and others? Did you come because you felt that I could speak up for you? Hao Lingquan nodded vigorously. Yes, Dr. Li, you've done a great service. You risked your life to send an envoy to Ba Yegu, which caused Ba Yegu to rebel against Mazip. When Mazip went to fight Ba Yegu, it was already a great victory. In the end, you organized the scattered soldiers to attack Mazip. His Majesty said that anyone who kills Mazip can be made a great general, but you haven't been made a great general yet. Li Yi explained the situation. Hao Lingquan had risked his life to go to the enemy's subsidiary tribe to cause trouble. What was more amazing was that he succeeded and ran back with Mazip's head. He was happy that he was going to be a high official. According to the records, Hao Lingquan didn't become a great general, and he wasn't made a great general this year. Next year, he would be made a 5th-rank general. A great general was a 3rd-rank standard. The difference was too big. Then Hao Lingquan cried to death. He felt wronged. Why should he be a great general? The merit wasn't fake. This matter was done by Song Jing. Song Jing said that if Hao Lingquan was made a great general, he would tell the generals at the border to take the initiative to attack. Then this year, he ignored Hao Lingquan and treated him coldly. After the new year, he would be casually given a small official. Dr. Li. Hao Lingquan's tears fell. He wiped them with his sleeve, but he still couldn't speak. Indeed, as Li Yi said, he was anxious. Why didn't he give him an official position? He knew that the current Prime Minister, Song Jing, didn't give it. What could he do? It seemed that it was useless to find anyone. He thought of Li Yi. Li Yi was righteous and might be able to help. When he came over, he was nervous. Li Yi was just a civil official. Did he dare to offend Song Jing? Was he important enough? In the end, he cried when he heard Li Yi's words. Li Yi actually understood the situation. General Hao, to be honest, since you didn't kill him with your own hands and you directly became a general, it's very likely that you're not familiar with the situation. A general is a primary 3rd-rank official. Do you think a secondary 3rd-rank general will do? After all, we're targeting Song Jing. If we directly help you get the great general, it'll be embarrassing for Song Jing. Li Yi didn't need Hao Lingquan to say it. He said it himself, Song Jing. Hao Lingquan was dumbfounded. She felt that something was amiss. From Li Yi's words, it seemed that he could get himself a great general, but he would have to be demoted to a general. What did he come here for? That's right. Let Li Yi speak on his behalf. How could it be decided so quickly? How could a secondary class rank 2 official be so powerful? General Hao, is a general of secondary class 3 acceptable? Li Yi asked. Hao Lingquan was in a daze. Dongzhu is asking you a question, Tao Hong said from the side. Ah. Okay, a general is fine. Hao Lingquan reacted and figured it out at the same time. The palace maids and eunuchs were with the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi's official was different from other officials. Which official had palace maids and eunuchs with them? Congratulations, General Hao. Pen and paper. Li Yi congratulated Hao Lingquan first. Qin Song opened the box and took out the paper and pencil. Li Yi put them on the table and wrote, "Your Majesty, if you don't reward Hao Lingquan today, who will risk their lives tomorrow? I think it's good to give him a general instead of a great general." After he finished writing, he folded the paper and handed it to the winged knights next to him. The winged knights didn't say a word. They took the paper and ran to Chang and with a few brothers and thousands of ox guards. Hao Lingquan, he looked at what Li Yi wrote. What kind of paper was that? A pencil? What was written? Was this what the officials in the imperial court wrote? He was a lowly official and didn't know much. "General Hao, eat a bowl of noodles here." Uncle Tong, according to the number of people, 1 bowl of noodles per person. Li Yi invited Hao Lingquan to eat noodles. Everyone had one. Eating next to the Li family Zhuangzi was safe and clean. Guyen ran back to Zhuangzi. When he came back later, he carried 4 bundles of garlic. Li picked a few heads of garlic and gave the rest to the stall owner. He knew that the stall owner wouldn't ask for money, so he used the garlic. The stall owner took the garlic embarrassedly. He made a profit. Hao Lingquan kept looking at Li Yi, the guards, and the palace maids and eunuchs. He felt a sense of security. The normal noodles were clear broth noodle soup. The noodles were black and couldn't even be counted as 90% powder. "No soup," a customer waiting next to the stall owner said to him. He couldn't cook the noodles for Li Yi and the others until he finished cooking the noodles for them. "Okay," the stall owner answered. The noodles were cooked and put in the bowl. The customer took the bowl to the place where the soup was free. He scooped the soup into the bowl with a spoon. The clear broth noodle soup became noodles with bone and vegetable soup. Hao Lingquan looked at him. "Dr. Li, free soup tastes better than clear broth. Today's soup is pork bone soup. Sometimes it's chicken soup. Some of the vegetables in the greenhouse have bad leaves, so they are put in the soup. Add some salt. Drink a bowl in winter and you will feel comfortable." Li Yi was talking about the preparation of the soup. The vegetables grown in the greenhouse, such as spinach and rape, were thrown into the free soup. "Dr. Li, I mean, when they eat here, they get free soup." This was what Hao Lingquan meant. They didn't let the stall owner put in the free soup. There were so many people eating here. How much coal did they use every day? Li Yi nodded. "Now, the rich people in the village will put rice soup and pickled vegetables at the entrance of the village. Otherwise, they will be cursed for being heartless." Li Yi was telling the truth. Rice soup was thin porridge and most of it was water. People wouldn't starve to death if they drank it. It was especially for people who came to the village. People in the village didn't drink it. Who would drink rice soup when they had a good life? Generally, it was a 2-foot pottery pot. When it was cooked, it was covered. When it was cold, it was heated again. The rich people in the village did it for a good reputation. The Li family Zhuangzi was even more so. A bowl of noodles was brought over. Li Yi pushed it to Hao Lingquan. There was no soup in the noodles. Hao Lingquan understood and scooped it himself. He was indeed hungry. He was a general. When the general commanded the battle, the general listened to the drums, looked at the flags, and commanded the team he was in charge of. The general was literate, knew tactics, and knew how to command. That was why he was sent out to perform a task. If he was unlucky, he would be caught by Bagu's people and sent to Mazip. He would lose his life. He risked his life to instigate the rebellion of others. He even killed Mazip and brought his head back. If he didn't give it to a high-ranking official, he would feel wronged. Hao Lingquan ate. Li Yi peeled garlic for him. He peeled a piece and handed it to Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan didn't refuse. If he could become a general of the 3rd rank, Li Yi's kindness would be great. A few pieces of garlic wouldn't make much difference. Soon, the bowl of noodles was finished. He wasn't full. It was far from being full. He blushed slightly and looked up at others. They looked at him with normal eyes. There was no disdain or contempt. Wasn't it good to be able to eat? On the other side of Xingqing Palace, Li Longji left 3 prime ministers to ask about politics. He asked about the arrangements for the tribes that would come to surrender. Should they be sent to plant terraced fields like the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi's memorial arrived. Li Longji opened it and looked at it. His eyes fell on Song Jing. Chapter 757. In the past, when tribes came to surrender to the Tang dynasty, the Tang dynasty would not allow them to move in. Similarly, they did not expect them to help defend the border. They were all appointed officials and sent back. One reason was because the Tang dynasty was arrogant and did not need their help to fight. The other reason was that they could not settle in the mainland. How could a large group of people live in the mainland? Language barrier. Now there was a way. The Li family Zhuangzi made an example. He asked people to plant terraced fields, rent things, but did not give weapons. He also sent people to teach the Tang dynasty language. Should they learn it? The imperial court would operate in the same way. Song Jing and the others were thinking about this kind of thing and analyzing the pros and cons. Before Song Jing could say much, the winged knights sent a letter. Then why was the emperor staring at him? Minister Song Jing, Hao Lingquan, the general of the Dao army, returned silently. You should be rewarded with the position of general, Li Longji said to Song Jing. Your Majesty, I have said that if Hao Lingquan is rewarded with the position of general, the soldiers at the border will send troops without permission. Song Jing still insisted on his idea. He wanted peace and did not take the initiative to attack. Li Yi said that if you don't reward him today, no one will risk their lives to kill the enemy. If you don't want to give him the position of general, he will give him the position of general. What do you think? Li Longji said to Li Yi and gave Song Jing a way out. He listened to him and did not give him the position of general. Song Jing, the difference between general and general was just a little bit. Wouldn't it still give him a high reward if he was at grade 3 or grade 3? No, he had to stop it. Your Majesty, you can't give him the position of general. Why don't you give him the position of general? Song Jing objected. He paused and said, Your Majesty, Li Yi is too young and not familiar with the matters at the border. The Tang dynasty frequently sends troops. Other tribes will see the Tang dynasty as an enemy. Li Yi is familiar with military affairs and knows what the soldiers need, Bai Gu said. He supported Li Yi. Since Li Yi had specially written a note and sent it over, it meant that this matter was of great importance. Ever since she knew about Li Yi had never made a mistake. If she didn't listen to him, he would do bad things. In the end, she still had to follow his decision. Su Yi, who was also a prime minister, looked left and right, momentarily unable to decide who to help. Everyone became prime ministers together, and the first struggle had come. Minister Bai's words are reasonable. In that case, let's make Hao Lingquan a general. Li Longji was unwilling to waste any more time on this matter. It's not wrong to listen to Brother Yi. Brother Yi is wholeheartedly serving the Tang dynasty. As for the soldiers at the border who are willing to fight other countries, let them fight. How could he make himself poor? If he didn't have money, he could ask Brother Yi to come up with a way to make a lot of money. Soon, he would have money. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Gu answered. Next, it was time for Ziwei to issue orders and produce books. Go now. A foreign country has come to join us. We should act according to the Li family Zhuangzi's wishes. Li Longji didn't even discuss the tribal matters. He followed Li Yi's instructions. The 3 of them returned to the office of Xingqing Palace. Song Jing's face was gloomy. He finally felt Yao Chang's previous distress. The first prime minister of the Tang dynasty. His analysis was not as effective as Li Yi's passing of a note. How could it be like this? He had already said that Hao Lingquan would not be promoted to a high official and would be treated coldly for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, the imperial court gave Hao Lingquan a general of secondary class 3. Would he still have dignity as the prime minister? Can we use the excuse of investigating Hao Lingquan's false claims to merit to delay some time? Su Yi had the same idea as Song Jing. The prime minister's words had to be effective. No. Bai Gu objected, Li Yi will be very angry when he knows. What else can he do to me? Su Yi was not convinced. He can cancel your membership card. Bai Gu pointed in the direction of Heavenly World. Membership card. Su Yi was just about to say that it was okay to not go to Heavenly World, but he suddenly stopped. He thought of something. The 6 ministers or the prime minister all had membership cards of Heavenly World. The people all knew that giving benefits to the officials was to prevent them from interfering. If a prime minister's membership card was cancelled, what would the people think? Damn, that prime minister must have done something he shouldn't have. There was something wrong with him. Su Yi thought of this and was shocked. For the first time, he found that the membership card of Heavenly World had an additional function. The prime minister was high and mighty. The people were not familiar with him. The Li family Zhuangzi was close to the people. The people understood. Didn't that mean that the people would think that whoever Li Yi said was a bad official was not good? Song Jing obviously understood the problem like Su Yi. He sped up, went back to the office, wrote a note, and sent it to the Ministry of Family Affairs. The Ministry of Family Affairs used the fastest speed to decide on Hao Lingquan's promotion. After writing it, they immediately sent someone to send it. Hao Lingquan did not have a house in Chang'an. He lived in an inn in Daojing Square. Daojing Square and Xingqing Palace were separated by a road. Hao Lingquan lived here and waited for his promotion. He looked forward to it every day, but it never came. In history, he endured with such emotions until the next year. When he got the position of Lang Jiang, he collapsed. When he was sent to the Turks, it was so dangerous. He carried out the mission well. In the end, he died of grief and indignation in Chang'an of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing's way of handling this matter was disgusting. He insisted on waiting for Hao Lingquan to be promoted. He also waited for things to calm down and people no longer paid attention to it. Then, he casually gave him a small position. Otherwise, if he directly gave it to Lang Jiang, what would people think when Mozi's head was still hanging? In history, there were people who praised Song Jing as having legs. It meant that wherever he went, people there would feel the warmth of the spring breeze. Hao Lingquan didn't feel it. Perhaps the spring breeze that Song Jing placed on him was the spring breeze written by Su Shi, the chilly spring breeze that blew the drunkenness away. A group of officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs entered Daojing Square Inn. They did not find him. After asking around, they said that he went to the Li family Zhuangzi. The officials then went out of Chunming Gate to the Li family Zhuangzi. They finished the matter today. Hao Lingquan was drinking. He ate 2 bowls of noodles. Li Yi did not eat. He gave his bowl to Hao Lingquan. 2 bowls of noodles were enough to fill the stomach. Li Yi drank with him. The wine was inferior, and the dishes were from the messy Bridgehead market. Everything was given by the people. Each person was given a little. Hao Lingquan's eyes were still red. There were people squatting and standing next to him, listening to him talk about the Dao army. Li Yi helped to spread the news, saying that Hao Lingquan had made great contributions. When the people heard about it, they gave him gifts. Hao Lingquan looked at the various kinds of food sent by the stalls and was very moved. When Mozi was still alive, we had to be on guard against the Tujue. We did not fight with the Tujue tribes. Sometimes, their people would exchange things with us. They did not have copper coins. When we exchanged things, we could not get a bargain. Everyone knew the price. However, the price of sheep was low. 2 tea cakes could be exchanged for 1 sheep. Everyone liked to listen, so Hao Lingquan told them. He suddenly realized that it was fine even if he did not get promoted. At least the people knew about him and were willing to give him things. It was worth it. The people each had a bowl of free hot soup. They drank as they listened. As they were talking and listening, a group of officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs arrived. "Greetings, Dr. Li," the officials greeted Li Yi. Li Yi returned the greeting with cupped fists. He looked at Hao Lingquan. "General Hao, congratulations. You can receive your appointment." The officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs turned to Hao Lingquan. Chapter 758. Hao Lingquan listened to the people from Minxia province in a daze. He was still in a daze when the book was finally produced. The people from Minxia province left with a basket each containing soap, glycerin, chili powder, and vegetables. "General Hao, come on, let's drink and celebrate." "Congratulations on becoming a general," Li Yi said with a smile. He changed another person's fate. Hao Lingquan wouldn't cry to death. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were more willing to risk their lives to kill the enemy. The imperial court kept its word and brought the head back to the general. It was a little worse than a general. It could be said that Hao Lingquan didn't kill it himself. Hao Lingquan sat down in a daze and stared at the book in a daze. He got it. General, Secondary Class, Grade 3. "General Hao, I'd like to propose a toast to you for risking your life for the Tang dynasty. I hope you can continue to protect the peace of the people of the Tang dynasty in the future." Li Yi stood up, holding the bowl with both hands and said solemnly. "Ah. Thank you, Dr. Li. I'll drink. I can still kill the enemy. I'm not afraid of death." Hao Lingquan shivered and also stood up, holding the bowl with both hands and promised. The two of them raised their heads and drank the wine together. "Good. Good job, General Hao. Congratulations." The people around cheered. After listening to Li Yi's introduction, they admired Hao Lingquan. Only such a person could win the battle for the Tang dynasty when he became a general. After drinking a bowl of inferior wine, Hao Lingquan let out a long breath and looked at the book again. He wanted to laugh and cry. Then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Li Yi. Only then did he remember that it was Li Yi who had arranged for him to become a general. Song Jing had not been able to stop him. Oh my God, how could it be like this? How could a secondary class, Grade 2 official decide the position of a general, Grade 3? The Prime Minister said no, and Li Yi said yes, so it was okay. Who can tell me what's the secret behind all of this? General Hao, sit down and eat. The food is the goodwill of the people. The taste may not be very good, it's good. I've never eaten such delicious food or drunk such good wine in my life. Hao Lingquan sat down and ate 2 big mouthfuls of food, chewing vigorously. Dr. Li, if it wasn't for your help, it's His Majesty. After His Majesty found out about what happened to you, he felt that he couldn't disappoint the soldiers. He had to fulfill his promise. Li Yi interrupted Hao Lingquan. The credit belonged to Her Majesty, and no one should snatch it from her. Hao Lingquan nodded, indicating that she understood. For him to be able to go on a diplomatic mission, his IQ and EQ were both high enough. However, he showed a worried look. Dr. Li, did you offend Prime Minister Song? No, I win people over with my virtue and magnanimity. I treat people gently, I have a mellow nature, I'm handsome, I'm unrestrained, I'm cultured and refined. Li Yi praised himself, and the people around him nodded. Yes, Li Dongzhu was such a person. Ha ha ha. Hao Lingquan stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Dr. Li is indeed humorous. As for Prime Minister Song, Hao Lingquan was still worried and wanted to personally explain to Song Jing. Don't worry about him. I'll send him a small jar of beef chili sauce later. There's nothing a jar of beef chili sauce can't solve. If there is, I'll give him 2 jars. Li Yi waved his hand, not allowing Hao Lingquan to go to Song Jing to persuade him. Why should the soldiers who were fighting outside bow down to the prime minister because he was unjust? Not to mention Song Jing, all the prime ministers, including the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hao Lingquan was stunned again. Could it be like this? Just give him chili sauce. Yes, General Hao, don't worry about Song Jing. Tao Hong added. She and the other palace maids and eunuchs in the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care about the prime minister at all. The prime minister couldn't control them. Their families were arranged to form a small village, and there were people assigned to guard them. When they returned to the palace in shifts, they were only responsible for the empress's palace. They could speak ill of the officials. Hao Lingquan looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The 8 of them nodded to him, meaning that Song Jing couldn't do anything to Dongzhu. Hao Lingquan smiled and was completely relieved. Yes, Li Yi had palace maids and eunuchs to serve him, and he was also protected by the winged knights. General Hao, are you staying at an inn? Li Yi refilled their cups and asked casually. In Daojing Square, the cheapest house. Hao Lingquan nodded. He didn't have much money. When he came over, it was the Dal army who gave him the money and asked him to go to Chang'an. His brothers were waiting for him to become a high-ranking official, and then they would look after each other. If he didn't become a high-ranking official, General Hao, if you don't mind, there's a small courtyard in Zhuangzi. You can stay there temporarily. You're a general now, but there's no place for you to stay. You have to wait. The chief of the winged knights, Guazi, has been studying the art of war and other knowledge used in marching and fighting. You two can discuss and learn from each other. As for me, if I have any ideas, I can also ask for advice. Li Yi invited Hao Lingquan to stay in Zhuangzi mainly to learn. Being a general was different from being a general in the past. In addition, it was to tell others that Hao Lingquan was under Li Yi's protection. If you think that Song Jing didn't want to promote Hao Lingquan, then you're offending me. Think carefully, don't wait until I make a move on you and think you're innocent. You may curry favor with Song Jing, but you may not be able to get Song Jing's favor. If you provoke me, I will never let you have a good time. Hao Lingquan didn't say anything and drank the wine. Okay, I'll stay in Zhuangzi and disturb Li Dongzhu. He changed the way he addressed Li Dongzhu. If he stayed in Zhuangzi, he had to call him Dongzhu. In fact, it was another kind of surrender. For example, if Li Yi wanted to catch an animal in the future, the army he was in could use the excuse of training to catch it. Does the inn have anything to bring over? Zhuangzi will send someone to get it. General Hao, you don't have to tire yourself. Li Yi decided to keep Hao Lingquan here. Otherwise, Hao Lingquan would have to deal with the people in the inn. Hao Lingquan also considered this problem. He took out the key. I'll write a letter to the inn's manager. No need. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi has the key to open the door, no one will think that it's stealing. Li Yi waved his hand. Hao Lingquan was speechless. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't steal other people's things. The person in Zhuangzi took the key and left. The two of them continued to drink outside. Hao Lingquan could eat and drink. He didn't look full. Xiao Yi, I'm here. Bai Gu appeared with a voice. He sat directly next to the table and reached out to pick up a skewer. The army is here. They're going to Mount Taibai for training. As he spoke, he nodded to Hao Lingquan. They had met before. Hao Lingquan stood up. Bai Zaifu. Sit down. It's tiring to stand and talk. Xiao Yi, what's the arrangement for the first batch of 5,000 people? Bai Gu raised his hand and gestured for Hao Lingquan to sit down. He then told Li Yi about the number of people. Send them directly to the foot of Mount Taibai. I'll provide canvas tents. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for them. Li Yi took a bowl and poured wine for Bai Gu. You make so much money selling chili noodles. Donate it. Bai Gu didn't want to go through the Ministry of Revenue's account. The Ministry of Revenue takes 50% of the tax. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for it. Li Yi shook his head. Hao Lingquan was speechless. Chapter 759. As a general, Hao Lingquan naturally knew what was going on in the army. He didn't care about the mobilization of the army. There were some who said that Prime Minister Bai wanted Li Yi to fork out money to support the merger. Li Yi refused, saying that the Ministry of Revenue collected too much tax. Are you too sure you are talking about the army of the Tang dynasty? Can military matters be handled like this? You pay for their meals, and the Ministry of Revenue will buy Zhuangzi's tent. Bai Gu changed his condition. What meals? Do I have to send someone to cook for them when they go to Tubo in the future? Let them cook for themselves. Li Yi's attitude was firm. Soldiers must learn how to survive. You prepare some medicinal herbs for Zhuangzi when they are injured during training. Anyway, your medicinal herbs are free. Bai Gu changed his condition again. Old Bai, why do you keep staring at me? I'm just a civil official. It's not easy to survive in front of Zhuangzi. Li Yi didn't say whether he agreed or not, which meant that he agreed. Zhuangzi's medicinal herbs were indeed free. They were exchanged with medical books. I spoke up for you today. I didn't hesitate to offend Guangping. Bai Gu mentioned his contribution. So, old Song still opposes? Li Yi caught the hint in Bai Gu's words. Guangping can't take care of military matters. Bai Gu provided another piece of information. He wants to be the Minister of War. He's still the Minister of Justice now. Li Yi was a little confused. According to history, Song Jing should be the Minister of Appointments. However, Cui Riyong wasn't punished and was still doing well. Song Jing's power was still small. The Ministry of Justice was only a ministry. It didn't care about many things. Senior officials couldn't do anything. Hao Lingquan lowered his head and ate obediently, pretending that he didn't hear anything. He was scared. God, a prime minister and a civil official were talking about another prime minister. I think he wants you to be an official. Bai Gu took a sip of the wine and frowned. It's not up to him to decide whether I'm an official or not. Does that mean that I've seized his power? I'll give him a set of wine cups worth 1 coin when I get back. Li Yi didn't care at all and still wanted to give him something. He will run to Zhuangzi and fight you to the death, hee. Bai Gu laughed. Li Yi meant to say that Song Jing was a petty person. The people who came to Mount Taibai were recruited soldiers. His Majesty recruited 30,000 people. Hurry them up and don't wait until the weather warms up. Zhuangzi has already prepared the tents and other things. I'll give you the capital and give you 10 extra hot air balloons. Li Yi was anxious. It was the best time to climb a mountain when the weather was cold. Tubo was cold and windy. Which cost? The labor cost of your village? Bai Gu now had some understanding of the cost. The labor cost of the Li family Zhuangzi was higher than other places, so he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the labor cost was actually profit. Li Yi couldn't give the village a piece-by-piece fee. Li Yi picked up a green onion and soaked it in soy sauce. Zhuangzi doesn't have time to make tents. The Workers' Alliance and the E-Alliance are working together. The E-Alliance is in charge of the canvas and the Workers' Alliance is in charge of the frames. I'll give you the hot air balloons. I'm not the Minister of War. Don't talk about giving me a gift. Besides, are you going to sell the hot air balloons? I remember now. The hot air balloons balls and baskets are made by the Ministry of Works. You just have to provide one thing. Bai Gu didn't admit that the hot air balloons were given by Li Yi. Can you blow the hot air balloons into the sky? I also provide gasoline. Giving a balloon is giving gasoline. Li Yi emphasized the fuel. Bai Gu also picked up a green onion and threw it into his mouth. You use oil to make gasoline. Did you spend money on oil? I give you oil and you make gasoline. Isn't the cost of the technology a part of the cost? Li Yi retorted. I've learned another thing. Not bad. Bai Gu noted down the cost of technology. The road from Chang'an to Shudi needs to be repaired. The money I gave you is gone. The Ministry of Revenue can find the cement factory in Lantian County and transport the cement to a warm place. Hurry up. Li changed the topic to the road repair. With the money he gave, the road was repaired well. Because it was far away and the roads were narrow, they could be widened with cement. Bai Gu ate another green onion. Find Zhigu. He's the Minister of Works. I only care about money. You're the Prime Minister. Li mentioned Bai Gu's other identity. Find Guangping. His words are more effective. Bai Gu pushed again. You don't want to be the Prime Minister anymore? Li Yi asked softly. Who said so? Xiao Yi, you can't play any tricks. I don't want to join the League of Ministers for the time being. Bai Gu was shocked. There's a lot of vegetables in the greenhouses this year. Apart from the capital, the surrounding prefectures and even Luoyang can be sent. The cucumbers can be kept for several days. Li changed the topic and talked about the greenhouses. The capital government had made money from the greenhouses last year. This year, there were more people planting the vegetables. Those who had less money would find people to work with to raise the money to build the greenhouses. In one winter, they would earn back their capital. The price of the greenhouses in the capital government's greenhouses was 5 times that of the summer and autumn season. It was cheaper than last year. There were merchants who collected the vegetables and transported them to other places. They could sell the vegetables for 10 times the price and profit from it. The Ministry of Revenue kept a close watch. When merchants collected vegetables, they would first collect taxes from the people who planted the greenhouses before collecting taxes from the merchants. As long as they bought a large amount, they would collect taxes. The merchants would say that they couldn't eat the vegetables themselves. Unless they were running a hotel, they would collect taxes from the hotel. When Li Yi mentioned the greenhouses, the smile on Bai Gu's face increased. Yes, repair the road. Good roads can transport goods faster and have a lot of taxes. Old Bai, I heard that you ate a lot of meat sauce when you treated people to a meal. I'll bring you a jar. Li Yi glanced at the eunuchs. Ziyu ran away and shouted, let's prepare something else for Bai Saifu. You want to drive me away? Lingquan, don't live in the Daojing Square anymore. Find another place. Bai Gu muttered and said to Hao Lingquan. Li Dongzhu, send someone to help me move things. I'm living in the Li family Zhuangzi. Hao Lingquan, who had heard a lot of things that she shouldn't have heard today, respectfully responded to Bai Gu. Bai Gu glanced at Li Yi. It's good to live in Zhuangzi. After I arrange a place for you, you'll probably take office after the new year. This year, we need to see the situation of the new leader of the Turks and the news of Tubo and adjust according to their changes. Yes. Hao Lingquan sat upright. She didn't have to worry about the arrangement of seats now. She had discovered that Li Yi had a great influence on the court. There was an uncertain feeling that she didn't dare to say, and that was that Li Yi could decide the candidate for the prime minister. What was going on? Was she too surprised today and began to let her imagination run wild? It didn't take long for Ziyu to return with a big basket on the cart. Bai Gu's followers cooperated to carry the basket on the cart, and Ziyu reported. There's chili sauce, fermented bean curd, shrimp oil side dishes, soy sauce, sweet garlic, salted garlic, pepper, leek sauce, braised shrimp sauce, soap, skincare cream, and the rest are vegetables from the greenhouse. Okay, old Bai, I won't see you off. Goodbye. Li Yi turned his head and waved at Bai Gu. Remember to send the gasoline over. When the hot air balloon rises, check the situation. There's snow on the mountain, and it's easy to have an avalanche. Shout a few times first. Bai Gu put his hands behind his back and strolled to the place where his car was parked. Hao Lingquan stood up and watched Bai Gu leave. When Bai Gu got in the car and left, he exhaled a long breath and felt much less pressure. He was afraid that Bai Gu would tell Li Yi more about the court. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please return to Chidian to subscribe. Thank you. In addition, please vote for me. Chapter 760. General Hao, sit down and take a rest. When your things arrive, we'll celebrate with you in Zhuangzi tonight. Don't eat now. Li Yi, who succeeded in getting Bai Gu to pay for him, was in a good mood. He found that Bai Gu was like a squirrel, always bringing food home. Compared to squirrels, who would forget where they hid their food, Bai Gu would never forget where he put his money. Bai Zaifu is very easygoing. Hao Lingquan sat down and thought for a while before saying, "He's easygoing if you don't talk about money with him." Li Yi smiled. "Li Dongzhu, I saw the winged knights in Zhuangzi using hot air balloons outside Zhuangzi. I wonder if you can send 2 to the Dao army." Hao Lingquan was promoted and might not return to the Dao army in the future. He was still thinking about the Dao army. "General Hao, you can learn in Zhuangzi. You can arrange for the brothers who came with you from the Dao army to learn together. After the new year, you'll be familiar with the situation in your original place. If you want to go back, I'll arrange it for you. At that time, you can take a few hot air balloons and more gasoline to be on guard." Li Yi began to consider sending Hao Lingquan back. Hao Lingquan was familiar with the Dao army, but he was not used to Tubo. Hao Lingquan nodded repeatedly. He understood that Li Yi could arrange for the general to go there. But he didn't understand why. Was it because the Li family Zhuangzi was too rich? Using money to buy connections? Who did he buy it from? Her Majesty. Tomorrow, I'll go to the barracks to see how many people can live in the courtyard. We have 30 people. Hao Lingquan wanted to arrange for the people he brought from the Dao army. There were more than 1,000 people when they came. After sending the people and the heads, the others went back with many rewards from the imperial court and things given by the Li family Zhuangzi. There were exchange coupons among the things given by the Li family Zhuangzi, which could be circulated in the Dao army. All the merchants who had been to Chang and knew that there were exchange coupons everywhere they went. Those who had come into contact with the merchants had seen them before. Merchants would take out their exchange coupons for others to see, and it was obvious that the coupons were difficult to imitate. The merchant's goal was to let the locals accept the exchange coupons so that it would be easier to do business in the future. The remaining 30 people were low-ranking officers. They were receiving training and learning in the barracks. 1, 2, 1, 2. Orderly shouts and footsteps could be heard. Hao Lingquan looked over. He was familiar enough to know that the 16th Guard had changed shifts. There were winged knights in Zhuangzi, and there were 16 guards outside. It was said that there were a lot of military secrets. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. There were things even more mysterious than military secrets. The person who changed shifts took over with the original person. After the handover, they drank soup together. The person who was replaced left after drinking a bowl of soup, and the new person took his place after drinking the soup. It was just a free soup, but they actually made it feel like a ritual. At this time, the things that Hao Lingquan had left in the inn were brought back. There was a set of armor, a crossbow, a bow, and a saber. There were cloth and copper coins in the package, which were used as money. The price of cloth in Chang'an was low, so it wasn't worth it for outsiders to use cloth. If not for the imperial court's rigid rules, no one in the capital would be willing to use cloth as money, and the shops wouldn't accept cloth to buy goods. Everyone entered Zhuangzi together, and someone led Hao Lingquan to the courtyard that had been arranged for him. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. The small courtyard wasn't very big, with the front yard being around 50 square meters and the backyard being around 30 square meters. There was furniture and bedding in the room. The heater was turned on, and the room slowly began to heat up. Hao Lingquan didn't have anything to pack, so he put down his things. The servant measured his measurements and told him that the new clothes would be placed in the resting room of the bath when he bathed. Hao Lingquan still wasn't completely used to it. He stood at the door and muttered as he looked at the situation in the room, "So I'm a lower class rank 3 general now." "That's right. Congratulations, General Hao." A voice suddenly came from behind him, giving him a fright. He really jumped. He jumped forward while lowering his head, bending his waist, turning around, pulling back his fists, and bending his legs slightly. "Good, you're vigilant enough. Your response is reasonable." A figure appeared at the door. "Why are you?" "King. King Song." Hao Lingquan was just about to ask why he didn't inform him in advance when he recognized this person. He had brought ahead to Chang and to meet Li Qingqi. "Sure." Li Qingqi put his index finger in front of his mouth and shushed him. "My name is Li De, from the Sixli village in the west of the city. I'm a relative of the emperor." "Hello, General Hao." Li Qingqi walked up to Hao Lingquan and introduced himself. "Hello, Song, Li De. What's going on?" Hao Lingquan realized that he had encountered many supernatural incidents today. "Brother Yi asked my third brother for the position of general for you. You should do your best. If there's anything you're lacking in, take this opportunity to learn. You live in Zhuangzi, so if you see my third brother, don't be surprised. His name is Li San." Li Qingqi told him about the matter first so that he wouldn't expose himself. "Third brother? Ah, Your Majesty. How should I address you?" Hao Lingquan's eyes widened. "We have titles. County Duke is lower class rank 2. Actually, as long as you don't say it out loud like an idiot, you don't have to worry about anything else. I'm the County Duke of Huai, and my third brother is the County Duke of Fangqiu. You can call me that when you need to." Li Qingqi casually arranged an identity for himself and Li Longji. "Okay, Your Majesty will come to Zhuangzi." Hao Lingquan swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. "Brother Yi is in Zhuangzi, so of course, my third brother will come. Brother Yi is my third brother's brother. If there's any trouble in the imperial court, my third brother will come to ask Brother Yi." Li Qingqi said to Hao Lingquan as if it was natural. Hao Lingquan felt numb all over. In an instant, he understood many things. He understood that some things couldn't be said, let alone asked. Just treat it as the truth. Oh my God, there's actually such a person in the Tang dynasty. I know. Hao Lingquan's face turned pale. Obviously, it was caused by insufficient blood supply. If there's nothing else, just focus on being a general. Don't worry too much about Song Jing. Li Qingqi said again and turned to leave. Hao Lingquan sat on the chair and took deep breaths. After a while, he felt that he could control his body again. He picked up the thermos, poured himself half a glass of water, and drank it down. After a short rest, he was ready to take a bath and soak in it. He left the yard and didn't lock the door. He walked toward the bathing pool in Zhuangzi. As he was walking, he heard a woman's voice. "Jian don't be in a hurry. Don't fall. Wait a minute." He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a child running with his 2 little legs. Then, he saw a woman he had seen once. There was a man behind the woman. He had seen this man before. He stood still and didn't dare to move. His head was lowered. The little fellow ran to him and looked up curiously at this person who felt different from the others in Zhuangzi. "Jian quick, hold his hand." Empress Wang caught up and reached out. The little fellow raised his hand and let her hold it. Empress Wang glanced at Hao Lingquan and took the child away. Li Longji came from behind. When he saw Hao Lingquan, he thought for a moment and reached out to pat Hao Lingquan on the shoulder. "Don't worry. The people of the Tang dynasty count on you to protect them." After that, Li Longji also left. Hao Lingquan's face turned pale again. His calf seemed to be cramping. Chapter 761. It was comfortable for a tired body to soak in the hot water pool, but Hao Lingquan could only sit there and take a shower. The farmer in charge of the pool didn't allow him to get into the pool, saying that his physical and mental state were not good and he was afraid that he would fall into the pool. After adjusting the hot and cold water, Hao Lingquan took a shower with no expression on his face and his eyes fixed. At this moment, he figured it out, but he was still in a state of shock and disbelief. Li Yi, King Song, and His Majesty called each other brothers, and Empress Wang brought the child to play. It was said that in the Empress Palace of Xingqing Palace, the future crown prince was always surrounded by dozens of people, and it was impossible for the child to run around alone. However, in Li family Zhuangzi, His Majesty, Empress Wang, and the little fellow strolled around as a family of 3, and the little fellow could run around as much as he wanted. It meant that His Majesty felt that Zhuangzi was safer than the palace. God! He was worried that Song Jing would take revenge, but it turned out that he thought too much. No wonder Bai Zaifu treated Li Yi like that. Yes, it's not wrong to ask Li Dongzhu to pay for the army. With his position, it's normal to spend money to support the army. Why should he care about public and private matters? Hao Lingquan, who had been worried that Song Jing would take action, was completely relieved now. He was not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. No, I shouldn't ask Li Dongzhu to pay for the army. The imperial court is rich, and Li Dongzhu's money should be spent privately, such as training powerful soldiers and winged knights. Hao Lingquan overturned his idea again. He wanted to know how Li Yi should spend his money, and he was very worried. He stood up, moved the stool aside, turned off the water, used soap, and washed his hair. Song Jing is not in a good mood. He just doesn't want to promote Hao Lingquan. Li Longji was talking to Li Yi. The little fellow was sitting on a high stool beside him, eating diced fruits with a spoon. He looked at whoever spoke, looking very serious. Song Jing has certain limitations when it comes to considering problems, but he's willing to analyze what happened after the incident. He has his own political intentions. He's more tolerant towards scholars, but he's more cautious towards martial artists. Li Yi analyzed the situation based on the information and his contact with Song Jing. Li Yi discovered that the prime ministers all liked to monopolize power. Zhang Shua, Yao Chong, Song Jing, and a few others later on. The advantage of having absolute power was that if things were done right, the Tang dynasty would be in the limelight. If the strategy was wrong, the Tang dynasty would be in trouble. What about Hao Lingquan? Li Longji changed the topic to Hao Lingquan. He is brave and resourceful. He needs to learn. He has a sense of honor as a martial artist and is willing to risk his life for recognition. When facing outsiders, he had a strong psychological quality. But when facing the people of the Tang dynasty, he had a weak heart. Such a person, no matter how much power he has, will not betray the Tang dynasty. He's afraid of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi gave another evaluation of Hao Lingquan. Li Longji nodded. First, he'll go to school in Zhuangzi. When he's done, where is the right place to put him? Go back to the Dao army. He's familiar with the geography and environment of the Dao army. The Turks rule a large area with a small population and a bad environment. Many people don't work in agriculture. As long as the Dao army is strong enough, it can push forward from the position of the Dao army. The Turks can't resist. When the Yellow River opens in spring, we can put all kinds of things there. The army will play a great role in the position of several. As Li Yi spoke, he took the map and unfolded it on the table. The little fellow looked at his position and stretched out his small hand to move the plate out. Then, the plate fell to the ground and broke. The little fellow was stunned. His eyes were wide open, as if he didn't understand how he became so strong. He had to go down. The food was on the ground. He had to pick it up to eat. The palace maid hurriedly went to fetch a new plate. The eunuch moved a new table and placed it on the plate. The little fellow ignored the plate on the ground and continued to eat the fruit with the spoon. The baby doesn't know how to control his strength now. It seems that he plays a lot and grows quickly. Li Yi reached out and pinched the little fellow's arm. The little fellow turned to look at him and chuckled. 7 fruits, 7. Okay, you can eat. Li Yi smiled. Li Longji stood up and pointed at the position of the Northern Protectorate headquarters. Here. Yes. Due to strategic suppression and the influence of the supply transportation, the Northern Protectorate headquarters moved to the surrendered city in the west. The supplies couldn't keep up, so they had to move to the surrendered city in the middle. The supplies usually go up the east side of the Yellow River to the Protectorate headquarters. There are several deserts. The problem of the deserts can be solved by raising camels. We don't have the manpower to manage the deserts now. We can wait for the future. Li pointed to 2 large deserts, the Malwusu Desert and the Kabuki Desert. The large desert, especially the Kabuki Desert, spanned from the west to the east, blocking the Yellow River. There were more small deserts along the way. Even if they weren't deserts, they were still grasslands with little grass. One of the places was called the Dongxing district back when Li Yi was still alive. The primary industry of the Dongxing district was agriculture and animal husbandry. The value of the industry accounted for 1/1000th of the total industry. The industry was more impressive. It was more than 500 times that of agriculture and animal husbandry. Tourism was also more than 200 times that of the industry. Li Yi was helpless to develop such a place. If he had the money, he could invest it in other areas and earn more. The Northern Protectorate headquarters was located close to Baotou. It was more advantageous to develop there than the surrendered city in the west. The surrendered city in the west was closer to Wuyuan County. The development of Wuyuan County couldn't be compared to the Dongxing district. The only good thing was that the agriculture there was much better than the Dongxing district. Brother Yi knows how to manage the desert. Li Longji was more interested in this matter. We need manpower, a lot of manpower. It's tiring. We also need to plant grass and fight against shag. Usually, we use straw. If we have the money and manpower, we might as well raise camels. In the future, when we fight against others, we can use the camels. Li Yi nodded and then shook his head. He said that he wanted to fight against the Abbasid Caliphate and India. From there, he could reach the sea directly. Otherwise, he would take a detour. The Suez Canal had not been opened yet. Africa and Eurasia were connected. Africa had good soil. Just by throwing some seeds in, he would be able to reap great benefits. How many years do we need to fight our way through? Li Longji wanted to fight and expand the territory of the Tang dynasty. After fighting the Turks and Tubo, we will have complete control over the Bohai Sea. Only then can we continue to expand to the north, northeast, northwest, and southwest. Li Yi wasn't in a hurry to conquer. The war wasn't over yet. The lives of the people in the Tang dynasty's capital office were better, but the other places were still the same. When it came to fighting the Tubo and Turks, if you don't fight them, they will fight you. It was impossible to reconcile. As long as the other party didn't start a war with the Bohai Sea, there was no need to fight. They could slowly take over the Bohai Sea. The population of the Bohai Sea was small, and it still occupied the 3 provinces in the northeast. It still lacked a unified government. During the exchange, the people of the Tang dynasty would slowly become like Li Yi's era. There were several ethnic groups living together in harmony. There were people who opposed the Manchus in other places, but there was no such thing in the northeast. They even respected the Manchus' habits and didn't invite them to eat dog meat. The most interesting thing was that there were also Koreans there. Korean dog meat was delicious. With the addition of Muslim meat, there was no problem. Chapter 762. Li Longji rolled up the map again. He didn't need to look at it anymore. The importance of the Northern Protectorate manor lay in the fact that as long as the baggage of the army followed, the Turks wouldn't dare to attack the Great Wu army. If the Turks ran to the Great Wu army, the Northern Protectorate manor would send troops to cut off the Turks' path of retreat. In the past, they focused on defense and built a city. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to supply the baggage. The local population was small and resources were scarce. Farming was barely enough for them to survive. If it wasn't for the war, the imperial court wouldn't send supplies to the Northern Protectorate Manor. The soldiers of the Northern Protectorate Manor could deal with the Turks on their own. Similarly, the Turks didn't have enough supplies, and a single attack would deplete a lot of their national strength. Li Longji couldn't wait to go to the Yellow River and open the river. He had witnessed the power of capital from Li Yi. With money, one could do anything. Wasn't it just logistics? Send it over, spend a huge sum of money, and after sending it over, Brother Yi, do you have a rough estimate of the cost of transporting military supplies to the Northern Protectorate Manor? Li Longji wasn't sure how much money it would cost. Li Yi shook his head. I haven't sent it before. Third brother, we don't need to send a boat full of things. We can send half a boat full of military supplies and half a boat full of other things. Sell the remaining half of the boat. Unload half of it at the Northwestern Protectorate Manor, load it with local specialties, and continue upstream. When we reach a place upstream, we can carry whatever the locals lack on the boat. Buy it from the locals and continue upstream. Li Longji wasn't a fool anymore. He immediately understood Li Yi's motive. As long as there were enough boats, the Yellow River could be transported to the sea. What the upstream lacked or had, they would know by making a trip there. Not only would the commoners along the way not reduce their wealth by buying things, they would even increase their income by selling things that weren't valuable locally. That's right. Li Yi nodded his head. This was what he was thinking as well. What the Yellow River needed was the government's investment. Preparedness meant success. Thinking about it this way, I feel delighted. The inspection at Huku Waterfall has already been completed. We can travel on the tracks and on land. Li Longji clenched his fists. He liked Zhuangzi in the Li family. Whenever they encountered a problem, Li Yi would give them a practical solution. It gave people hope and something to look forward to. As long as they followed it, they would definitely succeed. Empress Wang suddenly said, "It's a pity that traveling in the desert is too tiring. Even with camels, people will die in special weather." Li Yi laughed, "Sister-in-law, as long as you're willing to spend money, it's easy to cross the desert. You don't have to cross the Maowusu Desert directly. If you want to cross the desert by force, you have to dig a well and build a pond with cement. You have to pour the well water into the pond and cover it." In the area where the Shatua clan was located, there were underground canals and wells, and there were open canals outside. The area between the Maowusu Desert and the Kabuki Desert is similar to the soil. It can be dug out to store water for a long period of time. Empress Wang thought for a moment. Dig a well for each section of the road? Plant trees around the area and send people to guard the area. Then, the team would travel through the same route. Won't they go astray and not be able to find the place? Li Longji continued, use cement to build pillars, bury a section in the sand, and watch the pillars as they walk. Later, we'll find elder brother and ask the workers' union to fix it. Li Longji arranged work for Li Qingxi's workers' union, regardless of whether it was the new year or not. They would work as if it was the new year and get 5 times the pay. Third brother, we can hire the locals, even if it's just to help push the windmill. Give them more benefits. Li Yi mentioned the matter of hiring local workers. Yes, that should be the case. Li Longji reacted. The locals were familiar with the situation and gave them benefits. Only then would they do their best to help. When the wells were dug, they would pave the way. The locals would use the path and naturally maintain it. Perhaps the locals would move to a place with a lot of well water, saving the manpower needed to look after the place. That way, we can build a city next to the wells. Empress Wang added, there are many wild beasts, especially wolves, selling newspapers, the workers' union is recruiting workers. From today onwards, you'll get 3 times the pay for digging wells in the desert. If you don't come back after the new year, you'll get 5 times the pay. Selling newspapers, well, digging workers in the workers' union will have 4 meals a day. There will be meat for each meal and 1 tael of wine at night. The next morning, the paperboys began to shout. They would get 3 times the pay before the new year. The new year would usually start from the Little New Year and continue until the 10th day of the first lunar month. The imperial court's annual leave was 10 days. Those who worked would get 7 days more. The young and strong people, such as those who worked at the docks when the Yellow River was still passable, were more attentive. They had the strength and knew how to dig wells. They just had to push them around. They didn't need to worry about their skills. After 3 months of work, the Yellow River's Huku waterfall would be completely open. Then, they would return to the docks and earn at least 10 more months' pay. In the Political Affairs Hall of Xingqing Palace, Song Jing flipped through the newspaper and shook his head when he saw the description of crossing the desert to build water points. It's a waste of manpower and money. There's already a way to cross the Huku waterway of the Yellow River. Why do we still need to go by land? If we take the land route to the east bank of the Yellow River and repair the road there, wouldn't it be easier than crossing the desert? Song Jing found the root of the problem. He didn't submit a memorial and went straight to look for Li Longji. Li Longji went through the memorials. The main reason was that the local government wanted to build irrigation works, appease the people living at the border, and request to strengthen the defense at the border. When Song Jing arrived, Li Longji finished another one. He put down his pen and said, "Official Song, you've worked hard. Take a seat." Song Jing sat down and stood up before saying, "Your Majesty, I heard that you want to open up the desert road to the Protectorate of the Northwest." I'll pay for it," Li Longji replied. He directly talked about the matter of the money. If they didn't go through the Ministry of Revenue, it had nothing to do with them. Song Jing gulped and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I feel that it's better to build a road by the Yellow River than to build a desert road. We've already gone to the east bank of the Yellow River. The Protectorate of the North is on the other bank of the Yellow River." He wanted Li Longji to use his own money to build the roads according to his ideas. "Build it. The roads on the east and west banks of the Yellow River will be rebuilt. The roads that aren't in good condition will be repaired using new technology." Li Longji nodded his head. "You're right. Build it. I have the money." Song Jing, he thought for a while, "Your Majesty, since that's the case, why build a bridge? The Pujin Bridge is too troublesome to transport troops." "Official Song, don't you know that the Pujin Bridge is being repaired? It can be repaired before the Yellow River reopens next year. Who knows, it might even be completed after the new year." Li Longji was astonished. "You, the Prime Minister, don't know about the actions of the Imperial Court? The new bridge would be a floating bridge made of metal cables. It could be opened and a boat could be placed across. Then, the 2 sides of the bridge would be filled with large cement blocks to secure the cables. When more iron was added, more iron could be used to make a huge iron bowl. The concrete would be damaged easily after a long time. Your Majesty, with the money, why don't you build the roads above the capital?" Song Jing asked. The money came from the Li family Zhuangzi. The men in the family are strong and fit, and are suitable to help in the construction of the floating bridge in winter. Official Bai will be in charge of the roads above the capital in spring. He's already discussed it with Official Wei. Li Longji patiently explained to Song Jing. Song Jing took a deep breath. "I understand." Chapter 763. Song Jing returned to the Political Affairs Hall expressionlessly. He did not enter his office but sat down in the hall outside. He found some tea leaves and placed them in a pot. He then poured some water from a thermos bottle. He pulled out a drawer with pine nuts, pliers and a plate of pine nuts. He then pinched the pine nuts. "Guangping, what are you doing?" Bai Gu heard the commotion and came out to see Song Jing. Su Yi also came out with a curious look on his face. "The pontoon bridge at Pujin Bridge has started construction, but we did not know about it." Song Jing said softly. Guang Ping, you did not know? Bai Gu was surprised and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi replied, it's been repaired. The people are saying that it will be more convenient for people to cross the bridge next year. It's dangerous for people to cross the bridge. Song Jing was stunned. Both of you knew about it? Even the people knew about it? Only I don't know about it. How did you know? Song Jing was even more depressed. It was written in the newspapers. Bai Gu and Su Yi replied together. Song Jing finally understood why Li Longji had such an expression. It was in the newspapers. Guang Ping, don't always think that the stories in the newspapers are fabricated. You have to read the newspapers from the beginning. Read it carefully. Read it twice. Bai Gu patiently told Song Jing that one should not read 10 lines at a glance. I did not see it. I read the newspapers very carefully. Song Jing felt that he was wronged. He did not like reading stories, but he was willing to study the daily life facts. He was more interested in reading about the Li family Zhuangzi. For example, chili noodles, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, tea leaves, glycerin, including the supply of vegetables in the greenhouse during winter. As the Prime Minister, he placed great importance on the newspapers. There was no mention of the pontoon bridge. Bai Gu turned around and went into his house. After a while, he took out a set of newspapers and said, Guang Ping, look. It's on this page. This one, here. Song Jing looked at the place where Bai Gu was pointing. Indeed, there was one. It even brought a simple map of what it would look like after construction. He got up and went into his room. After a while he returned with 4 papers in his hand. Who can take out one of my newspapers? Song Jing gritted his teeth and said. Guangping, next time you have to look at the pages. Now there are 5 newspapers. They say it's after the new year. Su Yi said to Song Jing while holding back his laughter. This old man knows that after the new year, it might be expanded to 10 copies each, and it's still 3 coins. 3 of the copies have the contents of dictionaries printed on them. Cut it yourself, cut it according to the dotted lines, drill the holes with an awl, and thread it through. When you have enough, you can make a dictionary. Then, there are 3 double-sided prints. Song Jing was still angry. He felt that Her Majesty was dissatisfied with him and did not even read the newspaper. That's right. Princess Jingxian only printed 10,000 copies in the first batch. She gave them to the temple, monastery, and aristocratic families. Xiao Yi only thought of printing them herself. Bai Gu's words faintly expressed his dissatisfaction with Princess Jingxian. She should have given them to the people of the capital government first. Ordinary people with children in school should have given them first. Their children could learn by themselves. Su Yi spoke up for Princess Jingxian. The temple, monastery, and aristocratic families gave Princess Jingxian the money for printing. The money for the paper, and the ink was given by Li Yi. Right now, Her Majesty and Li Yi do things freely. They can do whatever they want. Song Jing did not care about the printing of dictionaries. He mentioned that the political affairs hall's power had decreased. Bai Gu laughed. Guangping, it's Her Majesty's own money. Xiao Yi will also take out the money to build infrastructure. Has the Ministry of Works started to build roads? Song Jing mentioned the situation of the roads in the capital government. This could not be Her Majesty and Li Yi's money, right? The Ministry of Revenue has money. Xiao Yi sells chili powder. She sells chili powder and pays 700 yuan per caddy. While the people of the capital government do not have much work in the winter, they will build the roads that are easy to repair. The difficult ones can be repaired after the winter thaws. Bai Gu explained. After all, Song Jing was the Prime Minister, but he could not control the money. If the Minister of Revenue was not the Prime Minister, he would need to tell the Prime Minister when he needed money. Since he was the Prime Minister, he could do it. Drink tea. Song Jing did not want to say any more. He could not say anything. Bai Gu was 13 years older than him. Li family Zhuangzi and Hao Linquan were also drinking tea. They drank tea and asked Guozi for advice. Guozi was young, but he knew a lot. He was very sensitive to military matters. Guozi was a 6th-rank official and was in charge of 30,000 winged knights. Hao Linquan was a 3rd-rank general and was in charge of 30 people. The 30 people came out of the barracks and were arranged by Hao Linquan to live in a house in front of the settlement. If you want to win a battle, you have to train strong soldiers first. You can't be afraid when you are outnumbered. Li Dongzhu said that the strongest soldiers can fight to the last man. I don't know if the winged knights can do it. I believe that the 3,000 winged knights can do it. They were personally trained by Li Dongzhu. Guozi slowly explained to Hao Linquan. Li told him about the Mandarin Duck Formation. The Mandarin Duck Formation could be formed randomly, which meant that they were trained well. When Guozi trained the winged knights, he divided them into many steps and positions. Every soldier had to adapt to all positions. How can you make everyone not afraid of death? Hao Linquan himself was not afraid of death. He thought that there were very few people who were not. Power, money, and faith. It is an honor for General Hao to be a general. When the Tang dynasty won too many battles, it was impossible for everyone to be made an official. Like the former Qin, there were no titles and no rewards, so you had to give money. Guozi had learned the method from Li Yi, which was to pay. When soldiers killed enemies in battle, they had to be given merit points. Merit points represented land. What if there was not enough land? Use money to exchange for it. Faith. General Hao, look at the winged knights after training and you will know. We fight for His Majesty and the people of the Tang dynasty. We are the strongest soldiers. The moment we move out is the moment the war ends. His Majesty is watching us. The people of the Tang dynasty are counting on us. Our families are honored because of us. As Guozi spoke, he sat up straight with a serious face. Hao Linquan nodded his head vigorously. His blood was boiling after hearing those words. He admitted that the winged knights were strong, but he didn't expect the winged knights to learn like this. It was a good idea. When he had an army in the future, he would do the same. General Hao, be prepared. In the future, the government soldiers will be disbanded and turned into recruits. His Majesty and the imperial court will pay for it. Guozi revealed to Hao Linquan. I understand after listening to Bai Zifu and Li Dongzhu. Hao Linquan expressed that he understood. He also knew the disadvantages and advantages of the recruitment system. The disadvantage was money. As long as there was no money, the recruitment system would be useless. The advantage was that the people who wanted to be recruited must be strong or have their own specialties. When the overall level of the army improved, the combat effectiveness would also rise. Other people who couldn't fight could be farmers. I heard from Li Dongzhu that when the Iron Chain Pontoon Bridge is built, the road from there to the Dao army will be built and then sent to you. Guozi mentioned another thing. He told Hao Linquan the importance of the Dao army. Why don't you give the money to the south? The south needs to be connected. Hao Linquan was happy and puzzled. It's being built. According to Li Dongzhu, the Dao army will be of great use in the future. Guozi guessed, you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.